Secondly, for those of you at the far end of the hall, now this is quite a long hall, and we're looking forward to all of you being active participant through all the sessions here, as you just seen the video here, and looking forward to making this session the best. So we look forward to having you step up forward. If you could please come up and occupy the seats closer to the stage. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd also like to let you know that we have tent cards at every table here, and these tent cards have QR codes. We do request you that at any point of time through the day, whenever you have a moment free, if you could kindly scan the QR code on the tent card so that you could leave us with your very valuable feedback. Now, your feedback means everything to us. And throughout the proceedings of the day, at any point of time, if you do have a moment free, we would so very much appreciate it that you leave us your valuable feedback. I'd also now like to take the opportunity to thank all our partners and our sponsors. And I do request you to join in with a round of applause as I read out our partners and our sponsors. So ladies and gentlemen, we have this event organized by the Indian Transport and Logistics News, a Stat Media Group venture, presented by the Cargo Service Center, and our airport partner being the Mumbai International Airport. Let's give them all a round of applause, please. Our airline partners, Turkish Cargo. Turkish Cargo are also sponsoring the gifts for all our speakers, and we thank you so very much. Our solution partner, Odyssey Logistics. Our supply chain partner, Skyways Group. Our delivery partner, Skye Air Mobility. Yes, thank you so very much. Keep the applause going, and we'd like to thank all our partners, and we'd like every single one of you to join in on that. Our supporting partners, va-Q-tec and Frankfurt Airport, and our associate partner, Freight. Thank you so very much once again to all our partners, our sponsors. And ladies and gentlemen, before we get started with the proceedings for the morning, of course, so we start with the inauguration, the lighting of the lamp. This year, the Stat Media Group that publishes the Indian Transport and Logistics News, the organizer of this event, completes 36 years. Established in 1986, the group's first publication and its flagship product is the Stat Trade Times. The group also publishes Logistics Update Africa, a niche bi-monthly logistics publication for the African subcontinent. Here's a short video that traces the history of Stat Media Group. Can we have the video, please? Yes, indeed. Let's have a round of applause. 36 years. A wonderful moment in time today as we all are part of this 36-year celebration. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time we commence with the proceedings for the event. And what better way to get started than to auspiciously light the lamp. And I take the pleasure and the privilege to invite our dignitaries amongst us to step up on stage with, of course, each and every one of you joining in a round of applause and light the lamp and commence the event for us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege and pleasure to welcome up on stage our dignitaries. I start with the Group Chairman of Cargo Service Center, Mr. Tushar Jani. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him up on stage, please. Thank you so very much, sir, for joining us. We have amongst us the Senior Vice President, Head of Cargo, Mumbai International Airport, Mr. Manoj Singh. Let's have a huge round of applause and welcome him up on stage, please. Thank you for joining us, sir. We also have amongst us the Managing Director at Odyssey Logistics, Mr. Abhishek Thakur. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him up on stage. Thank you for joining us, sir. Also present amongst us is the Managing Director at Skyways Group, Mr. Yashpal Sharma. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him up on stage. I believe Mr. Yashpal Sharma will be joining us shortly. He's right here. We also have amongst us the Managing Director of va-Q-tec, Mr. Ravi Kumar Tumalapalli. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him up on stage. Thank you for joining us, sir. Also present amongst us is the Vice President of Sales Cargo for Frankfurt Airport, Mr. Roland Will. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him up on stage. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Also here with us is the Cargo Director, South Asia for Turkish Airlines, Mr. Halit Tunkar. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him up on stage. Thank you for joining us, sir. We also have amongst us the Global Head of Air Freight and Pharma Viz, Mr. Satish Lakaraju. I request him to join us up on stage, please. And I'd like to request the editor for the Indian Transport and Logistics News, Mr. Reggie John, to kindly join us up on stage too. We also would like to take the pleasure of inviting the API Regional Supply Head, External Supply Global Supply Chain, GSK, Mr. Pramod Patwardhan. I believe sir has just joined us. Thank you so very much, sir, for joining us here today. And Mr. Reggie John, the editor of the Indian Transport and Logistics News. Thank you so very much, gentlemen, here for your august presence. And I do request you all now to kindly step forward towards the light, to light the lamp and commence the proceedings for the day.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Well, it is, the wicks may be few and outnumbered, but the light is omnipresent, just like all our dignitaries up on stage and every single one of you here. I request our dignitaries to kindly come forward for the group photograph, please. And let's have a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, thanking them for lighting the lamp and commencing our event in an auspicious manner. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. Thank you so very much once again. With that, I'd like to thank you. You may please make yourselves comfortable. And I do request Mr. Reggie John, the editor of Indian Transport and Logistics News now, to kindly come over to the podium and welcome everyone here to the Global Pharma Logistics Summit 2022.
Hi, good morning to all of you. Nice to see a large number of people inside the hall. I must say that this is a journey that we started in 2017 here in Mumbai, in the month of February, as we were looking to place shippers at the center of our conversations as far as transportation and logistics was concerned. 5 years down the line, we have had 4 editions completed, and it's been a tremendous and very fascinating journey as far as our media house is concerned and how we communicate and interact with the logistics and the pharmaceutical industry. I'd like to welcome all of you for a day that you will see that we will address quite a number of subjects that are very critical to pharmaceutical logistics or pharmaceutical industry or to healthcare. Truth be told, that India is considered the pharmacy of the world, but at the same time, let's not be blind to what we see and hear. Certainly, there is an unwanted attention on the Indian pharmaceutical industry on the context of what has been happening in Zambia, where 69 children died. And we have quite a few other instances in the past. And if you look at the main theme of our conference today, we are trying to place patient. All of us could be a patient at some time in our life. We're trying to place patient at the center of our conversation, center of what we do. Ultimately, you and me, we are the recipient, or we are the beneficiary of the work that we do. I don't know, once upon a time, there was something called COVID. I don't see anybody wearing a mask. And it looks like it was several years back, but it was just 2 years back. And those of you who are traveling around the world and passing through the airport, and those of you who have been participating in international events anywhere in the world, you would see there was nothing called a COVID because it's life as usual and business as usual. But those of you who are wearing the mask, please continue to wear the mask. You've got to be precautious. You've got to be careful about what is. And I still remember sometime in July 2020, and Yash is here, we had a virtual conference where we discussed how do, as air freight industry, handle the requirement of 7.8 billion vaccine doses. So 2 doses would mean like about 15 billion doses of vaccine, and how many 747-8 do we require? Now, when we look back in hindsight, looks like it's been a crazy calculation that we did on the back of the envelope. But it's good to be back, good to see a lot of people around, and good to see that we have normalcy. I don't want to take too much of your time. I think we have a lot of things that is to be discussed in the course of the day. I'd like to thank all our partners, all the speakers who have joined us, and we have quite a few of them have joined from overseas. Roland, our great friend, is here from Frankfurt. I think Rashmi is from Doha. Then quite a few friends from Turkish Airlines, from Istanbul and Dubai. Great to have all of you here, and it is after a long time that we meet. And I was telling someone in the morning, I think we organize this event once in a year, and that's the only time that we end up meeting some of the people who are like probably in the next door. Besides the meeting, besides the exchange of ideas and the conversation, let us commit ourselves to what the theme that we have. Let's prepare ourselves. Let's focus all that we do for the patient, for the ultimate customer that we serve, that is each one of us. And I think it is our responsibility as logistics service providers to support the global or Indian pharmaceutical industry to make sure that delivery of that medicine is done in full integrity, in its right quality. I think that's what all of us commit. We do make mistakes. Let's acknowledge that. And I think it is conferences and conversations like this that allow us to have that interaction, have that collaboration. At the end of the day, you have a P&L to manage, and our eyes are on our bottom line. But at the same time, we have a great responsibility of creating a world for our children and for the rest of us. So that let's be responsible individuals, responsible business houses, and let's actually collaborate and keep the conversation going on. With this, I once again welcome all of you to the 5th edition of Global Pharma Logistics Summit. Have a great time, meet everyone, and please make sure that you stay back for the cocktail and reception in the evening. And that's where a lot of business do take place. Make sure that you enjoy every minute of the day. Once again, thanks and welcome everyone.
Thank you so very much, Reggie. And now I'd like to take the pleasure on behalf of Reggie to welcome up on stage the Group Chairman of Cargo Service Center, Mr. Tushar Jani. And we'd like to hear your thoughts, sir. So let's have a round of applause for Mr. Tushar Jani, please.
Good morning. Reggie, with your permission, I'm going to take a little more time. The reason is, I'm now 69, going to be turned 70. And it's time before I go away to give my thoughts to you, what is good for us. And, the pharma is in the center. If any revolutions happen with Indian product after IT services, is the pharma. We are given to the world. Smaller terminal like us, has served, Reggie, is almost 7 billion people's life. We were the largest vaccine exporter out of India as a terminal. I think so with that proud moment, I thank all of you to deal with CSC. And CSC is always up there to support you, to serve you. And we are expanding our knowledge base now to cell therapy, and the other part of therapies which will come in time to come, which will need a spatial logistic requirement. The pharma world is changing so fast. Life science is going to be in a different form, all what you see. The cancer treatment is going to be different than what you see today. The chemo in cancer is going to be the past. We are going to see a lot of cell centers coming across country where the patients will come, get their cell therapy and go home. And those cell therapies has to be delivered within 2 hours into that center. And that's going to be the difference for India to come up. And we would show to the world how to do it the way we have done. So with that little bit on the pharma, but what I want to tell to the whole group here is, there's a very exciting time for India. We are the only people in the world who are not short of people. The whole world is short of people, be it nurses, be it doctors, be it airport staff, be it logistic manager, be it shipping manager, be it the manufacturing people. You look around the world, everybody's crying for people. Yesterday, Ronald was saying that they need people at the airport. So I said, how many you want? 3,000, 4,000? He said, I won't train people. I said, you want it? We'll send it from India. We're trained at the airport. Now that's the kind of demand which is going to come. And that's where India stands for today. So in terms of our strength, we are now in at the crossroad of what we can do, not what we have to do. Imagine the iPhones has been manufactured in India. It's going to be further semiconductors are going to be manufactured in India. The chips are going to be manufactured in India. The latest medical equipment are going to be in India. There are FTAs which is going to be already with Australia. By Diwali, God willing, we will have it with Britain, then with Europe, and then with US. That's where the advantage India has. Now, coming back to pharma, as a global pharmacy, I think it's the time now the Indian pharmacy get into an integrated supply chain out of India. And we as a logistics service provider has to come up to the expectation of the Indian pharma industry and global requirement where we can give integrated solution. And we have to do that sitting here because this is an opportunity time for us to integrate, to move in a direction where we have to look at beyond India. India should not be our boundary. All of us now have to look out And if we can look out, we have people, we have expertise, we have knowledge, we have technology, we have mind, we have passion, we have commitment, and we know how to do it. And I said, that's where we have to support pharma and cold chain in time to come. India is the second largest fruit manufacturer in the world. How much are we exporting? What are we doing it? Pharma, of course, 20% market share of generic drug, going to 40% would be a good achievement. But we need API. Those APIs has to be made in India. We need to have high end of research. We all need to do that. Now, the new mantra now in the industrial corridor is supply chain. The supply, everybody you ask, be it a motor car, be it a furniture, be it a garment, be it engineering product, be a chemical, everybody's saying whose challenges in supply chain. And I think so that's where we have an opportunity to get in. And I think so collectively, as an Indian air cargo professional, this is a golden opportunity. Let's get together. Let's collaborate. Let's cooperate. Let's bring a size. Let's become a bigger. Let's biggest air cargo hub come out of India. Let the biggest transshipment hub comes into India. Let the biggest pharma terminal come out of India. Let the biggest pharma movement happen out of India. We can do it. This is our lifetime opportunity. It is not what we have to do, it is what we can do. Start thinking that cap, what we can do, how we can participate, how we can grow. We have to be ahead in technology. We should not be ashamed of using technology. Our government has shown how to use technology. The Customs Department or the DGCA all are showing the way to the technology. It is time for us to do that technology, and I urge apex body of the industry, get together, bring that scale of technology. Let's collaborate. Let's cooperate. Cooperative movement is started out of India in the world. Amul today is the biggest manufacturer of ice cream and milk in the world. Now they've clubbed with 13 different other cooperative society around the world, around India, now beyond India. This is what the farmers have taught us. It is time for industry now to build that size and platform. Let's, break our boundaries. Let one single, why government has to go ULIP? We can make our own ULIP, which is specific to us. Let's do it together. Let's find a solution how we can do it. Let's build an infrastructure which will help. Now, my suggestion is, it is time all the apex bodies sit together, plan training of our people, which is the biggest going to be the challenge. Apart from that, let's build infrastructure which is futuristic. We as a CSC has done a little bit in terms of putting Turant app or putting the storage of ULDs into 15 to 25 or putting the cool dolly onto the tarmac. Let everybody do it. And let's make our product. When the product comes from India, the people should go blind. The cough syrup incident is very unfortunate, right? And let's collectively get together and say we should not have this. Whoever is doing it, let's penalize them. We go volunteer and penalize. White government, it is we should take in our hand to penalize. And let's put our efforts today, when we sit on the international body of pharma, I can tell you very proudly, India is equivalent to any pharma facility at the airport in the world. I've seen something like 48 facility in last 18 months around the globe. And I can tell you, across India, across airport, we are one of the best in the world. Our processes are one of the best in the world. Let's grab this opportunity and move and make our scale bigger. If our scale is bigger, the world is going to look at us. Be it people, be it production, be it supply chain, be it export, be it import, be it conversion, research into commercial production. Let's do it together. Like Reggie says, ultimately that patient, let's save life. if we can save life, and we are in that position to do it. So my submission to all of you, take that pledge today during this seminar. Let's work together. There are people here, our ACFA President Yash Sharma is here, and let's all of us work together and make India proud. Wish you good luck to all of you. We are all together in this journey. Let's make it. Thank you very much. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts, your insights, and setting the tone for the event here today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now to be joined via Zoom call by none other than the Joint Drugs Controller India for the Central Drugs Standard Control Organization, CDSCO, Dr. P.B.N. Prasad. He's already on call and looking forward to interacting with each and every one of you. And it is a privilege to welcome him for his keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, I direct your attention to the screen to Dr. P.B.N. Prasad. Thank you so very much for joining us, sir. Sir, we do request you if we could turn off the audio to any other system that you have, sir.
All the stakeholders in the healthcare sector, including the logistics stakeholders, how they show and how they have worked all together in India as well as globally, how we have overcome this pandemic, the worst pandemic we have seen in this century. Today's program at Global Pharma Logistics. It's a great day. India is called as the pharmaceutical world. During the pandemic, we have seen how the regulatory system has worked, how scale we have gone in terms of approvals, right from the initial stages of procurement of PPE kits to the provision of medicines, antiviral drugs, repurposed drugs, etc. And including the vaccines which we have come across and we have scaled. And we have scaled up, and how we have moved in terms of accelerated approval processes of the drugs in terms of clinical trial applications, approval processes, repurposed drugs, and various other formulations. Manufacturing capabilities were scaled up, and the vaccine approval processes with respect to COVID vaccines and other essential drugs as well. If you can see how CDSCO and the state regulators for the drug regulation in this country, how they have collaborated with various stakeholders, including our ports, the airports and seaports, the officers, along with the customs, the DGFT, both in terms of exports and imports, how we have scaled up is magnanimous. Needless to say, the entire logistics segment has tremendously worked, and we have almost reached a stage where we are near normal in this overcoming this pandemic. We have seen how the government of India has announced schemes such as the PLI scheme, that is the Atmanirbhar scheme for reducing the import dependency and increasing the manufacturing capabilities, becoming self-reliant for the country, as well as export globally. As you all know, India has aptly called as pharmacy of the world because we have more than 10,000 manufacturing units, out of which nearly 1,000 units are US FDA approved plants, apart from the US. We have bulk drugs, we have formulations, and we have biologicals and vaccines, which we have been manufacturing and exporting. And you all know more than 50% of the global immunization stakeholder is India. Indian vaccines are accepted globally. If you can see the PLI scheme, how the government of India in the Department of Pharma has done magnanimously and initiated the program in the year 2020 under the Atmanirbhar scheme, the pharmaceutical linked incentive scheme, in order to scale up, innovate, and increase the production of bulk drugs, the production of pharmaceuticals, strengthening the pharmaceutical industry, identifying the gaps, and strengthening the pharmaceutical industry in terms of the good manufacturing practices, good storage practices, in order to meet the quality issues. Coming to the healthcare sector, if you can look into the issues, how the regulatory agility has moved, the scale of process in terms of clinical trial approvals, in spite of great difficulties, how the clinical trial approvals, accelerated approval processes, emergency use authorization of drugs, vaccines have been increasingly being done, and the regulatory system has moved day and night during the pandemic 2020 and 2021. A tremendous exercise was being done by the regulatory system and accelerated approval processes. And today we have reached more than 200 billion doses have already been immunized in this country. And just apart from that, India has contributed a lot of vaccines in the neighboring countries as well. So this shows India's pharmacy of the world. If you can see the Central Drug Standard Control Organization as one of the pivotal organizations of the healthcare sector, apart from the other areas in the healthcare sector, the drug regulatory system, how it has been strengthened. We have 13 ports, airports, and seaports, in addition to our regional offices and apart from the headquarters in Delhi. We have integrated our systems. We have moved to online systems, online approval processes, in terms of licensing issues, in terms of approval processes, and in terms of the approval processes or integrating with the customs department, either IceGate or SWIFT methodology, which is incorporated in moving this. In order to reduce the time, we have integrated with the customs department in tandem. We worked how we have moved on and how there is a risk-based inspection, risk-based sampling was being done, how the ease of business is being incorporated into the system. The regulatory compliance burden has been reduced, relying more on the manufacturers, relying more on the logistics, relying more on the warehouses which we have. And if you can see the present system, in order to strengthen this system of the manufacturing capabilities, either pharmaceuticals or biopharmaceuticals, in order to strengthen even including, apart from the industry, even the common purpose vehicles we call as special purpose vehicles in the PLI scheme in the Department of Pharma, has involved in warehouses and other areas, ancillary areas of the basic infrastructure, the pharmaceutical industry, the pharmaceutical clusters. Pharmaceutical parks have been incorporated and has been leveraged by the government of India. Medical device parks have been started in various states like Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh. The capabilities of enhancing the testing facilities at ports, the mini testing laboratories exclusively for testing the drug samples of imports, especially reaching the country. And ports have mini testing laboratories in various ports have been established and is working. There we have, in addition to that, specialized laboratories for testing. And we have great challenges in these issues, especially biologicals, vaccines. We have a very, it's a dermalobile. The logistics problems will be there. The transport issues will be there, either in terms of receiving the drugs or exporting in terms of drugs, or vaccines, especially which are cold storage or which are dermalobile. And how does we manage these issues? It's a great challenge. And these logistics, if you can see now, in order to create a ease of business or to reduce the logistics burden also, now recently, the Honorable Prime Minister of India has announced the National Logistics Policy in tandem with the Gati Shakti. That's how it is their National Logistics Policy, wherein we have the integrated systems of digital system, the platforms, the integrated platforms, and there are 7 departments which is integrated in terms of exports, and imports. And the CDSCO, as a participatory government agency, in tandem with the customs department, works in this regard. And the digital system, the ecosystem needs to be strengthened here. And therefore, the national logistics policy is in order to reduce the challenges or mitigate the challenges which the pharmaceutical industry is facing. You can see in some of the small scale industries, there are real logistics problems. Leave about Mumbai and Hyderabad or Chennai, etc. But there are issues. There are industries in the belts like Uttar Pradesh or in Haridwar or the northeastern states or Himachal Pradesh. Logistics is a big problem. So therefore, mitigating this logistics issue is a very important thing in terms of transport, in terms of shipment, in terms of warehouses, in terms of cold storage, and how to reduce the burden in terms of the cost factor. So therefore, the national logistics policy is being announced, and we will see a better results in terms of logistics issues and the cost burden as well. As far as regulatory burden is concerned, we have leveraged, we have eased the ease of business without compromising the quality issues in terms of quality of drugs. There are challenges, of course, in terms of testing, in terms of time testing parameters, or in terms of release of drugs within the time frame. That's a big challenge. But we have strengthened, we are still augmenting the facility in terms of clearances at the ports or in terms of testing facilities at the mini testing laboratories or the exclusive testing facilities for biologicals and vaccines throughout the country. We have notified laboratories, and the new areas how we have enhanced. We have entered into a field of new domain. That's the medical devices. That's another challenging, and because we almost 80% of the imports of the medical devices into the country. Under the Atmanirbhar scheme, there were parks, medical device parks were announced. The medical devices bill, the medical devices rules were also there. And now there's a draft bill. There is a draft bill. The drugs, devices and cosmetics draft bill is also being in the public domain, and it is also it is going to be placed before the parliament. So we moved from the 1940 Drugs and Cosmetics Act now to the 2022-23, the Drug, Devices and Cosmetics Bill. As we see, we have scaled up. Government has announced a lot of schemes in terms of medical devices. That's a big area apart from drugs, pharmaceuticals. Probably we expect that the devices is going to be another hub for the India in terms of manufacturing capabilities or testing capabilities. So that's how the government has taken a keen interest in terms of the medical devices. As you all know, the registration processes, the import licenses, how we have made it online. It has made it easier, and it has made it such easier that even you can the receiving, and you can with the timeline, with the time frame, you can receive the licenses, either in terms of personal imports for the patients or in terms of imports of the registration and import for the medical devices, pharmaceuticals, and cosmetics. So we have integrated the system. We have reduced the, based on the risk-based sampling issues, inspection issues, physical inspections, etc. And we rely on those things. We rely on the strengths, on the standards of the regulatory system. In terms of exports, the ease of business has been leveraged, that there is no clearances. The clearances is straight away from the customs department. CDSCO officers were not involved except the merchant exports, wherein it is purchased and then being exported, where we ask the minimum documentation. Otherwise, this is completely as part of ease of business in terms of exports, straight away based on the standard documentation procedure, and relying on the documentation procedure, either from the licensing part of it, or the products, or the certificate of analysis, etc., or the shipping bill or invoice, etc. They're all, the customs department looks into that, and it is being cleared. So therefore, as part of ease of business, increasing the ease of business or augmentation of facilities in terms of manufacturing, testing capabilities, or approval processes, the CDSCO is being augmented. It has its facility in terms of the regulatory ease and regulatory clearances at the level of headquarters in terms of approval processes, or in terms of clearances at the ports, airports and seaports. We have many challenges in terms of re-imports, wherein probably there are some issues are there, where especially in terms of the re-imports with respect to the APIs or biologicals. So in terms of re-imports, how reprocessing is being done, and then again quality is being checked and exported. There are challenges, definitely there are challenges, but in order to mitigate these challenges, in order to take these, in order to avoid these risks, policies have been framed, regulatory framework has been strengthened, and it is always, it's a dynamic process, both in terms of the guidelines which we frame it, the ease of rules, or even the present bill of the drugs, devices, and cosmetics bill, which includes not just manufacturing or approval processes, but also imports and exports as well, with respect to drugs, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and the medical devices. As you all know, the medical device rules have come in 2017. The cosmetics rules have been came into 2020, and the new drugs and clinical trial applications and approval process in 2019. So we have come up with a long way from devising the rules and going into the enactment process right now, both in terms of medical devices. The devices also is being there. If you can look into the web page of CDSCO, how we are registering it's a new emerging area, the medical devices. You can see the Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class D, based on the risk of the medical devices, which there is, we have given a timeline for voluntary registration for Class A and B devices from 1st October 2022. It is being implemented for voluntary registration of Class A and B devices, and Class C and devices take another year from 1st October 2023 for voluntary registration of the medical devices of risk-based C and D category of devices. So it's going to be another big hub apart from pharmaceuticals, the medical devices, an emerging area. And especially if you can look into the issues, both the devices and the in vitro diagnostics. And we have seen how we have overcome during the pandemic also, how the RT-PCR test has been done, how the rapid checks have been done, how the ELISA tests have been done. We have tremendously, we have imported, and now we are slowly coming up into that as per imported raw materials. But we have devised now, we evolved. There's so many startups in India where even the in vitro diagnostics are being devised and is being manufactured within the country. So we have come over all the way, and truly we are emerging from the manufacturing capacity and capabilities to the next phase of innovation capabilities. That's what the government of India is thinking, and various stakeholders, both in the Ministry of Chemicals, Fertilizers and Pharmaceuticals, as well as Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, is looking into the brighter prospects of how the pharmaceutical industry not only serving the self-reliant to the country, but also supplying the global level. As you all know, how India has been from an importing country to a self-reliant, and today we have reached a stage where it is we are exporting globally many and more quality reliant. We can say the recent incidents, that's an exceptional cases which the government is thinking, and they will nail it. That's a different issue, but altogether we can see that the quality is definitely, it will be there, and the regulatory system is being strengthened, and we have various stakeholders in this process, and we have exchanges between international regulatory bodies as well as. So therefore, the systems are being strengthened, and there's no doubt, as we are pharmacy of the world, definitely both, either you can say either in terms of the drug substances or the active pharmaceutical ingredients which we are exporting, or the pharmaceuticals and the medicines, and even including the biopharmaceuticals and the vaccines. The role of this is very important. The challenges which the facing the industry is significant challenging is the logistics issue. The logistics, the last mile delivery is very important, and how the medicine reaches in the shortest time, with the less cost, better infrastructure, better digitalization, and integration of all the departments which are the stakeholders in this logistics is a key issue which can resolve the issues and augment in strengthening the logistics and clearances of pharmaceuticals, vaccines, and medical devices. With these few words, thank you very much for sharing my views, and thanks a lot. And congratulations for this summit. I see that after almost 3 years, we again meet in this Global Pharma Summit. It's a great day. Congratulations. Best wishes to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so very much, Dr. PBN Prasad, for your very valuable insights at this keynote address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with a panel discussion that every single one of you is looking forward to, as it will touch upon the topics of becoming better before becoming big. Are we ready for the next disruption? So we do have all our esteemed speakers amongst us, and just to make it easier technically for the miking here, so for the speakers, here's a request that we will be having you seated in order of the mic numbers that you have received. So the ones that have a mic number right from 1 through 7 will be right here. So well, with that, I now take the pleasure of inviting our moderator for this session, the editor of the Indian Transport and Logistics News, Mr. Reggie John, to kindly join me up on stage. Let's have a round of applause. And I request Reggie to join me, welcoming all our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I take the pleasure of inviting our first panelist amongst us, the Managing Director of the Skyways Group, Mr. Yashpal Sharma. Let's have a round of applause, please. And I request Mr. Sharma to take the seat on the extreme right, please. Thank you so very much. I now take the pleasure of inviting the Senior Vice President and Head of Cargo at Mumbai International Airport, Adani Airports, Mr. Manoj Singh. Let's have a big round of applause, please. Thank you so very much, sir. I now take the pleasure of welcoming up on stage the Vice President for Sales at Cargo Frankfurt Airport, Mr. Roland Whale. Welcome up on stage, sir. Thank you for joining us. I now welcome up on stage the Vice President Sales, Middle East and South Asia, Turkish Cargo, Mr. Burak Omeroglu. Thank you for joining us, sir. up on stage, API Regional Supply Head, External Supply, Global Supply Chain at GSK, Mr. Pramod Patwardhan. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him up, please. Thank you for joining us, sir. I now welcome Mr. Tushar Jani, the Group Chairman, Cargo Service Center. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him. Thank you for joining us, sir. I welcome Mr. Abhishek Thakur, the Managing Director of Odyssey Logistics, to join us. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him. Thank you, sir. And finally, I welcome Mr. Pratyush Kumar, the General Manager, Demand Planning and Logistics Excellence at Glenmark. I request you to kindly join us on stage, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And with all our esteemed panelists up on stage, I hand over to our moderator, Mr. Reggie John, to take it forward.
Oh my God, this is I have like 60 minutes, and this is a large panel. I hope everyone can see.
Almost.
Yeah.
We will ensure that this goes till evening 5:30.
No, I think we have much more things to do. The clock is already ticking, and we will definitely end 59 minutes from now. So the point is that we keep our responses as short as possible, as brief as possible, to the point, and I will also try to ask pointed questions. I wouldn't like to make any more introduction to the topic of the discussion that we have. I think it's up on the stage where we are putting patient at the center of our conversations, and how do we create logistic and supply chain for pharmaceutical and healthcare industry. I remember Mr. Jani made a reference to the complex supply chain for pharmaceutical industry as we proceed to a much more personalized treatments, cell and gene therapies. So I think there is a lot that a logistics and transportation industry can support the global pharmaceutical manufacturing sector. And we have with us two representatives of India's leading pharmaceutical industries. One is GSK and one is Glenmark. Great to have both of you with us. And as you see in the sessions ahead, you will find a lot of shippers, pharmaceutical company representatives on stage, and you will find a lot of them also within the hall. As I said, from 2017 onwards, our aim is to put supply chain logistics head of pharmaceutical companies at the center of the conversation, and that's why we need to listen to them. At the end of the day, I think they pay for the freight, so their voice needs to be heard. And how, as a logistic industry, how we create that ecosystem for them to really function well, and we deliver pharmaceutical products with full integrity. We also have a couple of open questions. It's again based on the video that you have kept seeing in the morning. It's an argument that it's a kind of very healthy debate that we had in 2019. That was actually part of the last panel. How do we assign accountability, responsibility in the event of temperature excursions, in the event of damages, in the event of claims? We will try to address some of them. Probably we may not have answers to all of them, but we will keep the conversation going. And it's also an opportunity for all of us to collaborate, to discuss, to carry on the conversation. There's no result that we can expect overnight, but I think we will keep the conversation going, and at some point in time, probably we will have some kind of a result for the larger society. With that note, let me first and foremost get Pramod into the conversation. Pramod, you're part of a very large pharmaceutical company, work with multiple manufacturing sites in terms of your upstream and downstream procurement, distribution, new product launches. with several hundreds of SKUs. Tell us what has changed since the COVID, and what are some of your critical pain points when it comes to logistics and supply chain?
Morning, everyone. Good to have all of you here, and very nice to see so much of energy today morning. Hope that will continue through the day. Just I would like to start with a disclaimer that these are my personal views as a professional and not that of GSK for whom I work. So basically, I think the pandemic has been very different for all of us in terms of it was not a local event, it was a global event. Earlier, supply chain disruptions were really of short duration. This started from nowhere, and when it started, we never knew when it's going to end, and it kept coming in different waves. So it was a very different nature than all earlier supply chain disruptions. So all of us as pharma professionals, we have learned a lot from this pandemic, and it's time to share these learnings through forums like this and ensure that those are embedded in our new normal, as we say. So when it all started, I think the biggest problem for most of us was the visibility across the different supply chain nodes in terms of what is where and what is required, because we need to connect right from the supplier's supplier all the way up to our secondary markets, because every component can make the supply chain to come to grinding halt. So it was important not only to work with our own API manufacturers, but at times we have gone beyond and looked at even the supplier's supplier, because many of them had a large geographical dependence. So it's important to have a geographical dependence to be addressed through proactive risk management as we go forward. It's important to have a supply chain visibility, which I think we lacked, because many of us at that point of time, at least, were working in silos. The shippers, the logistics service providers, our suppliers, everybody was working in their own silos. And I think it was important to get all of us together, primarily for the interests of the patient to whom we serve. So I think that was the biggest learning, how we can have that visibility, how we are all connected, having the right kind of inventory across the supply chain nodes, investing in the right technologies, because technology is going to be the forefront as I think the supply chain evolves and the demand of the supply chain evolves, the demand of cold chain evolves. So investing in technology is key. Investing in people is key, because people are at the center of everything what we do. So how we can connect our people, how we can empower, how we can give them the best technologies, and how we can ensure that they are empowered for the purpose for which the supply chain works. That is how we can serve the patient, which is at the activity center of everything what we do. I think these are the big learnings. It's not an end, but now we have a more robust system in place, more integrated system in place, in which including the pharma logistics service providers are now integral part of the supply chain. There is more collaboration, there is more transparency, and that's it's going to help all of us in the longer run, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Pramod. More collaboration, more processes in place, more transparency. Pratyush, part of Glenmark. Supply chain is getting complex, more and more complex. And the treatment process, there are new treatments made available. What are your demands from your supply chain logistics service providers? And has that demand changed over the last 2 years, particularly after the COVID?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the question. Well, during the COVID, I will start slightly at the beginning of the COVID, when everything was stopped. Glenmark took the initiative to hire a charter plane to get our goods from here to US. Complete. So that's how we broke the non-mobility of the drugs from India to US. And then we dealt well. Of course, the prices shot up. The supply chain in pharma industry, the research, manufacturing, GMP were always the forefront. COVID has made the supply chain come in the forefront now. Not only manufacturing and research, but ensuring the goods reaches on time to in the patient's hand with right quality and integrity has become important. And that's how our demand from our logistics partners have also increased. Our goods are very quality sensitive, of course, but yes, temperature sensitive. Monitoring of the data right throughout the journey from the manufacturer to the customer, consumer has to be done. Technology plays a very important role so that we are always informed about the product movement, what is their temperature conditions, are they in the controlled environment which they are required. Then, and so does the entire chain, right from the warehouse to our airports, inside the plane, or when we unload it, especially when it is on the tarmac. In my experience, I've found that that's the where the good training is required, the people who handle the cargo, because it's a pharma cargo. And that's my expectations from the logistics team. Airlines, there are quite a few I see here, that good trained people specialized to handle the pharma cargo. And also, I would like to say, our job is not to deliver to the airport. Our job is to deliver up to the, not patients, then at least the customers. So up to then we have to take care of the cargo or the goods which we supply. Further, good distribution practices has to be trained and imbibed as a culture in all the logistics partners. As GMP is in our right, like our veins in pharma manufacturing. Similarly, GDP, good distribution practices, and not only for US and Europe. In the recent example, we can see there was a complaint from an African country for Indian manufactured goods, medicines. So same has to be, and it actually is not good for India's image as a manufacturing hub of pharma. So for across all the regions, be it Africa, Latin America, or Asia, Asian countries, we have to take utmost care of our. That's what we expect from as a pharma manufacturing industry, that when we take so much care to manufacture the goods under right manufacturing practices, right conditions, all quality standards. So during the distribution, it has to be done there, along with the cost, of course, because that's the competitive world. So like type data loggers, which they can give us the temperature reading online. Similarly, the location of our goods, where they are, or once they are unloaded. So
I think,
end-to-end
Pratyush, I think
visibility.
you just hold the handling and the airport part. We have the good boys and bad boys here, so we will get into that discussion. I think my like a follow-up question to both to Pramod and Pratyush. One straight question: are you satisfied with the kind of, or is your desired demand met by logistics service providers? In the scale of 1 to 10, where do you place your score?
So I think all of us, we handle kind of products where those are NPIs, and we serve it to a part of the world where cost may not matter that much. Otherwise, we handle a lot of generic products, and which are always provided to part of population which has huge unmet medical needs. Therefore, what we can provide in terms of the cost cushion is always variable. Therefore, when it comes to the second part, I think working together, finding out more innovative cost solutions, are our existing solutions over-designed or under-designed, how we can have a more sustainable approach, how we can do more of reuse, recycling. I think these are the areas where we will continue to work. So it's a journey. We cannot say that we are happy. We all need to continue to work together and see for continuous improvement.
Score 6, 7.
Some perfectly in that area.
Okay, Pratyush.
Yeah, we are satisfied.
Okay,
Only thing
let
is
me
that
get
we have here for improvement to discuss how further we can improve.
Okay, so this conversation and this conferences are meant to have this discussion and then improve process and improve our quality of service. Let me get Mr. Jani into the conversation. He said about training, and you are a cargo handler operating at different terminals, Mumbai being the major hub. What are your thoughts on what after having heard both Pramod and Pratyush?
Well, I just want to submit, we are the only terminal in the world who is employing pharmacists at our terminal. So that's where it begins. And I think so, Pratyush just said about people should know they're handling pharma. And I said to our people in our terminal, what we tell them is to empathize them, that they're handling someone's life in their hand. So every worker is empathized. And he knows, and I'll just give you a little bit of it. On the vaccine, if you heat it for a more pressure on the ground, the vaccine gets freeze. Now, this is a small thing. But today I can say proudly that our workers in our terminals can identify the drug and say that this is for depression, this is for heart, and that's how they've been empathized to look into what, and our pharmacists continuously training the product of the pharma to our people. So that's small part of training. I think, there were 2 points which came from both the shippers is the integration. And the other came is the visibility. Now, integration and visibility is a partnership and a collaborating process. It's like a nice chef. So whatever you put in, the nice dishes will come out. So it starts from the shipper, how much you want to tell us, about the product, about the process, what critical it is. Give us those input. We are ready to incorporate and move it. In terms of visibility today, I can tell you, we can give you visibility on a piece basis. On your per carton, I can give you that that particular carton has gone into which ULD, right? So your receiver on the other side knows this carton is in this ULD. Now, I can give that visibility to you up to the extent. So the further visibility within that box, you have to do it at manufacturing plant. If that strip has to have a batch number, if that bottle has to have a batch number, and which we have seen what happened with the cup syrup. I'm sure government will go backward, which batch number, how, what happened and how. But I think so it has to be collaboration in terms of training, in terms of process, and we can do that. I think we, India, can deliver this.
Thanks, Sujani. Let me get the airports into the discussion. We have 2 of them. One is the Mumbai International Airport and Frankfurt, very big airports. Roland, we had a conversation this morning, a brief conversation, and said, one of the things that I asked you, the question that I have is, what are the learnings? There are a lot of learnings that you picked over the last 2 years. But then your counter question to me was, what happens your next disruption is completely something different. So tell us what has been some of your learnings and how can that be applied to improve the processes, improve the operations at the airport, handling, and ultimately deliver a much better service and quality to patients.
We, from the last 2 years, 3 years, we are taking away a change in booking behavior of the shippers and the forwarders. We are seeing changes in the way shipments are packed, consolidation shipments versus individual shipments. We saw booking behavior change, internet purchasing going decentralized, basically, and rather than a consolidation shipment coming in with on 10, 20, 30 ULDs cleared with one airway bill, it's like 200, 300 on a flight times the workload to clear that shipment. So that has changed, and we modified our processes. What we are as an airport, we are a point where the mode of transport changes from plane to road, from road to plane, from train to plane. So that is what we are trying to do. We're trying to keep the time, the shipment is between those 2 modes of transport as short as possible. That is our aim. I looked at that video that was recorded in the past, and it says we don't have air conditioning on the tarmac. Yes, we do have air conditioning on the tarmac. So the airports have modified that. We had that before, but we added many of those units because we see the need and the demand for those units. Electronic track and trace. The customer wants to know where the shipment is, when it will reach. If there is a delay, why is there a delay? Those points, it's all coming up. So electronic, and I mentioned that before, sometimes I think cargo and data transmission and digitization are natural enemies. So the large number of members of the supply chain, they all meet at the airports, and it's not easy to connect those. Like you have a shipment coming from an airline, the airline contracts the ramp handler, and then it ends. And on the other side, the recipient contracts the forwarder and contracts the cargo handler. And then those cargo handlers and ramp handlers not necessarily talk to each other. So there's some disruption there. So we're trying to weed out those errors basically, and it's working. We are prepared if the same, and that's what Reggie, what you said. If the same happens again, yes, but nobody was prepared for a pandemic situation that affects our lungs. What's happening when the next one affects our vision or our hearing? You never know. So there is no guarantee that what we have implemented now is going to be working in the future. So but we have to be faster. And what Tusha said, workers, a lot of our blue collar workers, and that goes for many of the European airports. And I don't know, you have enough, that's what Tusha said, but we don't. So we are short of blue collar workers, and the training, of course, experienced workers. As a result of COVID, many of the forwarding community partners did let people go with early retirement and all those. So we learned we will not make that mistake again. It's not a mistake, but if you are a company that is listed on the stock exchange and you're not reacting to changing market conditions, your share tanks. So you have to react somehow. But this was very difficult, and we hope we make that better next time. We are back to normal now. So we're looking forward to being able to service you as the industry in the way we used to do it in the past. Pharmaceutical shipments have not been affected in delay process, but it was the overall market conditions that changed and slowed down the delivery process because people were shipping with air freight not picking up at the forwarder, so the warehouse clogged. They were not picking up at the cargo handler, so the warehouse is clogged. They were not picking up at the ramp handler, so their warehouse is clogged. It was the situation that some of the airports couldn't even offload aircraft because the entire chain was full. So we learned from that, and that's it's not going to happen again, let's say, at least not for Frankfurt.
Thanks, Roland. Manoj, what does perhaps identify maybe one big step that probably you introduced or rolled out in the last 2 years as a result of what the experience that he had during the lockdown, COVID, the experience of dispatchment of those millions of doses of vaccines through Mumbai airport. To be frank, I asked you some time back about the amount of pharmaceutical cargo that goes out of just Mumbai to either to European destinations or passing through Europe. And to be frank, a lot of the people are really not convinced, or they are not really aware of the amount of cargo or pharmaceutical temperature controlled cargo that moves through Mumbai airport. Maybe share something that Mumbai International Airport introduced as a step towards making sure that time and temperature controlled pharmaceutical products are delivered the most effective way.
Good morning, everyone. First, let me say this. The pharma industry has kept us all alive. Thanks to the vaccine, and not only India but all over the world, because we distributed the cheapest vaccine and the best quality in the world. And I would say whatever we have seen COVID impacted and the way we are here today, it's all because we have been given the best of the medicines across, and today where we are, it's all going into the positive direction. So rightly, as Mumbai International Airport, what we have done is we were very fortunate to have the best infrastructure before just the COVID impacted. So we launched the best cargo facility, airport base in the world with the largest capacity, Pharma Excellence Center, which CSC is operating, and they've been doing well. Yes, of course, after a month it impacted, and surely there were a lot of challenges for the pharma industry as well as the airport and the service provider. How do we go about it? But yes, the kind of collaboration happened together within a week, where all the stakeholders worked together. That was a good lesson to see that the communication channel was the most important. That's what the learning process happened, because not a single hour the Mumbai airport was stopped because of the COVID restrictions. So that was one of the key things which happened. This sector is also known by the Indian economy as a sunrise sector. The reason is because this is one of the most upcoming sector which is going to be distributing to the world the pharma which is needed to the world. So for us also, as an airport, as an aviation industry, we have to build in that infrastructure across India, because it's going to go big. As a vision of 2020, 2040, the airport vision is to have around 17 million tons of cargo to be processed from India. So if you see the 17 million ton, I would say 35 to 40% will only contribute to the pharma industry. So there's a big things to do from the airport and aviation sector, because we need to build process, a supply chain and an ecosystem, not only from the airport, but offshore also, so that this synergy will happen and we create this need of the pharma industry to distribute to the world. So this is one of the important things. But on the incoming also, we had 1,000 tons of cargo lying at the airport facility during the COVID impact. And we had almost around 96 pharma companies interacting with us. We synergized together, we formed a group, we connected, because everyone was having a fear that how do we come and communicate to the airport to clear the shipments. But hats off to the whole pharma industries of Mumbai, across Maharashtra and Gujarat, as well as in the neighboring states. They all worked together, and within 15 days we cleared the shipments. So that was the communication channel which needed, that the airport is running, the handlers are working, the ground handlers are working, the airlines are 24/7 working. So it was all about synergy. So this is a very important thing what I learned and experience. It was a hands-on experience, because whole of the team members there working on the communication channel, that was one of the most important things. Second was about the workshop. They're very, very important. There were incidents of actions which was not needed, but it happened. And what are the immediate corrective measures needs to be done? Because ultimately we are here for giving us solutions to the customer. So that really acted well. We formed a core group. We formed a key accounts manager for a group of pharma companies. And these were pits and pockets of actions which, as an airport, try to create those things, a player from the freight forwarders, from the consolidators, from the airline, working together to see that the pharma shipments, not only the temperature control, we almost handled around, in the last 2 financial year, almost 250,000 tons of cargo, pharma, which is the largest. I would say, when I see the data, we almost handle around 58% of the India's export from India, from the airport sector, as the largest player. So for that, we need all together, the pharma industries and all supply chain try to work together. And we've got the best of the freight forwarders, best of the consolidators, best of the airline who are uplifting. They need the quality process. And that's where the quality process has happened. As Mr. Tushar mentioned about, we create a lot of communication and workshops. I think during the COVID period also, till now, almost around 15 to 20 approx, we had done a lot of workshops in our auditoriums across the shop floor. And also we have had a multiple interaction with the stakeholders. As Ronald mentioned, it's a global challenge. Somewhere the ground handler and the cargo handlers, if both the handlers are one agency, it becomes much easier on the SOP and process. But I see the SLA process is the most important. It's not confined to should be between the airline and the handler, but I think it should now go to the next level between the shipper, as well as forwarders, as well as the handlers, as well as the airport. I think this ecosystem needs to be quantified and we need to be written down that this needs to be done. This will help the whole process to see that the efficacy of the product is well maintained. So that's where I'm taking.
Are there gaps like what Roland said between ramp handler and the warehouse. Does that happen at the airport? And do you
No.
have that new arrangements
We-
beginning to be rolled out?
We have worked very, very closely because both the concessions are given by the airport. Be it on the ground handling side, there is an SLA which is very well defined between the airport operator and the concessionaires, and also with the cargo handlers. What we have done is we have documented those processes, and everyone has signed those processes, that handover takeover process, because that's the gray area, and that's what Ronald picked up the right way. Where if the handlers are too different, then the airport has to pitch in to clearly see that the synergy is maintained and those SLAs are there. Performance and the most important is it's not about penalizing the process where they failed into the service. It's all about creating a system where the pharma product is not being hampered. That's the whole objective should be there, and that's what we work together, especially with the pharma product, especially at the CSE terminal, along with 3 ground handlers who are there. There's an absolute SLA well in place.
Thanks. Let me get Burak. I always look at Turkish cargo, and they're like a silent giant. They're like, in terms of the IATA's number based on the scheduled CTK, they're on 6th in the latest ranking. And pharma is an important commodity vertical that they handle. Burak, what do you think is the biggest learning from the pandemic as a global airline? And how can you work most effectively with all key stakeholders to manage a disruption of what we have seen in the last 2 years? How did you do that? And if something were to happen, how, as an airline, how do you manage to create that synergies within the stakeholders of the pharmaceutical logistic value chain?
The biggest learning point from this pandemic, and maybe this can be seen as an advantage for the next disruption, is that the whole industry had been discussing about the necessities or requirements by the customers for a very long time. But the progress, especially in terms of the collaboration needed, the digitalization, the visibility, the progress was quite slow. I think one of the main things that this pandemic helped us on a positive side is that now we are focusing much more on improving ourselves in a much quicker way. And I think everybody is moving much quicker in terms of collaboration, in terms of digitization. The investment is getting much quicker. This is the case for Turkish Airlines, and I see for many other companies as well. So I think the pandemic itself has been like a late coming warning. Even. As I said, we had been discussing a lot, but maybe there was some kind of even hesitance to collaborate in a much proper way between the stakeholders in the industry. But this process all sped up what we are doing now. If we continue in the right direction, I believe that we all know what we need to do. I think the communication is proper. Of course, there are many areas that we need to improve, but we know what we need to do. And if we continue cooperating, investing in new technologies, if we continue this way, we will be in a much better position very soon. Speed is the key. There are a lot of things that we need to do still, but we are in the right direction. About the service levels, I just want to mention one thing. I would rate ourselves a little higher. Maybe I'm a little biased because specifically in terms of pharmaceutical transportation, not only airlines, not only Turkish Airlines, but the whole industry proved to be quite resilient. Because as I said previously, the progress in terms of collaboration, the communication flows, seamless communication flows were not so well positioned. But still, once the pandemic hit, and it was very immediate, specifically for pharmaceuticals, we did quite a good job, I think. Maybe for people who are not in the industry, who are not aware of what's going on, this may be a little different. But thinking about the circumstances, first of all, we became visible to the whole world, which is something that I think we wouldn't prefer, because logistics needs to be invisible, very seamless. Nobody needs to understand what's going on. But for people who know business, who are in this business, thinking about all the struggles, challenges that came very immediately, I think we did quite a good job. And as I said, if we continue this way, if we invest much more in technology, which is something we do, I think all of us, the next disruption, hopefully, is going to be much less disruptive.
Thanks, Rak. I think all of us need a pat on our back. I think logistics have done phenomenally well. We have managed to grab global headlines. This is something like, as Burak said, we should be doing very silently. We have been, I think, all of us have been doing quite silently. I think the virus made us really grab the headline, and I think phenomenally well all of us have done. Let me get Yash as well as Abhishek, the freight forwarding community. You have a lot at stake when it comes to your relationship with airlines and the shippers. Let me talk about the training part that's also came in the discussion. Yes, how important is a trained staff in a very globally connected, multi-location manufacturing, sustainability as a key goals, and the ability to deliver pharmaceutical shipment completely error-free. What does Skyways think about, and what are the plans that you have? I believe that temperature controlled logistics is something that you've been like pursuing for the last few years.
Yeah, thank you, Reggie. So I think training is one of the most important and underrated element in logistics that I have seen. I've been 27 years here. We were talking this morning as well, the importance of training. A lot of times what we are discussing is about post-event, liabilities. We were hearing the video also of, what happens when something goes wrong and who to blame. But training is something that makes you avoid getting into a situation where you have to probably do a threadbare analysis of what went wrong. Training is extremely, extremely, extremely essential. And it's much cheaper than the claims, the disputes, and the time that is actually eventually spent on resolving those issues. So training is extremely essential. And we as an organization spend a lot of effort to train our people, right from commercials to the warehouse team, because a lot of times the mistakes start with the commercial teams. They don't actually happen with the handling teams, because the commercial teams don't look at the documentation right, they don't do the checklist right, and eventually it gets passed on in an inappropriate manner to the handling team. And the handling team, because they're unaware of possibly some of the elements of maybe the packaging, the product, the temperature requirement, that they end up doing something which was not supposed to be done. So you need to have the training right from end to end. And you can't just say that, okay, I will train my handling people, but I will not train the commercial people or the documentation people. So each element of the training is extremely, extremely important. So we take good care of it. We also run an academy, so we teach logistics, and there's no use trying to teach others when you can't teach yourself. So we spend a good decent amount of time doing that. With regard to cold chain, we have been investing quite a bit in this. Pharma sits right in the forefront of our future strategy. We are building a large cold chain facility in Delhi. We're looking at a cold chain facility in the western region as well. About 2,500 pallet positions is what we're building right now. We do have a sizable facility in Delhi, in Mumbai, also in South, to take care of pharma, and not just pharmaceuticals, but also fruits and vegetable industry as well, which also needs temperature control.
Thanks, Yash. Those of you who do not know, actually, Yash company runs something called Logistic Gurukul. It's part of, like, I think this is a larger vision of getting the logistic fraternity to be trained, to be prepared for the future. Abhishek, what, according to are changing demands when you have when you deal with your pharma shippers, pharma customers, and are the demands significantly changed or noticeably different from what used to be before COVID and after COVID?
Thank you, Reggie. Well, in our industry, for us particularly, customers have only two simple demands: less freight cost and delivery of the shipment, express delivery at the less freight cost. So that basic principle will remain the same. Having said that, I would just like to slightly, put lights on this 2 years of pandemic era, wherein, we all had very tough times, and how we rose to the occasion to handle the business when we were almost at a standstill stage on 23rd March 2020. So just to give you a very brief overview, from 23rd March 2020 till September 2022, Odyssey Logistics has handled 80,000 tons of pharmaceutical products, which is all temperature control. So that is the number about, our exposure to the pharmaceutical as a product. And this we handle from 3 stations: Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Delhi. The temperature control logistics is totally a different ballgame as from the other products, what we handle it. So here, everything is more about proaction than reaction. So what we did when the pandemic hit and when the lockdown was declared, that the first message which gave from our computer on 24th of, and this is on record, to all our customers that, sir, we are working, because people who work in the pharmaceutical industry understand that, know that March is always is a financial year closing. So that time it's when the pandemic lockdown was declared, that everywhere there was a pandemonium, what is going to happen, because a lot of shipments had been planned. They had even left from the respective factories, like for Glenmark, for example, it had left from Goa and other places. So there was a need to rise to the occasion, and the first step was to give confidence to the customers that we are there, come what may, we are there, and we will handle the situations. And I can tell you with all humility that, 23rd was the lockdown, and 24th, 11:30, my whole team was in the office. And we take a pledge that we will not shut down our office. Now, the rest is history. We first operated from JW Marriott Hotel because commuting was a problem. So we booked a couple of hotel rooms there. Then the pandemic has spread because they were using it as a COVID center. So their support staff ran away. So then we came back to our office. So for the entire 2 to 3 difficult months, that was from April till June, till the time the impact was too much, we operated from our office. So it was an office come residence and they were working in shift and schedule. Now, why I'm emphasizing this thing is that when we talk about the resilience, that how when a disruption comes, how you address the situation, So the only way, according to me and my team, is that when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. So the first thing was not to leave our customers and give them the confidence that, sir, we will handle. In the month of April itself, we did more than 1,800 tons of cargo. And you can understand that the kind of circumstances which were prevailing at that point of time, now we are very comfortably, in a panel, we are discussing about it. But the first lockdown was for initial 14 days, and then it kept on going extended. So there was a difficult things, but I would just like to mention one point here, which we possibly miss out. Possibly, this is my personal experience, is that the Indian I'm talking about the pharmaceutical vertical, all the stakeholders, whether it was the forwarders, whether it was the airport handlers, whether it was the shippers, we all rose to the occasion and we all came out with flying colors. I mean, it was, I know the people like, inside the pharma companies, I'm talking about Torrent because that was my personal experience with it. They would come even in shifts when there was so much of fear that, and people were getting infected, like first week, second week, and then by May it had spread out, you had those situations. But they all kept the flag going. And if we talk about, about the forecast and about the numbers that, Indian pharmaceutical is rising, it's all because it was the whole chain. It was a whole integrated chain, not one of less. And all of them made India proud on that thing. I can give you one small example of my experience when we were handling. We do a lot of US shipments. In the month of March and April, there was a heavy casualties in New York. New York was bleeding that time. Every day you would listen to the stories that these many people died and all that. The only difference is that, their media didn't use so much of noise when vice versa what they would hear. So shipments were handling smoothly and all. For 2 specific days, my transporter, transporter which we work in US, they could not place the vehicle over there for pickup. And it was a temperature control shipment, so we all getting panic. Then the third day, I spoke to the managing director of the company, and what he said, Abhishek, I have 16 trucks, but all my trucks are kept with dead bodies who have died. And the police have asked us to use it as a cold storage. So we are using it because there is no place to bury them. So it is all in a waiting. These things happen in the most developed country of the world. Comparatively, I've looked back in retrospection, I feel that we as a logistics fraternity and we as a whole, shipper, airport handlers, forwarders, and the airlines, I must compliment all the airlines because they not only kept the operation on, which is very important. Pricing is a secondary factor. Pricing anyway, the customers were willing to pay that because they had to make the consignments arrive there. But they kept operations. So even the airline people who are handling that, they were, and lastly, talking about what Dr. Jani and Manoj said about the the vaccines. Now, again, we had the proud privilege of handling more than 95% of Covishield vaccines from India, from Serum. So we know, me and my team, we know that how it was to, handle it. Again, I would say that logistics is all about how you respond to the situation. You can make, the journals and you can make SOPs and all that. But ultimately, you will have situations wherein you will have to respond to the situation. If you permit me, I give you one small example. We were handling the very first Covishield shipment, which had to go to Bhutan. The king of Bhutan had to receive it. And I was in line with Mrs. Vandana Agarwal, who was the head of, this entire, she was the Ministry of External Affairs. She was coordinating the entire this thing. Our flight was to take off in the morning from here to Bagdogra. And from Bagdogra, it had to come with another flight, which was operating to Bhutan airport. So every logistics was planned up. Everything fine, we had the SOPs, everything. Now, in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, she told me that, what if, the weather gets disrupted? So how do you handle that situation? So then I said, ma'am, then only one thing is that we should keep some surface transportation on standby basis. So in case, if there's a disruption in the flight, then we can take this. But then I told her, ma'am, I don't have any temperature control vehicle right now available in Bagdogra. So I can send it from Guwahati. I have a vehicle available in Guwahati, but I cannot send it there. So then she used her authority and, they created a kind of a green corridor from Guwahati till Bagdogra airport and the vehicle come. But then again, they went one step further, and just before 1 hour before the departure of that flight, she said, no, just wait. I have got an Indian Air Force helicopter ready, and it will be just, it will be placed next to this SpiceJet aircraft, which is landing, and it will go on. We have the videos and all that for that. So it was done, and then we had to change the plan at the last minute. We had planned for Nepal, the Bhutan airline flight. Then we changed it to domestic, at a standby basis. And then at the last minute, the best solution came. Then the Indian Air Force thing came. So this reorientation, we have to keep on changing, according to the needs of the time. But the most important thing is that you should have the right people who are rightly trained, who know their job, who know how to handle a temperature controlled shipment, who know how to handle a vaccine, who know the product, who know that, which is a passive product, which is an active product, which particular product has what kind of requirement, the timelines, etc. So if you have a right mix of all these things, there is a solution. Thank you.
Thanks, Abhishek. I'll have the last round of questions, then I'll ask the audience to interact. My question to both Pratyut and Pramod: what is the biggest pain points when it comes to your daily responsibilities, operations? The biggest pain points as far as logistics is concerned?
For me, I think as we call ourselves as pharmacy of the world, it comes with a huge responsibility that we all need to take accountability of the supply chain security and integrity of what we handle. The moment it is, I think, we source from our suppliers, convert into our factories, ship it out, multiple transit points, finally it reaches the patient. So I think the supply chain security and integrity of it is the most concern for me, ensuring, because it could be our own relative who will be taking the product. So if everybody handles with that care, we kind of have that kind of infrastructure in place, those kind of processes, and those kind of committed people who are driven by the purpose, I think then it will be easier. But that's the single most biggest challenge when it comes to the logistics part of it.
Can you just relax once you are given the shipment to the logistics service provider and you can just forget about it? Or it's like it's a constant stress that you go through till it is delivered?
Typically, things are managed by exceptions. So not every shipment is managed at every point, but there are KPIs. We look at the exceptions, and that's just the way it goes.
Thanks. Pratyush?
Couple of things. First thing is the speed. We don't want our shipments to wait at transshipment points or at airports. Although all the airports have good pharma facilities now, barring few, maybe even at Goa, if you have a pharma facility, it will be great. But yeah, that waiting time has to be reduced or minimized or eliminated altogether. That's one. And second is during the transshipment or during changing of the flights, there the handling of the cargo, of pharma cargo, that I believe is right now the pain point. But of course, we have improved a lot during the years and we are on the right path. It is going to be great. Some good support from all the partners here to the pharma industry.
Thanks. Mr. Jani, you have created a number of companies. This is something that you created. You have a leadership position. And we can bring in automation, we can bring in robotics. Like Roland says that there is a gap in terms of communication between a RAM handler and a cargo handler. Of course, if it's the same company, it becomes easy. That's where it's a two human beings. How do you bring in leadership change when you typically talk about digital transformation? You can bring in the best of the technology, the transformation of human beings, the human people, the human talent that you have. How do you change as a leader? How do you bring that change?
I met Mr. Fred Smith, chairman of FedEx, in 1984. And we were partner of Federal Express as Blue Dart. He made one statement to me in 1984, which is valid today. He said 50% of a business is to move packages, 50% of businesses give information to the shipper where your package is, which is still 84 now, it is still a universal fact. I think the digital transformation would work. We have to build communication tower, and we as a CSC now taking lead into this communication tower. So one of is our Turant app, which you just tap Airwaybill and your consignment, when it is within our control, will tell you what has happened to your consignment. At what temperature it is, which part of the terminal it is it security done, is it custom done? All that information is in your hand. Secondly, we are also now monitoring consignment going to the tarmac. There are cool dollies available. So to answer Shankar, which was then probably a couple of years before, yes, there is air condition on the tarmac if you want it. But everything comes at a cost, right? Because these are costly equipment. Third, what we're looking is people's training, which I mentioned. The workers has to empathize that this is someone's life. If that cup syrup which is gone, if some worker are empathized and say this chemical should not have gone in that, we could have saved 59 children. And I said, that's important, the training aspect. The fourth and most important is the leadership, what we want to do is, which I said in my opening remark, pharma needs an integrated approach. Indian pharma, being generic drugs, has a capability to give global pharma e-commerce. I'm not talking within India. That's the power we have. So Glenmark or GSK or Sun Pharma, whoever are there, or Torrent or Reddy, Dr. Reddy's, can supply pharma medicine to the patient's doorstep after putting an order within 20 minutes. And that should be the vision. And that's what CSC wants to work on, that vision as a leadership, to provide leadership to the Indian generic drug. We can do it. So my idea is, if we get integration together, control, and that's what the integrator does. We have to get the integrator's mind to bring it. And once we have that approach and mindset, nothing can stop us.
Thanks. My next question I will address to everyone. And the question is, how do we assign responsibility, accountability in the event of temperature excursions? He did mention about cool dollies are available in the airport. I've seen it at many places. There is a cost to it. How do you, is the shipper, are they willing to accept that cost? Or how do you actually distribute that cost? Can we use data to assign accountability? Because there's a lot of data that is here. Can we use data to assign accountability? Manoj?
Yeah.
Just keep a watch
on the watch.
So I'll complete all the 5 minutes for me. Right? Okay. Very, very important steps now. What we learned lesson from this COVID. I would treat, this is my vision. Vision has to turn into a strategy. Strategy has to be, in the execution of the strategy, we need to plan well along with the entire stakeholders together. I would treat every pharma shipment as a vaccine shipment. The way the vaccine has been, from the passion, the emotions, and the coordination among all stakeholders was, I think every pharma shipment should be moved as vaccine. Maybe the vaccine SOP of mind and heart together has to work together. That's first step number one. I believe we all are, some extent, every stakeholder are working in their silo. Not silo in terms of their accountability, they're taking care of their areas of operations. But I would like to synergize those operations into a KPI where even the cargo handler and an airport operator, we have making a lot of digital corridor and pharma corridors between 2 airports or 3 airports, one in Europe and one in US as a part of our POC. But we know that POC should be in the execution of in reality. So I would say if any shipment coming out from Mumbai to any part of the world and vice versa, the airport and the handler and the airline from the departure, every customer, every stakeholder should know the shipment has reached to the right destinations and it's a green tick on KPI, which digital plays a very important role. So suppose if I'm moving around 10,000 shipments from Mumbai, 10,000 shipments have a green tick of all KPIs being achieved. All the performance parameters have been achieved. And that's my vision, is that we create that ecosystem in reality and not by words.
Roland?
What I would like to add is the cargo communities, and we see that, and we've worked with them in Frankfurt, the collaboration of all the players in the field, in the airport, it paid big times. And step outside the box, think outside the box, and then basically don't look at your neighbor as a competitor in a situation like that, but try to aim for the same goal. And it worked, and I think that's where we're going to be going.
Burak?
First of all, we mentioned a lot about collaboration and cooperation between the stakeholders, but maybe the first step is the collaboration internally between all the divisions of one single company. The first thing that we need to do is the visibility is there internally first. This also needs a lot of investment, which is also something we are focusing on at the moment. So we have to first break the silos internally. We have to understand each other because in a way, every department doing its own job and trying to provide its services may not suffice in many cases. So this is the first thing that we need to excel and become much better as a company. All the processes, all the information flow must be perfect within the company first. And then it comes to information flows with our partners. As I said, this is in a much better position at the moment, and we are moving much faster. We understand each other. I think trust is also improving between the stakeholders, which is a must if you want to share information and serve your customers in a much better way. But we are also in the right direction in terms of information flow and understanding each other, or willing to share information. We are in a better position overall.
Yes, use of data to assign accountability.
Yeah, so Reggie, data today, data, AI, IoT, these are very, very powerful. They have become very powerful tools that one can use to avoid issues from happening. You've been talking about, again, where does the liability sit? I think today you have data loggers, you have sensors to tell you before an event occurs that something is about to go wrong in the entire chain. Today, we have the possibility of API integrating softwares between all stakeholders, right from the shipper to the airports. Everybody involved in the entire chain can be linked. And today you have gadgets, you have equipments that can actually help you to predict something is about to go wrong, instead of trying to know what went wrong, where it went wrong, who did it. So data is definitely something that can be used. You can use historical data to analyze where exactly most of the lapses have possibly happened in the past. And you could use, like I said, the gadgets of tomorrow, which can make sure that the things don't go wrong. The idea of an ideal logistics supply chain is nothing goes wrong. We need to be efficient right from end to end instead of fault finding.
Abhishek?
Yeah, I agree that data is very important and critical. And today, our shippers mostly are very much, they need the data for them to analyze it at their plant level also for how they can plan the future shipments. So information dissemination from the respective stakeholders, whether it is airline, airport operators, terminal handlers, all this data, and of course the transporters. Transporters, by and large, with these GPS-enabled vehicles, we get the data immediately at both pickup and delivery end. But the information coming from airline takes a lot of time, particularly for passive products. Kappa, most of the airline takes a lot of time, and this is a pain area for the shippers because sometimes the product goes on hold, it's not released. So these are the key pain areas. I think data dissemination from the respective stakeholders to the end customer, because we all are working for the shippers. So that is a critical key point.
Thanks. Time's up, but open to questions from the floor. Can we have a mic around? There are 2 hands already up. Please make the question as brief as possible, to the point, and just identify yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Rajesh Pednikar, and I would like to thank and acknowledge all those on the dais and also in this room and outside this room for taking us, bringing us alive out of the pandemic. Having said that, Mr. Jani mentioned about the episode in Gambia. As of now, at least WHO has not confirmed that the syrup was the only reason. It could have been bacteria E. coli. Even the High Commissioner, Mr. Mustafa, for the Gambian government has to confirm that the report is not yet out. That is one. And a lot of Chinese companies are selling spurious drugs in poor African countries and branding them as made in India just to damage our image. So just to clarify that. One question I have for the manufacturer is we can be resilient till the point of cure when the product itself is resilient and stable. So the electronic industry, the products get affected due to moisture. They add silica gel packets, if you see in the consignment, which absorb the moisture and protect the electrical components. So what are we doing? Are we looking at a thermal stabilizer which we can add to the product, which will absorb the heat and stop the disintegration of the API within the formulation? So what research is going on to make the product inherently stable? That is my first question. Second question is to the logistics service provider. This year, because of inflation, pharma companies are going to get knocked off on bottom line by almost 20%. So how are we bracing up to support them by looking at our own costs and optimizing the same? Thank you.
Prabodh and Pratyut want to take the first question.
I think it will be difficult to get into the specifics, but certainly we, as well as I think many other companies, are working with logistics service providers to look at existing solutions, whether they're active or passive. Are they really over-designed or under-designed, and what are the opportunities? Because finally, we have to ensure the product reaches the patient at an optimal cost. So certainly the collaboration, the deeper understanding, use of SMEs, and the entire ecosystem working together is something we are looking at internally, and that's the way forward, I understand.
Pratyut?
I'd just like to add one thing. The solution, as you mentioned, so we are using gel packs for our tubes and ointments, that is semi-solid products. It's a very good solution. It doesn't impact our temperature throughout the journey. Now it poses another challenge. What to do with that gel packs when they reach US? Because that's not the product which we consume, it's just for the packaging part or just to save from the temperature excursions. So yes, right now we are having the solution in packaging, and in product also, stability data are getting generated. But yes, we have a long way to go for that. That's what I will say right now.
Reggie, here I want to say on the packaging, I think the logistic industry, in terms of airline, airport, forwarders, and the manufacturer, it's time that we work together and get research done collectively to figure out what can go, in terms of size of the product, cartons, in terms of the quality, what type, temperature, whatever may be. I think it's time that we have a collective research, maybe IATA, maybe, other bodies need to do it together.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion.
And we are happy as a Mumbai airport and as CSC to lead this in our pharma forum, to work together onto the research on the packaging.
Okay. Someone wants to take the second question, inflation related. Okay, Abhishek and Yash.
Yeah, I think we will have the common answer that freight cost is depending on the airlines. So we, as a logistics service provider, have a very minuscule role to play in that. But of late, the prices are already on the downslide. So we hope that it will further stabilize. Maybe not exactly to the pre-COVID times, but somewhere close to that in another 2-3 months' time.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a very constant that a role that an LSP plays towards cost optimization for the customer, and not just now, but even in the past, we have been playing that role, and we'll actively work with the customer to ensure more efficient loadability. To with the same kind of a move, you are able to bring in more optimization of your logistics. So right from packaging to storage to distribution to airlines or shipping lines, we work constantly with our customers to bring down the cost for them.
Can I step
Yeah, okay.
I think what I said was the collaborating and cooperating. If the 20 large export company out of India use the same infrastructure they're using in India, like airport infrastructure, on the other side, optimize their costs and do a distribution, your cost will go down as a product from India. Japanese do that. You know, if you see Japanese product, they're all competitors, but they store at one place. All these big people are competitors, but the material come to our terminal, right? And the wall breaks. So same way, if they collaborate, if we as a country, and say put an India pavilion or India zone, you know, maybe in Europe, maybe in America, maybe in South America, let all Indian product be stored there. So the cost automatically go down with the scale.
Burak, you want to step in because inflation is not just, it's a global, and I think a lot of the IMF outlook, it seems to be quite bad for the next year. Cost is going to be an important factor.
First of all, in terms of pricing, I hope it was all dependent on airlines. I don't agree completely, at least. The pricing, of course, is all dependent on the market realities. And at the moment, as we all know, the air freight costs are declining quite swiftly, which can be a support on the other side, because yes, inflation is there, but the supply chain pressure is getting less and less a burden on the shoulders of the producers. So this is getting back to normal, let's put it that way. And it's going quite quickly. We are now normalizing, and the market realities are pushing us to offer much more competitive rates than we used to do during the pandemic.
Thanks.
One point.
Manoj, 30 seconds.
It's very, very important for us, everyone, and of course the freight really matters a lot for a shipper to move a cargo to which mode of transportations. But yes, we have seen off late there is a lot of diversion of air shipments to sea. Multi reasons for it. We don't want to dig into that. But one thing is very, very important for the air cargo industry is that we need to be very sensitive on all aspects of capacity optimizations and be very price sensitive. The reason is the product is going into a different mode of transportations. I think there are capacity which is going vacant. So we need to see that within the country also the freights are more competitive to an extent on a global pattern. And we need to see that the cargo which has moved, almost 30% have moved to the ocean freight, can come back and we can really explore together.
That's actually a really valid point. A lot of cargo is moving to sea freight. Okay, I think there's a question. Yes, can we have the mic?
Yeah, hello, this is Balwant Baka. I'm representing Geodis. I'm heading their vertical in pharma. Customers pay our salary, so this question goes to our customers. Thanks for paying our salaries. So we are talking about present and we are talking about future here. I see, and we are talking about transparency, cost, and whole lot, which is in terms of even costing. We are discussing a lot of costing here. I'm lately seeing a lot of platforms coming from customer ends also, which is Aribas and GoCommerce, where you're just filling in a price and then you get awarded, you're awarded with a shipment. So is it AI going to be talking to AI, and is human interaction fading away? Is that the scenario in future? How is going to be like? I've worked on these tools myself, so I have slight visibility of how they work. So some of my clients are seated here only. So if they're using Aribas or GoCommerce, so I'm sorry for that, because I want to know more about it, because what's churning behind clients' mind when they are awarding these shipments, because there are various freight forwarders like us in market, and we are going and talking to clients, selling each day. But what is happening behind the scene is something, and we're talking about need behind the need here. We're talking about delivering pharma, and it's not fashion retail, it is not automotive. So coming from that, there I would like to hear from customers here. And that's the question I have.
Basically, we need human beings, not a robot at the end or a bots at the end to interact, because as she said, we're dealing with a pharmaceutical product. I don't know, anybody wants to answer that question? You should stay back. I think there is a discussion in the afternoon on technology, digital transformation, use of AI, IoT in supply chain and logistics. If anyone wants to attempt that question.
I think it's a reality given, as you grow in your next generation, there will be no human connect, right? So if anybody optimization, you would do the same in your own company. You would put reverse auction or whatever, which can optimize your costs. And it's a reality. And the air freight, take it from me, in 5 years from now, is going to be a commodity which will be sold on Amazon platform. Your mother can book a shipment on Amazon platform of 10 cartons, sending to her son the food. The Amazon man will come, pick it up, put on Amazon aircraft, and deliver on the other side. So that's the reality 5 years from now. So what are we talking, Ariba? We're going beyond Ariba now.
Freight forwarder will still be there.
I'm not saying no, but I'm just saying, that's what's going to come. I mean, we all can be, optimistic and say freight forwarder will be there, but the biggest challenge for us as a service provider, now our customer has come into our business. How do I compete with him? The Amazon was contributing 4% revenue of FedEx and 2.5% revenue of Federal UPS, right? That has gone. Now, I don't know how the airline or the integrator will react to their own client who is coming into the business competing with you. So, I see a different future, time to come. The air freight will be commoditized, will be sold on platform.
Thank you.
Keep the question alive, and we will discuss this in the sessions ahead. Okay, there is one more hand. Okay, there's different. Can we also get a mic at the end?
Yeah, Ravi. This is Ravi Kumar from va-Q-tec. One point which I wanted to clarify, Mr. Jani mentioned about the packaging and research on packaging. At least from a va-Q-tec point of view, we are a packaging specialist, and we have been putting a lot of effort on bringing in new materials, new packaging technologies for the last 20 years. So the technology is available in the market. When we are talking about quality packaging solutions, it comes with a cost, of course. We need to look at scale. How do we balance the cost versus scale? That is one thing which I would like to mention. And continuation to this, there is one question which I was eager to ask Mr. Pramod. When we are talking about compliances, or rather 10 years back, we were all harping about the infrastructure at the airport. The airline is not doing this, or airline has to do this, airports have to do this, the transporters have to do this. Probably we have come out of that age, and then all of us, together we have built that infrastructure. We have that visibility today. One thing what I foresee or I see in the market today is basically still there is a awareness issue. There is a compliance issue with regard to the pharmaceutical shipments, though we expect that the others should follow all the regulations, all the SOPs. But why don't we improve our packaging solutions? Why don't we bring in that compliances into our systems? As the Indian mentality goes, that we do only when there is someone policing us. So, Mr. Pramod, this is very briefly, I want to understand from you, since you deal with many other external manufacturers and suppliers, how do you balance the pressure with regard to cost and compliance?
So, I think very good question, and this keeps coming to all of us whenever the margins are really thin, and it's absolutely important. But at least the organizations in which I have worked, they always prioritize the fundamentals. So there could not be a differential quality if the product is going to A market or the product is going to C market. And we always believed in that it's okay to lose a market share, but anything we are doing by compromising the fundamentals could be really short-lived.
Is there one more question there? Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Vandana. Actually, this role is Global Pharma. I want to know, would there be anything large-scale improvement in centralized documentation between logistics, supply chain, manufacturing, and as well as a bonded warehouse, like globally? Would that be discussed in part 2 of our session, or any comments? Like, because I think centralized documentation and transparency would be the best.
Manoj?
Yeah.
Centralized documentation.
I think it's a very, very valid point what you're mentioning about. That's where I was in my last point, which I was raising, that it's very, very important that every KPI of every stakeholder needs to be properly done with. And this documentation plays the most important role because the dwell time goes up. And because of the documentation deficiency, there is a delay in the process also of acceptance and delivery. So right from the departure to the arrival and actual distribution from the final end. So I think it's a very valid point. I think we need to elaborate that more and get work on this, because this is a very, very important and going forward strategy where we have to work together. At the airport and the ecosystem of airline handlers and the freight forwarders, we can do it. But from the manufacturing to the consumer, we need to see that we can also synergize together on that.
Yeah, because I know that the bonded warehouse is all ready, but sometimes there's a leak time as well.
Very
so inventory, and
very
it's very important because it saves cost.
The challenge remains between the origin country of their regulations, where certain compliance documents are there, and at the destination. So I think it's more of how do we collaborate together, but at the same time, what documentation needed for country to country, and that can be worked together. So airline plays a most important role because they transfer the goods along with the documentation and the data.
Yeah, more of teamwork between pharma and cargo.
Sure.
Thank you.
I would.
The government has done it with UNIT from the government side. I think it's the private sector which have to do. The shipper, forwarder, handler, airport. That part, if we can do it together, sure, we can answer.
Stay back. There is something coming up on your lips, so please don't go away. At the last question, I'll take one more question. You can pick up the mic next.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Santosh Mishra. I am representing as a Skyways group. I have been handling pharma company from last 27 years with all various shipping lines. I have been worked, not on the airlines front. The pain point, what I feel, what I have been experienced last 2-3 years today and till today also, the connectivity, we have been talking about the connectivity, whether it is air or sea, wherever it is there. But still, the thing is that we have been seeing the connectivity is that not gone at that scale where we feel as a logistic it should be done, as a customer also. So, and the second point is the damage of the, I think the dumping of the cargo of the pharmaceutical. Last, I think, I remember in 2019, we have discussed about the dumping of the pharmaceuticals and everything. Mr. Jani also mentioned on that. Did we have raised from there, or still we have been, how we can control that dumping? We are recycling it, and what is the other we have taken the step out of that. Glenmark, because GSK and Glenmark is already here, so we can have I can have an explanation from them. Just a quick question arises from.
Pramod, you want to attempt? Or did you get that question?
No, I did not follow dumping. I also could not follow. Probably.
He's talking about the dumping of the pharmaceutical.
Yes.
The waste. I believe waste.
Rough handling of the.
Rough handling.
He's also talking about the storage part.
Storage
part at the transshipment airport.
Okay, anyone wants to attempt? Otherwise, we take the discussion after the panel or during the coffee break, because we are already running late. Okay, I think that brings us to the end of this first panel discussion. I'd like to thank all my large panel members here. Really appreciate your thoughts, and it's good that we start with the conversation, and let's stay together. As most of you suggested, that collaboration is really key, and we keep the conversation going. Thank you all, and a big round of applause to all of you.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic discussion. And thank you so very much, each and every one of you, for your participation. At this point of time, I'd now like to request our moderator, Mr. Reggie John, to present all our esteemed panelists with mementos. Now, these mementos are brought to us by Turkish Cargo. So we could start from the left to the right. Let's have a memento to Mr. Yashpal Sharma. And ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. To Mr. Manoj Singh. To Mr. Roland Vale. To Mr. Parag Umaroglu. To Mr. Pramod Patwardhan. To Mr. Tushar Jani. To Mr. Abhishek Thakur. Mr. Prasad, thank you so very much. Let's have a group photograph, please. Thank you once again to our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for being such active participants to this wonderful session. We have another panel discussion after this, but right now we give you a little while to network and, of course, to catch up on some refreshments, tea and coffee, and, of course, a little chit-chat if you'd like to. But we do request you to please keep it really brief and short. Once again, we apologize for the delay in the proceedings. It's 12:10, and we're looking forward to starting with our next session at 12:25. Ladies and gentlemen, we take a 15-minute breather recess, but we urge you to kindly come back to the hall by 12:20, and we're looking forward to getting started with our next panel discussion on supply chain therapy, identifying pain points in pharma logistics. Thank you so very much. speakers as they join us up on stage. We have Mr. Gaurav Arora, the General Manager for Procurement SCM at Stelis Biopharma. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him, please. Thank you for joining us, sir. We have amongst us Mr. Ugrasen Singh, Associate Director, Lead Import and Export and Logistics Procurement at CIPLA. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please. We also have amongst us Mr. Chandan Shirvai, Associate Vice President and Head of Supply Chain at Aragon Life Sciences. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him. Thank you for joining us, sir. We also have amongst us Ruby Abidi, the Director, Air Cargo Partners. Let's welcome Ruby up on stage. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Thank you so very much, ma'am, gentlemen, for joining us. And with that, we're ready to commence with this panel discussion. And for the final time, I request all our delegates who are outside, ladies and gentlemen, please do walk into the hall. You can bring your tea or coffee along with you, but you certainly wouldn't want to miss out on the discussions that are to follow now. All over to Mr. Satish.
Thank you. Is the mic working? Can you check?
Can we have the mics on, please?
Check. Can you hear me? Okay, good. I know we are 12:40 in the afternoon. This session is just before lunch. What's important is that the subject basically that we're going to discuss today is supply chain therapy, identifying the pain points in pharma logistics. I know it's a topic which is been close to my heart, and one of the reasons that I'm involved in the pharma supply chain is that there's a lot of amount of pain for all of you to understand in the supply chain. In the past, it's getting better, but there's a long way to go. Now, why are we saying therapy? For you all to understand the word therapy, if you go on to Google and look at the word therapy, it basically means to say that you're not going to use a medicine or anything, but you're going to give a treatment which will result in curing that particular disease or that particular ailment that exists in a particular person. So is there a way that you can do that even in the supply chain is a question that my fellow panelists and I will be discussing and deliberating during it. But also what we will be doing it is we will be referring to the pre-pandemic situation and the post-pandemic situation, because one needs to understand that prior to the pandemic, the situation was very different. During the pandemic, we ran through a different pain area, and post the pandemic, probably we are hearing different versions of pain. For a simple reason is that there is war situation in certain parts of the world. There is situation in China, which is of a different kind. We are still getting to see the Suez Canal type of a situation. Capacity is coming back, but also regulations getting tougher in certain markets. We are having issues in terms of the GST coming into play with effect on the 1st of October in respect to air freight and ocean freight. But in the background of all this, what is positive for all of us to know is that the government on the 17th of September also launched the new National Logistics Policy. And the National Logistics Policy came into light after a lot of deliberations, and what that can do, or would it add more value even to the pharma supply chain, is what I will be discussing along with my fellow panelists. I am happy that we have a very good panel in terms of a lady, Ruby, who comes from the service or the freight forwarding side, which is the side that I also have been holding for quite some time. But also we've got Ugrasen, whom I know for quite some time, and we've had many rounds of discussion even in the past when he came into Delhi. Then we've got Gaurav Arora, whom also I know from his previous assignments and thing. Chandan himself comes from a completely different background and not from the traditional thing. His pain areas are very, very different. So what I will do is that the way we have structured our panel discussion for all of you to know is that we will start with the opening remarks to really understand what is individually their pain areas. Followed by, I will do a few questions in terms of understanding how we can address them and what else can we do? We will come with our last closing remarks after we give you a Q&A. So I'll keep it specifically for the 60 minutes that we promised sort of it. So I'll start straight with asking Gaurav to start off in terms of what do you think is your pain point area in the supply chain? Over to you, Gaurav.
Thank you, Satish, and good afternoon, everyone. So with reference to the topic of pain areas for pharmaceutical industry, though I would say pain has been much reduced from last 1 decade. So, but still we are satisfied, but we are very optimistic in terms of a kind of a zero pain or zero breakdown or zero OTIF issues, because most of the buyers who buy material from us, who buy B2B customer of us, has a kind of failure to supply penalties in terms of delays. And we can imagine, because expectations are high. Now pizza is delivering in 30 minutes and more than a 30-minute, it's a penalty. For pharmaceutical products also in a similar way, the OTIF is a main issue because we have capacity constraints. We don't have much liberty to change the plan and do the capacity in terms of manufacturing. So we have to be very specific on the SLAs of logistics. Now we have improved in terms of sea cargo, air cargo. There are a lot of professionalism came into the picture in last 1 decade. But I feel in terms of, this is a kind of general industry pain points, which I discuss many times with my colleagues and network, is still a surface cargo, the end point, because either you go by sea cargo or air cargo, there is a significant role of the surface cargo as well to connect those links. And in India, there is still possibility of improvement, because ultimately the truck drivers or that kind of area where we need an improvement in terms of more professionalism. I would say there is a significant improvement, but having said that, we have to look and we have to focus more on the that surface cargo and the truck driver kind of trainings and their significant importance to understand the cargo's importance. One more pain point in terms of pharmaceutical industries, as the previous panel discussion also touched about that point, is compliances. So there are regulatory compliances because most of the manufacturing industry who are supplying the products to US, they have a different kind of compliances set of requirement. Maybe for Europe, there are a couple of several compliances requirements. In India, if we talk about US, there is one called CTPAT. So there is a custom trade a partnership in terms of terrorism. So do we have such kind of each and every minor micro level of compliances in India? Though as an appreciation, yes, in terms of the national logistic policy which has been recently introduced, at least we have something now to start with. I know the policies are being meant to for betterment of the industry, but the execution is the main important point. So I think there would be more possibility to add on the compliances more strict, more user friendly. When I say strict, it is not for the making the silos or hurdles, but it has to be a kind of helping them on SLAs. And third and not the least is in terms of our internal security, in terms of documentation, in terms of training, in terms of logistic team development. So that's, as a manufacturing industry, need to more focus. We are doing already, but we have to be more focused on those internal resources. So these are the three pain points which I could see.
Brilliant, Gaurav. So I think you've touched upon the trucking aspect, which is there. You talked about the regulatory aspect and CTPAT as well. So I think we'll touch base those as we present. So I'll move to Ugrasen point of view, because you also have a big bit of import that you all do, and the pains in import are different from the pains in exports. So probably you can throw some light on those critical points.
Thank you, and very good afternoon to everyone. First, I wanted to congratulate all the partner who we associate with, because without their support, we will not be able to serve the end customer. The motto of supply is, caring for life with low-cost quality medicine. And I really wanted to appreciate Mr. Jani for our exports handling at airport, Mr. Manoj Singh for import consignment. The way we synchronized during the COVID, when nobody was on office and on the road, we are able to achieve clearances of our import and export consignment. But yes, despite saying all those things, we have lots of pain area which is really hurting, or which I'm not seeing a substantial growth or development. One point I wanted to highlight here, being pharma is a more compliant, stringent norm, manufacturing and processes. We manufacture goods in a controlled, very professional way. But once my consignment is out for movement, rather for export, import, the kind of treatment that package get is very painful. And we always have that pain or that thing in mind. I don't know when my consignment is get contaminated, or temperature excursion will happen. I just wanted to give an example, and this example is not from Indian airport, this example of US airport. So we are into different kind of therapy business. For some regulatory market, we are bound to import the raw material and packaging from the dedicated supplier, and we import empty aluminum tubes from US, and we fill the end product, and again we export it to US. The consignment reaches to US airport, it get clearance from airlines, and before loading into ULD and airplane, TSA people inspect those cargo, and I don't know what problem they have. Every time they put cut on my consignments. And being a pharma consignment, if any biocontamination happening to any of the tube, my entire batch is getting rejected. So for me, the pain is getting the consignment in India with a infestation is wasting of money, time and efforts of everybody. My supplier, airlines, airport, my forwarder, my logistic team, my procurement team. And I'm trying to convey this pain to these kind of forum, but I don't see any development, Satish, where people doesn't understand pharma consignment. Though it is a aluminum bottle, but if it is contaminated, any biocontaminated, this is going for this can be hurt a human life. And pharma has a so stringent policy in terms of biocontamination. We reject entire lot. And this is the pain which I wanted to highlight on this platform also. Guys, please understand pharma business. This is not a regular consignment. Any contamination, any damages to any packaging is going to huge loss, and which is ultimately impacting my patient who want this medicine. This is one point. Another point I wanted to highlight in terms of moving cold chain consignment. If in today's scenario we are talking a lot, if you see on paper, we look so good, fabulous. But ground reality, it's 100% adverse, which is an area which we, as a I invite everybody. We need to look into this, and with the collaboration of everybody, we need to transform those ideas which are looking fabulous on paper on the ground, which will going to help everybody, being a consignee, consignor, airlines, airport, and the forwarder. Thank you.
Thanks, Ugrasen. I think you've touched upon imports, the TSA thing, and the rest of them, which I will come back on what the industry has done to address those, because you made a valid observation in terms of saying is that you speak on these forums, but how does it get to it? I think that's something which I will explain on what as India you can do, not in individual capacity, but there are organizations which are taking it up. So now let me move to Ruby from a standpoint of what pain that from a service point, because the last session I saw one of the service providers raising her pain point sort of it. Probably you want to throw some light on it.
Yeah, of course. So good afternoon, everyone. And yeah, I mean, I think it's a great forum where we can actually discuss what went better, what we can do. So 2 years into the pandemic, and the supply chain spluttered, broke down. We had choked airports, we had capacity issues. But yeah, we did a great job. And actually what happened was a transformed supply chain came out. And we have a great foundation right now to actually build on innovation, which probably took 2 decades, but now happened in 2 years. So, so one of the more, critical pain points is not from my, just a service provider, but pharmaceuticals generally save life, improves the quality of our lives as well. So we're all consumers, but the customers, Cipla, Glenmark, everyone actually have to deliver those drugs across the world. So I feel that from our perspective of a supply chain, we are in a baton race, a relay race, where we have to pass on those baton. But with pharmaceuticals, that baton is very fragile. So there are a lot of integration which takes place. And everyone, so from a service provider point of view, my company is actually a vertical, and we've done a lot of innovations, bought in technology for better visibility, more analytics. But what is happening is we come into the picture of only a pickup point to a delivery point. There's more to the supply chain before the pickup, which is planning. So what goes wrong is one problem at the planning stage actually ruins the whole supplier. There are freights not reaching the airports on a timely basis. And this is where we need a problem is integration, and we need an integrated platform. And that platform actually can help all those people who are working in silos to come together so that, yeah, temperature controlled cargo has to reach on time. So, capacity, yeah, we are getting capacity, we are getting those trainings, but those loopholes of temperature excursion, someone said in the previous forum that, yeah, temperature excursions happens at the tarmac. There are congestion. There are some airports who do not have a storage facility. So these, and of course, technology, digitization, we're going a long way in it, but actually the execution needs more fine tuning, more spearheading. We still see, and being a service provider, we get claims, we get complaints from customers. Even today, ladies and gentlemen, in the 21st century, systems are not working sometimes. There's a failure of connecting shipments, the details, the delivery part, the trucking part. So all of that actually alleviates the problem and the pain points. And we are right now, we're being the devil's advocate, bringing out the pain points, but these pain points have to be actually addressed to the stakeholders, not just the government, but everyone, to probably get this moving from right now being 6% of your exports of generic medicines to a better target of 20%, 30%, 40%. So that would be all.
Thanks, Ravi. So for all of us to understand, we've come a long way in terms of the pain, like someone said. So if someone has ever visited a Hyderabad airport 20 years ago, the blue drums used to be kicked from the truck and they would roll on a tire, and no one would realize that that's the way the farmer was dealt with it. From that to getting to pharma zones in the country, I think we've come a long way. All our major airports have pharma zones. People are at least having conferences to sort of discuss these subjects, which I think is good. So I'll go to Chandan now, because Chandan comes from a completely different angle, where it's not size, it is not thing, but comes from a different pain point. So over to you, Chandan.
Thank you. Thank you, Satish, and welcome to all co-panelists and the audience here. And thank you for having me here. See, I represent a CRO CDMO industry. So it's a part of pharmaceutical industry, but not so significant. So usually gets lost into the various decision makings and discussions. But with all the global changes or dynamics which are happening, let me tell you, Indian CRO CDMO industry is getting its own share of value in the global market. People are looking at Indian CRO CDMO industry to play the role which today most of our global players, competitors are doing that. Now, we can be competitive only if there is a sufficient ecosystem, and that is going to benefit all of us. Now, if I have to talk about how this CRO CDMO industry suffers or struggles in the bigger scheme of things. Example, we have certain restricted products. They are classified basis HSN code. You do get the material on the port, you plug in the HSN code. Now, it does not differentiate basis the volume B which is being imported. Now, CRO CDMO industry operates at the lab scale and to a plant scale, but for the preclinical requirements. So they are not typical bulk shipments, container loads and all. So if I am importing a 5 gram of a HSN code which is restricted or under controlled circumstances, not having a exemption or a faster route to do it always derails the whole process. This industry operates on speed. Everything, because we are much before the commercial manufacturing or launch of that product. We are at a stage where it's in the discovery stage, where it's in the lab. People are doing their research, target finding, how it can be done faster. At that time, if we are not able to serve the purpose, people are going to move out. And then that's how the further industry. So if you are doing a drug substance manufacturing at a particular region, then the drug product manufacturing preferably can also happen in that region. Likewise, if you are doing a preclinical analysis or development at a particular region, anybody would like to see how it can move to the later stage. And CROs and CDMOs of earlier were offering only the basic chemistry services. Today, world is looking at integrated services. So where we are doing lab, we are doing preclinical, we are doing the clinical part of it, and then handing it over. And if definitely some customer is interested, we can always go till the commercialization. So this is an industry which operates under the umbrella of pharma, but never gets its due. So pain points, if I have to speak about speed, one thing which I was sharing with our co-panelists prior to this session is during pandemic, the interpretation of speed has changed totally.
Correct.
Today, if earlier the speed was X, people today think speed is 10X. People have talked about vaccines can come in 1 year. And buildings in China, 2,000 bed hospital can get built up in 6 months. And here you are taking for raw material to take another 4 weeks and 6 weeks. How are we going to match it? So people's expectations are much higher. And in a B2B industry or service industry, it just gets amplified. So if I have to specify certain pain points, one of the pain points is how we can have harmonization of various regulatory requirements and some categorization or classification depending on the end use or the volume which is being imported. That can be very helpful, especially for the industries which are in these niche areas. You buy some deuterated compounds, some animal, say, hepatocytes or enzymes. You can't make them go through the same channel of scrutiny, which if you are doing at a commercial scale. Second challenge which we are facing a lot, we are dependent a lot on the air transport mechanism. 80-85% of CRO CDMO industry operates with the DHLs and FedEx of the world, and maybe another 15% with the air cargo system. Very few will be dependent on the sea transport or surface transport. Most of the customers are abroad on the western side of the globe, and most of our raw material supplies are on the eastern side of the globe. So we are somebody who is acting as a channel in between. We are dependent on China and all for the raw materials and the specialized materials. And then we do our necessary services and submit the material to the western side. The routing of the air shipments. Now, if I have to just give you an example, if I have to move some shipment by FedEx from Hyderabad, I have to move it by surface, or they will come and pick it up, move it by road to Bangalore.
From Bangalore, it will move to Mumbai, from Mumbai to Dubai, from Dubai to Shanghai, and then to Japan. Say it's my shipment which has to go to Japan. From China, it goes in 2 days to Japan. So how I am going to attract a business of my competitor based in China if I am going to take 6 days and say from China it is going in 2 days. So routing is very critical for us. And in this industry, timelines are counted in days. They don't count in months or weeks. So that's the challenge. Third is the valuation and assessment. Most of the materials which we import and export, they are not commercialized material. They are not well-developed material. They are at a very early stage of the research and development. So the process is not stabilized. Nobody knows what is the fate of that material. Assessing it, valuing it, and declaring the value becomes a real challenge. And many times we get material from client where they don't disclose the exact composition. They just tell us what we are supposed to do. And then if I ask them more details just to arrive at a valuation becomes slightly challenging. So that's the second pain point which we face mostly on the valuation and assessment, just due to lack of commercial availability or a stabilized process. And third one is we are seeing a lot of digitalization happening across various systems. A lot of it has helped, whether it is at the customs processes or various regulatory controls in India. One thing which we definitely want to acknowledge and appreciate is how it has improved the efficiency. The bill of entry filing online and all is definitely helping. But we also need to be sensitive about the agility. Is it also adding on to agility or restricting the agility? Can we create all the permutation combinations and simulations so that it addresses all the requirements, or otherwise you keep some exceptions? If you insist to follow certain process, then it will derail or roadblock certain requirements. So these are my 3 major pain points. So thank you, Satish.
Thanks, Chandan. So having got the pain points now, starting from Gaurav to Ugrasen to Ruby to Chandan, let me give you all a quick insight on what's been happening over the last couple of years as far as all these points are concerned. One, in respect to value and assessment, Chandan, which you touched upon, I think it's up to the industry also to raise this with the customs and Chandan. And a classic example that I can speak about is the mobile industry was facing a massive problem in this country many years ago. If you come from a station called Hyderabad, where you'll never see a mobile import. And I'll tell you, whereas you'll see 90% of your mobiles in the country land in Delhi. Because in Delhi, what they've done is they've literally created a center where the mobile assessment happens. 45 minutes from the time the shipment comes in, there's a gateway, and in Sarojini Nagar, you'll find the mobile phone today. I think that's something which the pharma industry should be really looking at, is that you need to get this to the authorities, one, to get your valuations and turnaround time, especially for the small shipments that you were talking about. You touched upon the aspect of 10x speed, and I'm not surprised because someone said, how do you select a partner and the rest of them? Would you select a Blinkit today over someone else for a delivery today? If people in Delhi know, you sit in your house, you press a button, 9 minutes, for heaven's sake, we don't know, is the guy flying and coming into your house, and before you even walk out of your bedroom, he rings your bell. I think speed is that part of it. Two, also you touched upon the aspect of the way the approvals are being given now for your new medicines in the country. Today, if you study an engineering course in any Indian university, whether it's IIT or B.Tech in anywhere, you invariably have to do a 4 years course. Then only you will be told in April you will be able to get your degree. But for some of you who need to know, if you're studying in a Penn State University in Philadelphia or in any of the US university, you can study maths, computer, and even a 3rd degree if you're capable and pass out in 3.5 years. Because the current generation are faster in their thinking process than what it used to be many, many years. So I think the thought process also in the legislations have to change regularly. And that's something which I think as associations, we will have to take up and tell them that, look, boss, what we did 30 years ago is not what we will need this point of it. But to Gaurav's point, before I ask you all the next question, is that I think trucking is going through a massive, massive change, Gaurav, just to tell you. Control towers are being established. Truckers are monitored now on the number of kilometers they're supposed to do. Also, truckers have their pain points. There's no trucker sitting here, but when I interact with truckers, they say, we go to offload the cargo, but they don't load it. Who's hearing to my pain point? Because when I go to Ugrasen's factory on a Friday, the guy is saying my warehouse is shut only Monday morning. So now you have technology which can tell you how long the truck waited at your place. Ruby may say, "Mera driver to wait kar raha hai." I think tech part is also something which you guys have touched upon. So I think we've got a whole lot of pain points, but the positive thing that can come out of the whole thing is all are addressable in the days to come. It's just that I think we need to see how we can, as a team, address them. But I'll go now to Gaurav back. Now that you've told your pain points and I've given you a little more insight, what would be one thing that you think should be addressed immediately? In sense, you have 3-4 pain points, but today if you say, if my car is broken down, my flat tire has to be fixed, that's your priority. Today, what is that is stopping you really to get your growth up? Because you're addressing the pain point only to increase efficiency, bring in more productivity, and then get your business up to a larger scale. If you're going to wait for 9 days, what is that one thing that you think you should be expecting out of anyone, whether government, service providers, anyone? What is that one thing that you want?
Yeah, good point, because maybe industry to industry or client to client, the priorities can be differ.
Yeah.
But in a larger scale for the pharmaceutical industry, the most priority point to be addressed in terms of the government policies. So like national logistic policy has been introduced, but the execution and the other side way of the NLP to make it success. Because if you see, I'm not saying that India is only a kind of sufferer to that, but you have seen the Swiss Canal issue. You have seen the, even though in India, a lot of time you see Nhava Sheva issue. We are not saying we are bad, but in terms of, there are a lot of improvement is to be immediately addressed. However, government has taken the step to introduce the policy, but the execution has to be have very fast. And in terms of execution, it has to be in a planned way, which can, resolve those kind of SLA issues or CFS issues or stocking issues. Now, coming back, because bulk drug is also a kind of going to be a very, very important pharmaceutical contributor to the country revenue, because most of the bulk drug parks are now already introduced, and bulk drug companies has to have performed their deliveries in time. And because if you are mitigating the procurement risk from China, and if you are showing to the world that yes, you are a second, maybe the first option to them in next 5-10 years for the bulk drug supplier, you have to have a kind of sea freight or sea cargo issues to be resolved immediately. You have to scale up all your capability and agility in terms of sea cargo in 10x time within a 2-3 years, because we don't have time. So this is the first thing which I could see has to be immediately addressed.
No, brilliant. So I'll answer on that point of it in terms of the legislation execution. At least glad India took the final step, because for all of you to understand, if you are a freight forwarder today like Ruby and me, they said, to which department do you belong? He said, na gar ka, na ghat ka. They said, why? He said, Ministry of Civil Aviation disowns us. Ministry of Finance only remembers us when the duty has to be collected. Ministry of Shipping says, tu kon hai? You are not the owner of the cargo, you are not the owner of the container. So we were disowned for the time. We got independence, but I think the freight forwarders never got their independence, honestly. It's only now that the government finally thought that we are important post the COVID situation, that we got some bit of now recognition, and that's how the logistics policy considers as some part that we are useful people. And for some of you who know and who would understand, 30 years ago, a freight forwarder getting married was like a miracle. No one would give us a girl also, because they karte kya, dabba utate ho. Now the things have changed, which is a good thing. We are able to wear suits, sit in 5-star hotels and talk on platforms today. So the good part is that Ugrasen himself acknowledged that his service providers have contributed. Ugrasen, thank you so much, because most of us in the logistics industry went through even lathi charges during the COVID time.
Yes.
So if you ask me my pain point, there are of a different kind, which I will explain. But I think one, I should compliment the industry for recognizing it. But from your standpoint, apart from the import constraint, because that is something which is in the US, which I may not be able to immediately address it. But what would be one big ticket item like what Gaurav mentioned, the legislation aspect, for you that we should be looking at?
So for freight forwarder and airlines, I'll say bring back the cost to the pre-COVID level.
Okay.
So Sanjay, we have a very, as you know, supply is known for low-cost medicine, and we are more into, NGO kind of, support we give. And we have asked from management to, bring down the cost, because we don't want to pass these pain to the, our end customer. So for airlines and freight forwarder industry, I will love to see the, pre-COVID price level. For the customs, they had did tremendous in terms of processes and everything, but still there is a lag in terms of everybody know the faceless assessment. If my bill of entry goes for faceless assessment, somebody is sitting in Sikkim, and it took me 5 to 6 days to identify the person who is going to assess my bill of entry. There is no information, nothing is given on the custom portal. They have number, they have everything, but nobody picks the number. Nobody respond to the email. So these two things, what I see, on a priority basis.
Good. Ruby, you would probably come in a different angle, is that ठीक है, cost तो कम कर देंगे, payment कब आएगी हम? ठीक है. So what would be one dream wish for you as being in the industry before you probably look at some other industry?
Okay. So, no, I wouldn't say, payments and all these are very small things when we actually take a step back and look at, what we were able to do. So what we from the service provider would want is the industry to grow, the exports to grow, so that, and how will that grow is, of course, better visibility, more technology, and that is how the industry will grow. Freight forwarder will ultimately grow with those volumes.
Absolutely.
So of course, that's not my problem of when the payment would come in. And but yeah, of course, one thing I would like everyone who's asking for a low price is that pharma is a little different from the other supply chain. General commodity, auto parts. You have a lot of consequential. It needs to go into a temperature control, like you said. It gets contaminated, and you lose the value of the product. So here, saving on some smaller costs and paying a lot of money on the consequential problems would be, I would say, a bad idea. The thing is that once the infrastructure and there are more pharma parks, there are more transportation, and then the scale grows so that the cost ultimately goes down. And that's how, and then we will be able to buy service from, TK is here, Qatar is here. So all of that capacity comes at a cost. And we would be able to deliver more service with a premium cost, so that you save not just 10, 20 cents of freight, but tens of thousands of dollars on your product going to the new markets and going to the end consumer, and you can get your magnitude of money from there. So it would be like you can let go of that penny and earn a pound.
Oh, great. So you really nicely put it across, is that the size of the cake needs to increase, which basically means that you said, Ugrasen, you can come in.
I just have a small point for Ruby. One, in terms of visibility, yes, we are working, towards the visibility. I just wanted to give a small example what we are doing. So we are, developing, on the verge of developing by 1st November, we are going to launch that platform, wherein a punch PO is getting punched in system, and in a 30 minutes time, you will be get intimated that Cipla has punched this PO with this delivery date. So those kind of visibility, yes, require for planning to you, to airlines and everybody. And we understand that pain, and we are working very, strongly towards those points. So which will be a very good thing. A PO is getting punched by my buyer in my plant or my factory, and in 30 minutes time, you're getting an email intimation that Cipla require 1 ton of material from US by end of this month. Number 2, the pricing part. See, pharma is not good to go things. It is must. And we cannot, go and say, customer, boss, I will say this, sell this for 100 rupees. If you have price, buy it or leave it. No, we cannot do this. And that's why we want your association, airlines, freight forwarder, all the partners related, how we can bring down the logistic cost so medicine can be reached to each and everybody who, in a need of medicine. That's it. Thank you.
So let me add to what you said, Ugrasen, and what Ruby said is that cost reduction is a factor of many things, and it's not just one part of it. And Ruby touched upon the aspect of compliance and sort of it. When you start training your staff today, you want to do a pharma aero course, you want to do a GDP certification, it comes at a huge price. Now, a call that the pharma companies also need to take is that, do you see value when you hire these partners who have these certifications? So one is, these are not glorified certification, because every 2 years you have to still pay. If you need to do an IATA certification today, $90,000 is what you have to spend. So I'm just reminding everyone in this forum and rest of them, the airlines go for IATA certification today. They have experts sitting sort of it. So the pharma companies should actually tell, do you see value one in that? Because that's a cost which I have to factor in. But like one of the previous panel, someone raised the question is that if you're going to work on Ariba platform, the Ariba platform doesn't identify whether you are GDP certified or not. Now, do you have a mechanism for that is a question that we should be really asking, because if you want one point that I raised and which you nicely said is that you're coming with a platform, is I was speaking in Abu Dhabi in one of the conference and I said, can the pharma companies promise on this platform that you will give me a forecast which is 90% accurate? I'm not asking about 99%, because you want your medicine to go 99% guarantee. Will you be able to give? He says, no, I can't give you a forecast. I said, but how many years you want your forecast to be fixed? Because your demand planning is all, your SNOPs and rest of the subjects that you discuss are all about getting your forecast right. I said, today when you have technology, you have historical data, why can't we sit together and get the forecast right? One. Two, I think what is important, and when I come to Chandan, I'll talk about it. When can we get our trust factor between partners increased? Because today, a lady who goes into a kitty party in Delhi has a higher trust factor than people sitting in the supply chain discussions. This is a reality. And if we can't fix this and get the trust factor higher, because today when I buy your medicine, it's a white color capsule, I consume it, drink this water, and believe that tomorrow I would not have my temperature of 104 will come down. When a forwarder tells you or your partner tells you, for heaven's sake, let's start trusting our partners, so this is right for you, then I think your cost will come down drastically, because he knows something better than someone else, and which is why he's in that business and you're in that business. I think that's one other observation that I've been telling people is that you want your cost down, tell your partner, let's find ways. We're not going to use pallets from tomorrow. Let's move to slip sheets. Instead of putting it in a 40 feet, can we get into a 40 feet high cube, get 3 levels of stacking, get our package thickness increased by a certain amount of GSM so that it doesn't shrink down. I think those are areas where I'm very pro. And just to tell you, we've set up our first innovation center in Hyderabad for supply chain, and we partnered with University of Birmingham and Central University of Hyderabad as this new step. How do we really innovate to maintain the cold chain? Because if someone doesn't get the universities involved, then I don't think the costs are going to come down. And government is also dreaming very big without understanding where from the cost comes in. And I think for all of you to understand also is that 85% of the industry is not educated. That is a staggering number. There are very few MBAs who've actually studied supply chain. They would have done some bit of supply chain and they're here by accident, because forwarders have come by accident, not by choice. So this is the reality. Sorry, Chandan. So probably one last thing before I give it to the house to speak. Maybe what is your priority now? Getting your small shipments out fast?
Yeah, so the priorities, we deal with too many departments, some under national control, some under state control. We are talking about national single window system, ULIP and all. Maybe an effective solution to it where A shipment comes and everything can happen in a very integrated manner. Whichever department has to give the assessment or approval should happen digitally with some time-bound SLA and with some practical approach. It cannot be driven by theory. So that's the highest priority, because that is one thing which I feel will really help me achieving that speed which we are talking about.
Great. So one of the research that was done is that today, to get your shipment out from the country, you enter the same data 17 times. I may be wrong in terms of that the number could be lesser, could be higher, but not lesser. Because from the time you raise your purchase order to the time it reaches your destination, including a gate pass plus your trucker's invoice and the rest of them. I was glad that even Manoj was there at the logistics policy launch in Delhi. The government understands and the Prime Minister understands that this is a big pain point. The PMO's office incidentally tracks your IP address, if you all did know, on which officer's file actually the file is sitting now. So that's a good development in terms of it. But I know the faceless assessment has been a pain area. So maybe before I get to your closing remarks, I will leave the floor open for questions to the esteemed panelists, and then we'll do sort of it. I see one hand straight away going up, which is a good sign. That means he's not hungry. Can we have the mic to the gentleman here, please?
Thanks, Raju, for wonderful conduction of this, panel discussion. So you mentioned about, people in logistics not having a formal MBA. Fortunately, I did my formal MBA from NITI, that is Notorious Institute for Torturing Innocent Engineers. It is actually National Institute of Industrial Engineering. So that is one. Second thing, you also discuss about pharma companies not paying vendors on time or delayed payments. That is because we are on the wrong side of the payment receipt system. If you are arranging doctor conferences, we from the pharma industry will pay you advance, right? Because that's where our money comes from.
Correct.
Right? That is one thing. Second thing, you're talking about, multiple data entry. The same data has to be entered into multiple times in multiple systems. This problem will get solved if we have a blockchain policy implemented. Blockchain, you know that once the data is entered, it cannot be altered. It will get into all the systems, the same data, and it can reduce down international logistics documentation cost by almost $150 per shipping consignment. That's a huge saving, plus on the labor, but also a huge saving on the cost. So thank you.
So just to answer your point, why does someone needs to get paid on time? If you are paying $12,000 for a container and you're paying $10 to Brazil, I don't have the working capital to increase it 3 times. So one, people to understand, I will have to borrow that money from the bank and I will have to factor in that into my cost. Because the topic that was given to this panel and the content that was built is that how do you overall bring down your cost? So cost is not one component, in which I clarified to all of you is that in your partnership, it should be a win-win situation. It can't be a win-lose situation. Because ultimately, when you kill your partner at some point of time, he's out of business. And second is, if you want to implement blockchain in the coming days, it's a cost. I'm ready to implement blockchain tomorrow. But I'm asking this house and the panelists here, are you ready to pay that price? Because end of the day, you want a business class seat. It comes at 4.5 lakhs if you want to go to Washington, DC. If you want to reduce your cost, you will fly in economy, which comes with other benefits. So blockchain comes with a cost. And if the blockchain is ready to be implemented, I think we are already ready in terms of 200 people put in our tech center in Chennai already working on blockchain. So you made a very valid point. I'm happy that blockchain has come up as a discussion. Ugrasen should be happy if at some point of time in the next conference, we have a used case study on blockchain really to be presented. We've incidentally presented it in Hyderabad in one of the conferences recently that I hosted, which is done with Dr. Reddy's with the Central University of Hyderabad as a used case already. So I think things are coming, and so thank you for raising those 3 important points. There's Manoj here who's having an question for us. So good.
Thank you, Sadish. We're talking about the cost. Who is the monitor of monitoring this cost? Because there are multiple supply chain players out here. How the cost should be evaluated? What is the ideal cost? Who's going to identify that this is the benchmark, this needs to be done, and this needs to be really monitored? Now, everyone works into their cost element, but when it goes into total, it gets into a logistic cost very expensive. So be it on the airport side or supply chain, distribution, transportations to airline freight. Of course, everyone says the airline freights or the freight shipping line contributes to 90% of the cost factor, and rest elements are minuscule. But going forward, I think it's very, very important for all of us to understand if the cost is the most important element, cost is based on service also. There could be a service of a supply chain player giving end-to-end solutions. The cost factor will be identified. But the pharma industry has to understand that what should be the ideal cost and where the benchmark should be. And that's where there is a big question mark, where exactly we should really stop our numbers. So how do we address this?
No, I'll tell you how you need to address it. Put your balance sheets on the table. Straight away. I'm ready to put my balance sheet on the table and ask the pharma companies, you put your balance sheet, are you making more money? I'm making more money. I think that is the transparency and trust I'm talking about in this country. One of the lady last week in the US said, don't I have a right to see the US balance sheet because the government has a right to ask me how much tax I'm paying. But if my tax is paid for war in Afghanistan, I have a pretty well right today to ask my partner boss, if my wife will expect me to say, where are you spending your money? If I'm your partner, then I'm ready to share my cost. What is my rent? What is my salaries? What is my transportation cost, CSR to the airlines? I'm absolutely ready. But I'm asking pharma companies and the service partners is, if you have a cost, tell me it's a cost. I don't think that is that is the whole reason is everyone is only saying it's a wish. And first thing is whoever is telling, including the government, that the GDP is a comparison. First thing, your GDP comparison to cost is wrong. For heaven's sake, how can you compare a GDP of India to a GDP of US? So understand that I think when people are speaking, governments are speaking, they need to get their facts right straight away. If they don't get their facts right, it becomes a problem. Because if I'm operating out of Mumbai in South Bombay, my cost is different versus operating out of Srikakulam in Andhra Pradesh. My salary structure and minimum wages in each of the states are so different. Legislations are so different in each of the states. Overtime charges are different. How do you address Baddi's union issue? Pharma companies are based there. I can't send my truck even if I want to send it. So I think, Manoj, it's a very valid point is that we need to do an used case study. I'm happy to be a part of that study and saying, look, here are my costs, have a look at it, because there's nothing that the way the freight forwarding industry or the supply chain works is on 4 fundamentals for all of you to understand. The first fundamental is you have origin cost, then you have the main carrier cost, and then you have the destination cost. That's it. So if delivery order and the rest of them are one component, it goes to the airport or some particular person. My margin is visible because I have to show it somewhere. I'm in business sort of it. So good you raised this point. And I'm happy that
I'm just adding here because this is a very, very important element because this drives the business where we move the goods from which modes of transportation, by air or by sea, correct? So we are here speaking on the air cargo industry. But yes, there are I spoke in the earlier panel about the cost factor. The cost factor makes the decision for the pharma shippers to move the cargo to the other mode of transportation. So there are ways and means to really curtail that, but it has to be very, very objectively defined. And that's why we have to work together. Logistic cost is very high in India, is a very subjective matter, and it's not been addressed in the right spirit. And we have to really address everything into different channels and then see whether there is a level where we lose our customer. Agar Indian shippers are losing customers based on the global players, then there is a serious element of identification. We have to audit that. But every cost factor has a different parameters of service and the cost, as you rightly mentioned. But we need to have our own benchmark that this is the way which should be and not beyond that. But everyone has to work together on that line.
So I will make some controversial statements. So I expect some kind of tolerance from everyone. supply chain activity doesn't add any value to the product. Okay, supply chain activity. I'm not talking about supply chain department. I'm doing supply chain activity or transportation activity doesn't add any value to the product.
Okay.
Our product is made when it is manufactured, sealed, and packed in the pharma industry, you know, and it is utilized when someone takes the tablet or takes the injection or vaccine, whatever. So companies will spend minimum amount of money just to maintain that value inside the product. So Manoj, coming to your question, what is the benchmark? Ideally, for a pharma company, benchmark will be zero. You know, I would like to have, you know, at zero cost, maintain my, value in the product and ship it to my customer. But it is not possible. So we have to start from bottom of the, how much less can I spend? So the pressure on cost will always be on, supply chain departments and logistics department and the service providers. Okay, what is adding value to the product is R&D, marketing, where we realize the value. So pharma companies will spend a lot of money on R&D, manufacturing, because that's where value creation happens, and marketing, where the value is realized. So we'll have to brace ourselves to think innovatively. How do we maintain the product value and still, at the lowest possible cost?
I'll answer that. In fact, if it's a question. So yeah, of course, it's a very controversial statement saying that supply chain doesn't add value. And after 2 years of pandemic, when you saw that we came actually out in the forefront, I feel supply chain is that thread actually, which is weaving a whole fabric and getting the trade connected. So, and of course we understand, and as Manoj said, the cost, he's right. We are actually focusing on just the logistic cost. And where, I wanted to put this point across was that, there's a lot of leakage across the end-to-end supply chain, which if we work on the infrastructure, the connectivity, the training, the packaging, might go down. So then you as the pharma company will be able to actually pay more for a premium service to get more out of your medicines across the market. And second, I, of course, from the customer's perspective, I understand what does everyone want? They want a cheaper medicine. That's what I also want. But cheaper medicine cannot only come with reducing the freight cost and the handling cost and the duty cost. It can be done. And that's why, we're here sitting and talking about technological advancements. There are, in US, Novartis and Pfizer are actually using artificial intelligence to actually produce a lot of effect, which might, yes, of course, these are innovations, which might reduce the costs as well, or provide more value to the patient here again. So, again, this is all of us, and we're all in alignment, and we understand the pressure, but we have to also align on the leakages, and that's where the cost will come. How many times do we only negotiate on freight rates and get a benefit? I am sure, everyone is wise enough to understand that that's a very small component. Let's work on the scale, economy of scale, where we're doing 6%. Not that, I feel it's still a great number looking at where we are coming from. But yeah, we should have an ambitious target. And we would be there, with Mr. Jani said, we have the people strength, we have the technology, we are, we outsourcing IT, and now, supply chain as well. So, I hope I was able to let you and clarify on that no, supply chain is not a zero value.
No, I think we've come to the end of the session, unless there's any other questions in the back. There are too many questions in the front, so if there's someone in the back, unless they're hungry, so fine. So what I'll do is, you got some questions? Okay, fine.
Food for thought, because I do work on RFQs and I do work on costing. I'll be very happy if there an RFQ comes and it's for 1 year or maybe even more. But the fact that are we even looking into current affairs? The fact that we are talking about people going in recession now. Europe has been impacted already. That's what I've heard. US going into recession next, then impacting rest of the world. India, people say maybe we will be, because we are mixed economy. There are people who are rich, they are poor. So we somehow manage, and more or less we are farming here, and we are farming here, and we are the consumers here. So maybe we'll sail through. But I've recently seen even organizations changing their models in terms of, they were rates which were floated. We were giving rates on a monthly basis. Now clients are changing to 3 months, going on to maybe a year and year and a half. Are we really prepared for it? I think just a food for thought, leaving you guys. As I said, I'll be very happy if there's an RFQ coming my way and I won the business for a year. But will I be able to really serve it? Will you be able to get services out of me? I just leave that thought to you
Okay,
guys.
so let me quickly answer that for you in terms of understanding that RFQ coming 12 times is a cost. Because managing a cost for Ugrasen or Chandan or for Gaurav itself is a cost, because please understand, getting the RFQ, getting the spreadsheets, getting you to travel, getting into negotiations is a cost. So if you ask me, every bit of that cost has to be assessed. You're happy to get your RFQ, but you're also a cost component in that organization. You say, what are you doing? You're saying, I'm filling Excel sheets. So I think what we need to understand is that if there are certain charges which can be kept for 1 year, for example, your origin charges and destination charges can be finalized, and your trucking costs can be finalized with a factor of 2 or 3% fuel variation, you can run your business. It's just that during the pandemic, you had these challenges, which is why they went on to whatever there. But if I can ask Ugrasen, does he like every day to send the RFQ to 20 forwarders? No. I know I deal with large pharma companies, and trust me, there are a lot of wonderful people in the other side of the table who have partnered and don't get on a daily basis. Once you get the power of attorney in the US, you become their partner. So I think partnerships have to be built, trust has to be built. Manoj's point of collaboration has to be built. Once you get into a collaboration and only focus on service, you will demand a price. But if you focus on price and cost and killing your partner, you will never get nowhere, you will not grow your business. I think this is a fundamental of any strong businesses that have grown. A classic case for you in this country is Tata's. Do they focus? You go to a Taj hotel today, you get a different feeling over going into some other hotel. Why does that happen? Because they care for their people, there is empathy, there is sympathy, there is caringness, and if you can do that, that employee will be higher productive than being 40. If you give your partner more, he will give you more. And I think that's how the cost aspect can actually come down, and that's the food for thought that I want to leave this house for you all to think over, is that do we care for our partners? You know, because I meet my partners on a regular basis. I go and take them out for lunch and dinner. They say we feel nice when a trucker is called and you are sitting with him and having food with him on a dining table and not saying you are always late. I think this is a food for thought that all of us should carry. And probably a last thought I will start with is, Gaurav, your last thoughts on this subject, because the screen
so
says
only
time up.
30
Sorry.
seconds. Yeah, so coming back to your question, which is relatively perfect to that closing remarks in terms of cost. As a manufacturing industry customer, we love to have a kind of long-term association as a forward hedging in terms of long-term contracts for the cost. But problem is, any freight forwarder or you being a service industry cannot commit in a long term because of uncertainty. Most of the Indian pharmaceutical company is still first week of month shipments are that level, and after 20th and last week of the month it will be like this. So it's a simple demand versus supply kind of thing. So you have to have a kind of long-term contract, but there is something improvement area required from the customer side as well to plan better in terms of the entire month level planning for the logistics. So maybe coming to the RFQ point, cost is important. However, coming to Manoj's answer also in terms of Satish, if you allow me, it cannot be every case open balance sheet, because if your cost to Bangalore to Korea maybe X dollar, to the company who is having EBITDA of 40%, will be $1,000, but a company who is having a EBITDA of 10%, you will not reduce $500, right? So if I share my balance sheet, it cannot be your costing in terms of sharing the balance sheet. But yes, in some cases, when we have a long-term partnership, it helps. Thank
Brilliant.
you.
No, good thing. I'm happy that I'm provoking the thought. So there's no other intention whatsoever. So over to you, Ugrasen.
No, yeah, many thanks for answering the question.
Thank
and
you.
again, that too in depth. Really appreciate it. So yeah,
Manoj
that's all from
wants
my
the
side.
mic.
I think somebody said in the earlier panel was that not only in terms of airport and then handling offices and then we need to look within as an organization also, that we are not working in silos. I think it goes with partnering also. I think we need not
Absolutely.
to work in silos. When it's a concern, I think I need to reach out to you. You have a concern, you reach out to us. And I think even I'm slightly old fashioned, so maybe implementations. I know these days you have tools and you have errors. You just punch in and say, okay, this was the error, and done and over. But when you're actually sitting in a QBR or an MBR with the client right in front there with your management, you cannot lie. You have to be there. So as I said, I've been here for quite some time, so I understand little bit of systems, a little bit of how it's been previously. So thanks for listening. And
Manoj,
thanks
you
for-
had something before I go to Ugrasen, because
I think most of the point has been covered. I was thinking of asking supply, what's the supply chain cost compared to the product. You were saying the value is there. So supply chain cost, do you think pre-COVID and post-COVID, you reduce the cost, you're happy, or you're happy with the service that you paid more to the clients, to your all supply chain player, including the airport?
So Manoj, it's all depend on the the situation. This is a longer subject. Yes, we can discuss on this.
Offline, we can.
Offline. We can discuss.
But
this
one
offline.
thing is very clear, Ugrasen and we have not slept for last 2 years. We worked very hard at Mumbai airport. Many challenges, vaccination, these guys have done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. Thank you. So I will keep it very short. I started my career in 1997 with at a trainee level, and I see a fantastic progress in this logistic industry, and I'm very optimistic with such kind of platform, such kind of people. Yes, we can achieve the ask. This is what my Thank you, sir.
Ruby, a quick rapid three-letter word.
Just one sentence, that someone said this from Pfizer, is that the impossibles can be made possible. And this sentiment would be true for the pharmaceutical industry in India. And they have done a good job. And of course, there are changes, there are challenges, which I'm sure, with the NLP and with the collaboration, I'm sure we can overcome that and come out strong.
Great.
Thank you.
Chandan.
Yeah, quick. I think right steps have been taken. It's just some planning, some prioritization, some commitment, and little more patience. We will all achieve that. We all are working. We have improved a lot as compared to last decade and earlier times. So there is a way forward, and we all can achieve it. That's it.
Great. I think you'll have to give a big round of applause to my panelists first. And I'll now hand it over to you back so that you can do your duty.
And a big round of applause to you, sir, for such fantastic moderation here. Now, I know you were getting a little edgy every time I was coming closer to the stage, but I'm so sorry for actually pushing you. But he actually got this panel done in record time and yet covered every subject that needed to be discussed here. Thank you so very much, gentlemen, ma'am, and to each and every one of you for participating so much. Unfortunately, due to the paucity of time, we had to cut short at where we are, but strongly recommended that you interact with all our speakers during your networking breaks, lunch, and tea later on. But for now, I'd like to take the pleasure of inviting for the mementos that are being given to us by Turkish Cargo, so that a moderator can firstly felicitate all our speakers. Let's have a round of applause as it's been done. I request for Satish sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Gaurav Arora, Mr. Ugrasen Singh, Miss Ruby, Mr. Chandan, and may I invite Mr. Dinesh Balan to kindly join us here on stage from Stat Media Group. Dinesh, I'd request you to kindly felicitate our moderator, Mr. Satish Lakaraju. And of course, let's have a round of applause for all of our panelists up on stage, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful session indeed it was. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. Ma'am, I request you all to kindly come forward so we can have a group photograph, please. Thank you very, very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic session indeed. And looking at the momentum that we all gained and the interaction of the audience, very encouraging. Thank you so very much. Keep it going on all the other sessions that we have for you coming up in the day. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we have something very special happening. We present two cool and innovative companies that are building solutions to provide relief to healthcare supply chain pains. And I'd like to invite our moderator, Lakshmi Ajay, the associate editor at the Indian Transport and Logistics News, to kindly come up to the podium and introduce the relief that we're talking about. So, Lakshmi, all over to you. Can we have the microphone on, please?
Hello.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, up on stage is Lakshmi Ajay, the associate editor, Indian Transport and Logistics News. All over to you, Lakshmi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lakshmi Ajay, and I'm a journalist with Stack Media. I would like to take this opportunity of introducing another cool company called Tagbox, which has been making waves by leveraging technology and coming up with solutions to help create reliable supply chains across the globe. Founded in 2016, Bangalore-based Tagbox has been creating more reliable and sustainable cold chains by creating solutions that are at the intersection of the Internet of Things. The company's vision is to make supply chains more intelligent, resilient, and more importantly, reliable. Their mission, like their name, is to help their customers cost-effectively and reliably tag any product, supply chain shipment, or asset at the highest level of granularity, monitor its health in real time, and ensure that the shipment's quality is not compromised, something that we've been discussing today. More recently, Tagbox was the graduate of the first startup cohort of Flipkart Leap, a launchpad for Indian startups flagged off by leading e-commerce player Flipkart last year, and it was adjudged among the top 8 promising startups in India. We will now hear from Adarsh Kumar, the co-founder and CEO of Tagbox, about how they're shaking up the status quo in pharma and perishable logistics with their solutions. Please note that there will be a Q&A session at the end of his 15-minute presentation where you can shoot some questions that you have to him. Adarsh, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Check. Okay. Can you guys hear me? All right. Thanks, Lakshmi. I'll just start with this image. Somebody made a point that supply chain is not adding much value to the overall business. So here is where a lot of the value that got created by R&D and marketing just got destroyed because supply chain was not maintained properly. This is something I saw a couple of days ago on LinkedIn. And this is the problem, right? So you had 2 vaccines and they're supposed to be in the refrigerated condition, but then it did not reach the customer appropriately because the temperature was not maintained properly, right? So this is the problem that we need to solve. Supply chain adds a lot of value, but more importantly, if not done right, can destroy all the value that is being invested in R&D and marketing. Just go back to my deck, please. Good afternoon, everyone. This is supposed to be a relief session, but I'm holding you off from lunch, so please bear with me. Thanks, Stat Group, for inviting me here to present. We are a 6-year-old company. Still want to call ourselves a startup because the DNA does not change. Right? We have been doing a lot of interesting work, primarily in India and now kind of going outside India. What we are really trying to do is how can we help customers create more reliable supply chains and site operations. The interesting thing that we have been able to build, over the last 6 years is an integrated product where we combine proprietary IoT hardware along with software, analytics, AI, all packaged into a single product, right? To be able to give you granular tracking of products, assets, staff, processes, products, and so on. We were the winners of the National Startup Awards this year, multiple awards from NASSCOM and CII, and so on. Work with a whole host of companies. So just to give you a couple of examples of note, last year for Dr. Reddy's, we helped them with the pan-India track and trace of the Sputnik vaccine, right, during COVID. We work with all the lot of the clinical diagnostics companies like Lal Path Labs, Lupin Diagnostics, and so on, and a whole host of food and beverage companies as well. There are two key areas, where we are doing a lot of technology advancement. One is in the area of critical and sensitive supply chains, helping customers have an unbroken view of cold chain, right, end to end, be it your warehouse, logistics, hospitals, whatever you want to look at. And this includes a complete suite of products with which you can actually monitor temperature at a very granular level. See, that the difficulty that we typically face is, you're reliant on a logistics provider to give you temperature data, which is great. But then we also know that exposures do happen when, things change hands at docks, at different, airports, for example. How do you understand where these excursions are happening, and can you understand this real time to be able to take interventions? I think that's the role that we are playing for a lot of our customers to get real time visibility of temperature excursions, and then inform the right people at the right time, and obviously have a background automatic triggering of things like CAPA and so on. So that's one area of work that we do, which is around critical and sensitive supply chains. The other, and related to this also, it's not just about temperature monitoring, right? There are, medicines which are going in fragile glass bottles. Damage is a key issue as well. So how do you understand that? So we do work a lot of times with appliances companies, electronics, glass manufacturing companies, to help them understand where in the supply chain product damage is happening, right? By quantifying the amount of shock that your package goes through. It could be mishandling, it could be logistics issues, it could be something kept upside down, right? High speed, tilt. All of these can be now very easily quantified with the technology that we have been able to develop, right? And a lot of people are leveraging that as well. So this is one area where, cold chain monitoring per se is one of the biggest areas where we are operating. The second, which is more recent, is in the area of, I'll call it connected shop floors. We call it man-machine intersections, which is trying to improve the efficiency, utilization, and kind of reducing product defect inside a manufacturing shop floor. So if you take a pharma manufacturing shop floor, how do you ensure that the right skilled person is working on the right station? How do you ensure that nobody is going to a restricted area, right? That is designated area compliance. How do you know real-time location of various types of equipment like forklifts and reach trucks? Financial audits are typically a big deal. So many assets are purchased over a period of time, but then you don't know where they are, whether they are being utilized or not utilized. That's a place where we are helping. And all of this, the fabric, common technology fabric that we use exactly remains the same, irrespective of whether it's a supply chain solution or it's the connected shop floor solution. Oops. Yeah, so the way this works, starts with these guys, and this is just one example, but if you can't see it, it's good because it's actually that small. These are very small, sensors. These are IoT sensors. This one, for example, is a temperature sensor. Okay, and I'll obviously give you the examples with some case studies later, but this comes with a 2-year battery life, does not have to be recharged, can record up to 3 months of data, right, and keep monitoring your supply chain real time, right? So these are the sensors which would then go onto a box, on a pallet, in a truck, on a person in the form of a tag, right, can be attached to a forklift. So same basic concept of traceability and monitoring key parameters happens with those tags. So that's how the configuration happens. And then you have a different device called a gateway. So the sensors basically work on, just to go into a little bit of the technology, right? It works on Bluetooth as a technology, Bluetooth low energy, specifically low power, right? And you could have 40 boxes of vaccine inside a truck, each with a sensor, and just one gateway in the cabin. And and that gateway also does not have to be connected to the power source, nothing. You can just charge it overnight and send it in the cabin. You will get real-time temperature data, traceability obviously, temperature from every single box, all the 40 boxes real-time, along with GPS location, which also this guys capture, right? So if you are like, for example, a lot of people tell me, Adarsh, how do I monitor marketplace trucks? Because if it's dedicated trucks, you can still get them to install a GPS monitor, get them to install a wired temperature probe and so on, right? But if I want two problems. What if I want to monitor at a shipment level? Okay, real time, not your typical data logger, right? Data logger is great, but then you have passive data. You get the data only at the end of the trip when somebody takes out the data logger, connects it to a computer, then PDF report will get generated, right? None of that. How do I get real-time data at the that level of granularity, and how do I handle marketplace trucks because I don't have anything pre-installed? That's where this kind of wireless IoT technology comes into play, right? And actually what I'll do is I'll skip this and I'll talk about the case study, because I think that will bring forth everything that I'm talking about. So this is actually the Dr. Reddy's case study, right? They were moving tons of boxes at the peak of Sputnik. Obviously, there's a rise and fall of Sputnik. All of us know that. But at the peak of Sputnik distribution, right, they were sending 25-liter boxes, each containing about 200 to 300 vials of the vaccine. It was a passively cooled environment inside a refrigerated truck. It was a minus 20 Celsius vaccine. I'm sure all of you are aware. And they wanted to make sure that every box of that vaccine is monitored from their GDC in Hyderabad to multiple CFA locations across the country and eventually to the end hospitals. They wanted to monitor that entire chain. So we helped them with that. More than 6,000, 7,000 sensors were given to them. And a very seamless process was created where our technology was integrated at the ERP level with their SAP systems, etc., where shipments and airway bills were getting generated. We gave them the flexibility to add a sensor to a particular box, digitally map it so that it becomes a representation of the box, and then wherever that box goes, I will know, right? So this was this was done with people on the field, right, who typically have a lot of issues dealing with technology, but the platform itself was made so simple that all they had to do is map a tag and put it inside a box, right? With that, they were able to, and then obviously the gateway went into the cabin, and every single shipment of Sputnik that went from GDC for Dr. Reddy's in Hyderabad was actually monitored all the way through, including the time it spent inside the CFA warehouse, where our gateways were installed permanently, and all the boxes which are there, they would know what stock exists at the CFA and what is the temperature being maintained. And then for the end hospitals, our apps on smartphones were given to the drivers, basically, who were going to deliver in a Chota Hathi or whatever, in a small truck, and that would give them temperature visibility all the way till delivery inside an Apollo hospital, for example. So gone are the days where you have to wait for a report coming, and then on email, and then you're trying to respond to it, and then you qualify a shipment. All that is not needed. Very, very cost-effective method of doing this is now available, which everybody can look into. Now, traditionally, the other problem that has happened is that everybody starts to compare cost again. Obviously, I mean, it cannot be ignored. Cost cannot be ignored, right? What we have done also to help Indian shippers specifically, right? Our price points in India, I mean, we are just realizing this, that whatever I charge for my system in India, I can charge almost 3 times that in a US or a Nordic, right? But in India, we have to be very conscious about the price point. So the one thing that we are doing with a lot of our F&B customers also is we are giving them the flexibility to not purchase the devices at all. Okay? And you will ask me why, or how rather. The biggest issue today is that a lot of companies come to me and say, Adarsh, I want to ship something, maybe a part truckload, right? But then I have no way to bring the device back. So what do I do, right? Because ultimately this is a 2-year battery life sensor. How do you make it reusable, right? There is a reusability aspect to it. So we now provide a complete pay-per-use model of using our devices. So you tell me, Adarsh, I have to do 100 shipments this month from these locations to those locations. You just give me that list. I will make sure you have a kit coming to those locations when the shipments need to happen, and I will get it picked up from the end destination. You just pay me per shipment. Okay, so we have made it that simple. Okay, and at a price point that I believe should work for the Indian market. It's working for the F&B segment. So for pharma, I'm 100% sure that it should be completely viable, right? So this, I mean, now I feel, I mean, we have been doing this for 6 years. I'll be very frank with this group. When I started the company, the co-founders, we said that there are 2 segments who will pick up this technology. One would be pharma and another would be logistics. And both of those hypotheses were not true, right? F&B obviously is our biggest segment today. And I fail to understand why that is the reason. I'm sure cost obviously has its own role to play. But I think there is, somebody made a point earlier that we should get out of the mindset that, the same drug is getting one type of a treatment for one market and another type of a treatment for another market, right? Today in India, you have technologies which are homegrown, built with a perspective of, the Indian market, which are available. It's just a matter of kind of taking that leap and trying to use that and making sure that the vaccine that reaches, the tier 2, tier 3 cities, rural areas still is able to maintain temperature, because otherwise the efficacy is lost, and we all know it won't serve its purpose. It might not have any side effects, but it won't have any effects at all, right? So I think that's something that needs to be completely thought through. Another big use case that we are doing, and this is very relevant for clinical trials kind of areas also. Clinical diagnostics is something that we are doing. Every sample that gets collected from your houses, all the leading players actually use Tagbox solution, where you have a bag in which they're collecting the blood samples. Samples, if you know, have to be maintained in a 2 to 8 degrees Celsius environment, and there needs to be traceability around that and so on. So with our technology, clinical diagnostics companies, are using this. E-pharmacy companies are actually using this to be able to create traceability and temperature compliance, along with the efficiency of the phlebotomist also, right? So it's not just about quality and regulatory compliance. It's also about how can I bring in more efficiency and, better utilization into my entire supply chain. Yeah. Okay. This is just one last perspective here. This is not on the supply chain itself, but inside the factory, self-productivity perspective. But that's something that I'll just leave that on the slide while Lakshmi asks the questions.
Any questions?
Yeah. A great question. So the tag itself, it's a Bluetooth based tag. It does not require any IATA clearance. It will keep recording the data like a traditional data logger. Once this airline lands, right, either with a smartphone or with our gateway, the entire data can be synced up again. So we have created almost like a pit stop model. See, a lot of companies in India, unfortunately, are not even doing a proper temperature monitoring, right? So with this, at least at every pit stop, you can get the data if you don't want real-time data, for example. And that's perfectly okay, right? I mean, a lot of people are saying, I don't want real-time data, but I just want to make sure it is still hands-free. So we at least give you a pit stop-based hands-free way of doing this. So it could be in an aircraft, it could be wherever, and then you can sync the data as soon as it lands. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? One question I had, Adarsh, was how does the Indian pharma sector fare when it comes to temperature control solutions in adapting them? Do you think we are still lagging behind?
Yeah, I mean, that has been a constant crib that I've had for some time. Data loggers are prevalent, but again, there is definitely a difference in how we look at the stuff that goes outside India versus the same stuff that gets distributed inside. We as technology providers are trying our best to make it as seamless for customers to be able to adopt something like this. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's now just a leap of faith that needs to happen. Now you have a brilliant case study that in a time of urgency when Dr. Reddy's had to do this, right? It was done within weeks and not months, right? So yeah, it's just a leap of faith at this point.
Another question I had was for 3PL players, which part of the journey is most vulnerable, where visibility is most needed?
Yeah, typically two places where we see. One is when stuff tech gets taken out from a cold room to an ante room, and then towards loading. That's where some temperature excursions do happen, and then typically wherever change of hands happen. I was mentioning that loading, unloading. Stuff moving. So basically moving in and out of a warehouse. See, typically inside a warehouse and inside a truck, for most part it's okay. Obviously there are other issues inside trucking, which is around turning off your air conditioning, etc., which is getting less prevalent now. But loading, unloading is where typically most of this would happen. Yeah.
Right. Any more questions? All right. Thanks, Adarsh.
Yeah, thanks
for the presentation.
Thanks,
and
everyone.
Over to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Adarsh, and thank you very much, Lakshmi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have one final relief session, and I'd like to take the pleasure of inviting Manjula Nair, the Associate Editor, Indian Transport and Logistics News, to kindly take us through this session. Manjula, if you would please. Before that, may I request for Lakshmi to kindly join us along with Adarsh. I'm so very sorry. Missed out on something really important, and I'd like a round of applause as this memento from Turkish Skyways presented to Adarsh on behalf of the Indian Transport and Logistics News. Thank you so very much. All over to you, Manjula.
Thanks, Rohan. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm here to introduce FreightFox. According to the FreightFox website, the firm was conceptualized as a tech and services offering to revolutionize Indian industrial logistics. And revolutionize it did. In May this year, FreightFox won the first edition of the National Unified Logistics Interface Platform, or ULIP hackathon, hosted by Niti Aayog, with results announced by the NICDC Logistics Data Service. FreightFox created a strong minimum viable product, or MVP for short, with their advanced geospatial analytics capabilities, using machine learning to derive meaningful and actionable insights. To share more insights on FreightFox, we have with us co-founder Nitish Rai. With over 10 years of experience in the manufacturing domain, he has held roles in Kirloskar, Thermax, and Fortum. Please join me in welcoming Nitish Rai from FreightFox.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. I just put the theme because we are from pharma industry, and that's what is the focus. So we are surging, or we are rising up from the COVID times, from the challenging times, reforming ourselves with the current situation which is there, and then we are ready to roar or ready to take it to the next level. So I'll be taking you through some of the insights, some of the things which we are doing around in the transportation and logistics space. There were some very interesting discussions which were going on, and 1814 when there is basically a deterministic approach which was introduced by one of the great philosophers, when we said that if we know the past, we can predict the future. Fast forward 1927, we came to know when Heisenberg actually told us that we can't even predict the present correctly. And in some other form, today we say that we consistently are encountering the various risks which are coming in, rebalancing ourselves or trying to recalibrate, reconfigure ourselves. Complexity further is getting created because of the changes which are happening, having a compounding effect, and the cycle goes on. The change is exponential, is what I mean to say. And as we were talking about the new normal, or what is going to be the new normal, what we are observing from last 2 years at least, and we started our journey in 2020, that too in October 2020, the new normal basically is, I believe, no normal basically. We are constantly evolving to the situations which are coming across. Yeah, this is slightly busy slide, but I'll just try to highlight something for you. If you look at the one which is on the top side, where we look at the last 10 years of pharma industry, and there are two metrics which I've just covered quickly, because supply chain logistics finally having impact on those things. If you look at those, the return on capital employed for pharma industry, and this is basically top 4 companies by market capitalization, listed companies. And if you look at the COGS to revenue ratio, how it has varied over a period of 10 years, we'll observe, and I've compared it with 2 other industries, which is FMCG and textile. We certainly see that the pharma industry is constantly going through these kind of challenges. And someone also pointed out during the conversation that this year is going to be even tougher as we are talking, which is also shown by the constant trends which we are seeing. So we have to do something. We all are doing something. But that is basically all the industries have gone through cycles, but there is something very strange about pharma industry where the pressures are more than other industries for sure. When we look at, one of the, and I've just taken it from the KPMG Supply Chain Stability Index. If we look at particularly the data which is there from 14 years about key performance indicators which are there, we'll observe that, and we were talking about the value around the supply chain and what value it is delivering, but logistics has been the predominant cause of stress in supply chain, accounting for 71% variability right now, and creating that volatility and creating the challenges in the overall scenario which we are facing. This is just, and if you look at the capacity and supply chain workforce, they are basically 19 and 10% respectively, and this is basically as soon as October as we speak. When we look at the problems which we are facing, and this is where the context of FreightFox comes in, we have certain things which are going on in the overall context, in the overall industry, in our operations, which can be controlled by us, which cannot be controlled by us. There are few things which are internal and few things which are external. See, zone of uncertainty, what you see is basically the information opaqueness, and when we talk about logistics particularly, the information asymmetry or the information opaqueness is one of the primary reasons why we look at, and we are talking constantly about the cost and openness in terms of sharing the balance sheets. But we all know that because of the prevalent agency theory, what we come across in a transaction, there'll always be underlying motives, and that is where we need to understand on our own, keeping us in focus, that how we can move from zone of uncertainty to zone of certainty. How can we internalize the external volatilities which are prevailing in the market with regard to logistics specifically, what we refer to. The current perspective, if you look at, and this is basically again coming to one of the major factors, and something which is on the slide is there. But today, when we do procurement in logistics, when we focus on the transportation as procurement, the most of the things which we see is basically on the transactional side, operational side, but a very less focus on a strategic front. I'll give you an example, and we were talking about Ariba or any of the platforms which we were discussing about, and we deploy reverse auctions. Now, simple reverse auctions basically pin down a number, and then there is a race among the partners basically to go down and reduce it. We have not transformed ourselves into something called as combinatorial reverse auctions, which we have enabled at FreightFox, wherein service cost, capacity, sustainability, and many more, maybe 8 more parameters can be brought on together before providing or before giving a share of business to a particular partner, whether a freight forwarder or a transport partner. What we need to do is we need to strategize more. So for example, one more thing which we come across practically is the supplier selection methodology. When it comes to transportation, we generally follow probably very set rules which are more qualitative in nature. And very few places we have observed that we are deploying techniques like analytical hierarchy process or multi-criteria decision-making kind of things or algorithms over maybe 500, 700 or 800 different partners to understand which will suit us better or which will be better for us in the context of our operations. At FreightFox, what we do, and this is basically a cycle which we follow, is at all the organizations in some or the other form are either automating their processes currently, or they are at a phase where they have already automated it, but they need to take it to the next level. I'll give you an example. So if the supplier selection was qualitative, can we bring it to a AI-based supplier selection methodology? That is basically automate to augment philosophy. And then we when come to the recommendation phase, that becomes the amplifying phase. So similarly, doing a market analysis is basically automating it. understanding the factors and simulating the freight rates basically becomes the augment phase, and amplify is predicting those freight rates in the future, basically is what the combination of it basically. So all the stages basically are covered by the single platform, the single solution which we have developed and working on it for last 2 years. One of the examples, and we say that the freight rates or especially the logistics spend which is happening is impacted by the external parameters, but it is not always so. If you look at the slide, and I would like you to focus on this part of it, you will find that there is an inherent inconsistencies which are there on our trade lanes or the network which we are operating on. And generally, our estimation, while we are releasing the RFQs, some lanes remains, the historical condition remains consistent for us, relatively consistent. This is again done based on pure data-driven approach. Some lanes or some network portions, whether it is international, whether it is domestic, we always underestimate or overestimate. And that is where we face that the service levels of the transport partner also suffers, and we end up escalating our costs. So these are the kind of things which are internal alignment which we need to understand through the technology, through the data, and to decode it to a level where we can have a clear visibility. This is an example. So I spoke about the internal alignment where our operations are getting or our operations are impacting the freight cost which is there. Now external operations basically, or this is an example of transportation network which you see on the screen. What we do at FreightFox is using the data which is external data and using the internal data of the organizations, we dissect the network into different behavioral segments. So transportation network behaves in very, very different ways. So if you look at this particular quadrant system, there are some parts of the lanes which are dense hauls, and I have just represented it. This can be done for exim freight in a different way, but dense haul means that there is a volume which is flowing on both the sides of the origin destination which is going on. These are generally high volume kind of trade lanes which are there. Head hauls basically are the headaches, basically what I have written, because imagine you have to send a consignment from Pune or from Mumbai to Guwahati. That is typically a head haul behavior where you will feel that everybody wants to charge a higher freight while going to. Why we do this? Because when we dissect this, we understand that what are the key transport partners or the logistic partners which will suit this segment, this segment, this segment, and this segment. For example, aggregators, large 3PL companies are suitable for dense haul lanes. Fleet owners having 50 trucks, 100 trucks, 150 trucks, more suitable for this kind of operation. The regional, very regional niche operators, very suitable for this. This is a leverage we can go with any partner actually, which is where the capacity is available. So these are the kind of segmentations which we create in the transportation network for the organizations to be very, very clearly and transparently understand their network behaviors and how it is going to impact the cost, budget, everything. The entire budget orchestration for annual freight spend can be done again based on various profiles which are created out of this kind of spend analytics. As I said, I'm very happy to share, and Manjula also said that we were among one of the 4 companies starting where we were integrated with Unified Logistics Interface Platform. So we are already integrated with ULIP. And what you see here is a real outcome of ULIP. Today, using the ULIP data, using the in-house data which we have about the freight and about 25 macro factors which we track, which includes industrial power consumption, chimney emissions, agri arrivals, industrial activity in various formats, clubbed with the FASTag data of all the trucking, how it is moving across various corridors in the country, gives us the supply and demand float basically of any given region. And that too, we can actually locate it. So what all it gives us is the supply demand gaps which are there. It also tells us that what is the kind of latencies which exist when a truck of particular type moves from western region to northern region, southern region, eastern region, in winters, in summers, in rainy season. So all those things are part and parcel of this entire analysis where we got the internal alignment, we got the external segmentation, and then we know the intelligence as well. Superimposing all these things provides us with a very well-rounded approach towards freight procurement or toward transportation procurement. Again, various frameworks are deployed, network analysis is done on the platform itself to achieve this. This is again a visibility, and you all know GPS-based visibility is already there. What I'm going to talk more about is when it is a market-based vehicle where we do not have any means of, either we integrate the GPS of multi-brands which are there, but India has got more than 150 brands of GPS which are being used by transport partners. What we have done along with ULIP again here is with the partnership with government, we have created a very specific algorithm of triangulating SIM card based data with FASTag based data. Every truck in India, generally which is running on national highway network, passes through a toll plaza in about 3.5 hours, typically. And we triangulate that data with synthetic data generation to give you a probable location, even when there is no physical device which is available there. I'll just skip through this. I'll come to, lower the sound, sorry. Yeah. So this is basically what you see based on all the realities of supply, demand, what the profiling I said. The trucking cost simulator basically, and this is an example, this can be run for reefers, this can be done for normal trucks, open trucks, large trucks, whatever we want, to understand how the cost variations are going to play when our behavior changes, whether it is related to detention, whether it is related to latency, how the simulations basically behave when there is a freight rate which is changing based on the environmental conditions which are there. We can derive the utility functions from here. We can see the risk elements here. We can orchestrate our budget risk basically, or freight budget spends also based on these kind of analysis. Coming to one more very important piece which I wanted to quickly touch upon is sustainability element, basically scope 3. Scope 3 emissions are one of the puzzles which is very difficult to solve because of the unavailability of right data, right approaches which are there. And that is where, and if you look at why it is important, it's about 3% of the vehicles basically are commercial vehicles. So commercial vehicle comprises of 3% of the population, but they actually are responsible for 34% of carbon emissions and almost 53% of particulate emissions. And that is why at FreightFox, and I'll just quickly skip through this, but this is available. There's a yes/no score which is there, and this is much more elaborate questionnaire to understand how well we understand, how closely or how granular, at what granularity we understand our emissions and our network operations basically. But to solve this, what we did was at FreightFox, we created a real-time emission measurement, scope 3 emission measurement framework. It is actually in line with GLEC framework, which is Global Logistic Emission Council framework, to understand all the network which you are catering to and what are the instantaneous emissions which are happening in that network. What are the Bharat stage 2, 3, 4 or 6 vehicles you are placing there? What are the age of vehicles which you are placing there? All of that in the real time is done based on SAP or ERP integrations which are there. And again, superimposing with the data which is on the platform itself. Again, a little busy slide, but just to give you an example, if you look at, there are 3 examples of how the emission spread basically varies when we are working with different kind of trucks. So for example, if you look at the middle one, where the Bharat stage 2 trucks and 16 to 20-year-old trucks are higher, you will see a very large emission spread which is coming in, and therefore per capita product is creating a larger footprint while delivering that particular thing. You get a clear visibility of fleet mix, fuel mix, age mix at a granular level in the real time. So for example, how this helps beyond sustainability is if you look at your freight budgets, they are basically decided on particular fleet mix or a particular type of truck usage which is there. If that is dynamically varying, how the budgets are also changing or deviating can also be measured here, again with the impact of sustainability element, what's happening there. So those are the elements which are available at a granular level, analysis at a granular level for you to understand. Again, finally, just quick takeaways is that when we are facing risk, there are ways to solve for it, and data gives us that insight, and we can derive the strategies from those insights and act upon it. So data basically is one of the center themes, but it has to be seen in the context. It has to be acted upon with the strategies like I shown in terms of procurement or in terms of supply chain KPIs, and then we get the best results out of it ultimately. And finally, what I keep on saying wherever I go is that there are challenges, there are problems, and we are, as also someone stated, that 30 years back or 40 years back also somebody said that 50% is delivering the package, 50% is information. It is still valid. So things are changing. I believe things are changing, but the volatility is also and the uncertainty is also higher. And therefore, we need to be innovating constantly and have impatient optimization to actually surpass that and deliver the impact which we are looking for. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitish. I'd like to open it down to the audience. Any questions? Okay, if then are no questions, I'd like to ask you, Nitish. In March this year, you collaborated with Yale University researchers to develop an index-based pricing model to facilitate dynamic transportation decisions. Can you elaborate on this?
Yeah, so this is again some few discussions which were happening here only, that we can fix certain component of the cost for a year, and we can keep certain things variable. So with Yale University, what we collaborated with is to develop a responsive freight contract for India, a contract which can move with the market movement, basically. So we are taking using the data, using the current volatilities which are there in order to predict that how the freight is going to behave, and then embedding into contracts. So not just as a static fuel adjustment, but as a dynamic supply demand plus fuel adjustment which can happen to the contract, and the contract itself can respond. So along the time axis, the contract is not a straight line, but it's moving along with the market.
Right.
So that's the collaboration, that's the development we are doing with Yale.
Right. Thank you for that. Also, just to know, in April 2022, in an interview, your colleague Sandeep Mukhopadhyay said that due to prevailing global situations at that point, diesel prices were hiked, and as a result, freight rates had shot up by 20%, resulting in contract failure to a large extent. Has the situation stabilized over the following months?
So diesel was one factor, and Sandeep probably would have mentioned it in the context of when there was a volatility across the diesel. And we on the platform today also do diesel prediction with a 3-month look ahead. And just to share with you, we can even simulate the election cases as well in that, basically where the moratoriums are there on the pricing, which is there. Now, the diesel volatility is lowered basically compared to what it used to be when probably Sandeep quoted this. But now there are different kind of volatilities which are coming in. For example, with the systematic replacement of Bharat Stage 4 trucks, we are suddenly seeing that the capacity in relation to the demand is flattening out. Although still the supply is higher, but it is flattening out. There'll be a very soon, probably there'll be a stepped increase in the freight cost because of the fleet cost replacement, which is going to come forward. So the changes, as I said, are dynamic. It was diesel then, and now it is weighted by something else, as we see.
Right. All right. Thank you so much for the insights.
Nitish, I have a question. It may sound quite silly. I've been following freight folks for some time. What is the significance of Fox in your company name? Why not? Of course, you couldn't have Tiger because there was already a freight
it is there
tiger.
already, yeah.
Why did you not have maybe cheetah or a lion?
So when we were looking for this name actually, and before this startup, I come from defense background and born and brought up all across the country, and started a company called Black Trunk Logistics. Black Trunk is kala baksa jo fauji leke chalte hain. So Black Trunk Logistics delivering to the Faujis, basically Army, Air Force, Navy and paramilitary forces for about 2 years before getting into the technology domain. So when we were thinking about the name, the thought came that, okay, what is missing? Tiger is there, cheetah could be there for speed and all. But we got, why we logged on to Fox, because Fox has a additional sense of sensing the magnetic field of the earth, which is not visible, which is not available in other senses. And it can actually align itself to hunt for with that actually. And that's what was the major core area, thrust area with the data which we wanted to do. And that's why the name Freight Fox was selected.
Thanks, fascinating.
Thank you, Nitish. Just a small token of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Nitish, and thank you so very much, Manjula. Ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch, but I have a request. We have the 10 cards right there on your tables. We have a QR code on it. If you can scan the QR code, and while you're having lunch, if you can also drop us your valuable feedback, it will be so very much appreciated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's very simple. A QR code on the 10 card. All you need to do is scan it using your camera or the scanner app. And while you're having lunch, if you can just leave us some of your valuable feedback. Thank you so very much. We break for lunch and hope to see you back in this hall in about half an hour. Trying my luck. So, well, it's 2:30 now. So I hope to see you back at 3 o'clock so that we can continue with our sessions. Thank you so very much. pharma and hair care industry. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Ryan Vegas. Thank you, Ryan, for joining us. And Ryan is now going to be welcoming all our panelists up on stage. So here they come, ladies and gentlemen. We have present amongst us Mr. Vijay Shetty, the Vice President, Distribution and Logistics at Alchem Laboratories. A round of applause, please. I now take the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Vilas Rebello, the Head Logistics India and APAC at Teva Pharmaceuticals. Welcome, Mr. Vilas. Thank you for joining us, sir. I now invite Mr. Avinash Verma, the General Manager, Lead Cold Chain Pharma Operations and Management at Reliance Retail. Let's have a round of applause, please. Thank you. I now invite Ms. Rashmi Karnad, the Manager, Climate Control Product Pharma at Qatar Airways Cargo. Let's have a round of applause and welcome her, please. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. I now welcome Mr. Ravi Kumar Tumalapalli, Managing Director, India, va-Q-tec. A round of applause, please. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And I welcome Binu Vijay Kumar, the General Manager of Supply Chain, Thermo Fisher Scientific. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him up, please. Thank you, sir. And with that, I now hand over to Ryan to take over this panel discussion. Looking forward to all of you participating and making it a fulfilling one.
Hello, check. Thank you very much for this introduction. And we are quite amused by the topic. You know, in the earlier days, anything to do with cold chain was termed as a hot topic. And now it has turned to playing it cool. So we would be very happy to have audience participation. And I will first introduce the topic, the topics that we are covering, the subtopics, and then we'll get into the panel discussion. So the pandemic has provided a lot of learning to the industry, and in particular to the supply chain fraternity. While there was a lot of stress, the pandemic did create many, many opportunities. For example, there was a great surge in demand for storage and transportation of vaccines, as well as awareness in the general public. Hence, the facilities and infrastructure created during that time are available to the large extent now. So there is an increase in supply versus demand now. To add to this, the number of storage facilities being built across the country show that there is a visible increase in supply based on demand and compliance requirements. We have all heard the term end-to-end unbroken cold chain. And as the name signifies, it defines the temperature control for pharma and perishables from the product source to the end customer. General awareness and education are some aspects that continue to be a challenge in executing flawless cold chain logistics. This is not limited to domestic countrywide supply chain, but also in international logistics, especially by air, where the risk of temperature deviation under passive cold chain movements are higher than active solution by sea. Another point of relevance in our discussion would be information and data transparency in order to maintain an efficient cold chain. While cold chain technology has developed substantially over the past few years, it's the general awareness and education that needs to improve further. Packaging options are many and some are cost effective. Storage facilities have been created in more locations than before. However, segregation of perishables and pharmaceuticals remains a constraint. This is also due to the cold chain facilities being categorized as perishable without differentiating between pharmaceutical and food. We should also discuss in this panel the use and acceptability of phase chain material, especially in packaging and transportation. The issue in most cases in cold chain, especially at the last mile delivery, and we also have somebody from the last mile delivery to take on this topic, where we feel in the zeal to reduce the turnaround times, the service providers overlook the use of pre-cooled PCM or gel packs. I think my personal experience has been whenever you order food products which require cooling, in the first time they would send it in a insulated box. The second time when we complained that the product was not cool enough, They sent it with gel packs, but the gel pack was not pre-cooled. So I mean, these are learnings which we understand. And I think these small things are important in supply chain of cold chain supply chain. One of the most important factors are regulation and compliance of cold chain in pharmaceuticals. And that is not only with the pharma companies, but across the entire supply chain, including airlines. Before I start the questions, we have something new which we want to introduce this time. And we would like to keep the audience a little awake, especially after lunch. And we would like to have a kind of poll, a survey and a poll. So if you get the audience participation and poll for what we are going to discuss, that will help us to take the discussion forward and also answer many of your queries. So we have this barcodes. I don't know whether you can scan it from there, but if you can't scan it, I would request you to log into slido.com. And but before starting, I would like to know how many of you are going to participate, because we want to have a substantial participation to get a good data. Because we have only 10 people participating, you know how it's going to be. So if you can please raise your hands, who is ready to participate? I need some more. I need some more, please. Some more.
You should announce some gifts then. Then you'll have more hands.
The gifts are in the evening, I think, organized by Stat Times, the ITM. I think the gifts are going to be an extra cocktail. Okay, that's fine. So okay, so if we are ready, I think I would request us to put the first poll question on the screen. If you need me to get up to read it, I will do so. Okay.
Stay in front of you, Ryan.
Oh, you can, no, not for them to see.
Okay.
Can you all see that? So we would request you to log in which you feel are the most pain points.
Ouch.
Okay, so we have, I think, 50% is, or 60. Tell me when the survey is closed.
The heat is up, huh? The heat.
Okay, so we have, you can read it. We have, I think, transit hubs are going up at the airports. Okay, but it's not defined which airport. I had specifically asked for origin. So airport transit hubs are coming the highest. So origin and destination is not coming up the highest. Transit hubs is becoming the highest risk. Then we have road transports to airports, and airports at destination. I'm very happy to see that airports and origin are very, very low risk. I mean, I think all of us in India should be proud. And I think Mr. Jani did mention in the morning that in India, we are maybe far ahead of the rest of the world. I think that's credit to all of us in this room. And it's become quite obvious when you see the poll. Okay, so this is good for us. And I think we are fortunate to have a very distinguished panel from pharma shippers. We have retail, pharma retail. We have airline cargo. We have cold container solutions. And we have healthcare technologies. So I think we are a very nice spread of people. And I'm sure we shall have a lot of sharing and learning from this discussion. So I would like to start with the first question, which is connected to the poll. And I would first request, I think, Vilas Trubello from Teva. The first question would be, could you explain the significance of end-to-end unbroken cold chain in the pharma industry? And what are the major pain points? You don't have to agree with this, even if others agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Ryan. Before going to the pain points and significance, I would like to put in an example here, which we face in the recent past. We did a biologics validation shipment from Germany to Australia, and high value product, and quality, logistics, and many departments were in it because of the value. And we wanted to do this because of the demand of the products in the Australian market. So since it was a validation, processes were there, we executed the shipment with a dummy product first. Similarly, we did 3 such trial shipments with an interval of 2 months. And then we realize what are those, what you can say, pain points or the areas where we face the issue of temperature deviation. Now, ocean 228 with biologics, a risky matter, but still we did it. And then we realize for the ocean, specifically the loading, unloading part, which takes place at the port, and then during those evaluation of those containers, the shipments, we also realize the destination part where there was a temperature deviation. So this is a small example which I will elaborate in a later stage, but this is one. And the second, we did about a few shipments out of India to US, Miami, one tropical climate to other tropical. And again, we had the similar deviation at destination. Now, the pain points which we face for this particular shipments, these were basically where people are involved with the product during transshipments and at the time of, say, custom clearance, specifically for the destination side. Now, these are such areas where the product may stay at a place which is not as per the prescribed label conditions. So, because of that, we identified those areas and we tried to take some measures. But those measures were like, okay, that can be in a seasonal seasonally product, or maybe for the product which can sustain. Though we had a stability data backup, product was used and it went fine. Ryan.
So thank you, Vilas. Ravi, would you like to add something based also on your past expertise and experience?
Sure. Ryan, probably I'll take the cue from the survey. When we say that airports and transport hubs are the major risk areas where we see temperature escalations happening, probably that is where we need to really look at what kind of packaging solutions are you using. Because if you are using the right packaging solution, then ideally, whether it is origin, destination, or transit hubs, you are not supposed to worry about it. So if you're not using the right packaging solution or a suboptimal packaging solution, then better you don't complain about it. Because airlines has a limitation, the airports have a limitation. You cannot control the weather. The global warming, the temperatures are going up consistently every year. So basically we need to take an ownership in terms of how do we pack the product, first of all. And do we have a qualified packaging? Like Vilas just mentioned that it is not any kind of packaging, but do we have a qualified packaging? Did we do the lane risk assessment? If we have done the lane risk assessment, then these risks which are there on the airport side or the transit airports, that should have been highlighted already in the lane risk assessment. So if the lane risk assessment is right, then what are we doing about it? So basically, this is a chain of activity which we need to take an ownership as a shipper, as an supply chain community, and then we need to completely ensure that if there are any risks in the whole supply chain, then how do we mitigate it? Do we have any alternate mechanism like cool dollies or some kind of mechanism at the airport to take care of that? Is your product ready to take those temperature excursions of 40 degrees or 45 degrees based on your stability data? Or do we really go and find for a real packaging solution, active, passive, hybrid, whatever you call it? That's a different topic altogether. But basically, you need to really evaluate what is the right packaging solution for your product to be safe all through the journey. So I feel this is the first thing which we need to do. Yes, after that, then you come to another situation where you need to sit with your freight forwarder or your partners and then see
that what is the right solution which suits your product.
Thank you, Ravi. So
I'll just add to
yeah,
what
please.
Ravi just mentioned, and pretty much agree with that. See, what happens is, and I'll speak from the diagnostics perspective. Actually, that's where we operate specifically in the cold chain logistics. And what we're facing is in the last couple of years is actually we're not able to figure out actually where exactly the material is going wrong. So while it's coming into the warehouse or whether it's going out of the warehouse, actually we really don't know. It's kind of a black hole actually. And the only point at which we come to know about it is when it reaches the hospital and the patient is there, and when they try to open up the kit and they find it's not working. So we've tried data loggers, but then the challenges with data loggers is that there's a problem in terms of internet connectivity. These data loggers get damaged, and eventually you're not able to get any results out of it. So I think what Ravi mentioned is a very, very powerful solution. That's something that's not something that we've explored enough. There are a lot of technologies available in the market, but consciously, many of us are actually kind of trying to avoid that across because of the cost implications. So I think it's high time that we start exploring that across. And more importantly, I've seen a lot of cold chain products actually going in thermocol boxes. And that's probably the thing that has the highest later value, right? So I think with the net carbon commitments that we have, I think it's important that we look at alternate solutions, which gives us better efficacy. At the same time, it is more environment friendly as well.
Great. So I think it's both a combination of packaging as well as the shipping, as well as the airports. I think it's completely, but many of us shippers would always try to think that it's to do with the forwarder alone. So I think it's a coordinated and collaborated effort across the entire packaging and supply chain.
I think it's important that we acknowledge the reality.
Correct.
Take actions instead of actually not taking the action and trying to put it across in the scenario which is outside.
So actually, in this session, besides the pain points, we also want to come up with possible future solutions. Right? Yeah. Only complaining is not the answer. So we will also go in that direction where we can take it to the next level.
So what I feel in this case, where people are made aware, or the stakeholders are made aware of the product. It may be anybody from shippers to consignee, ground handlers, airline, shipping lines. This is one. Training to the people. If people are knowing that this product needs to be taken a special care, that will definitely help. It is not like this has to go, but they are aware that pharmaceutical specific product requires proper handling. So this is one. When we have a smooth coordination between the service provider, the airline or the shipping line, we can sit together and discuss on the quality part of the aspect and make aware that, okay, this is something which shipper requires or my requirement is, and then accordingly we can fix up this solution. That is also a way we can handle this. Doesn't require too much of efforts to put in.
Yep, point is well taken, Vilas. I would like to move on to Vijay. And Vijay, can you tell us how do pharma companies try to augment their existing capacities, storage and distribution capacities to meet the seasonal requirements? Okay, because it's not like a fruit and flower season. Okay, pharmaceuticals, we can't anticipate who's going to get sick with what ailment. So how do you have some ideas of how do you all manage that?
Okay. Though we have some idea in terms of how the demand is going because of the seasonal requirement, but there are times, particularly I'll give you both the aspect from an international business perspective and domestic business. So international business, of course, I'll take an example of a US business. Okay. At times, there was a time where we said that if you are in US and your products are registered in US, you make money. That's not today. Okay. It's a very competitive market, and if I think there are many few distributors, large distributors who buy them, and it's pretty competitive. Okay, and you lose a tender, you also gain a tender which you have not anticipated because of non-supply from maybe the first supplier or the second supplier. So suddenly there is a spurt in demand, and from a logistics perspective, I would say that's pretty much managed in terms of, because we have anticipated over the years of experience in terms of whether it is like moving from a plant to the port, or from the port to the destinations, and from the warehouse in US to the customer's place. I think that's pretty well maintained, and we have the overview in terms of what temperature. If you're talking about 15 to 25, we know that it is like somewhere getting managed at 15 to 20. Though we don't have real-time visibility, we are working on collaborating with the shipping line and airlines in terms of how do we get that visibility so that it can be an added advantage for our customers to actually see that. We are working on that. We're still, more or less on the conceptual stage at the moment, but still it is manageable. When it comes to domestic, I feel many of the airlines have actually not looked at India as a biggest market in terms of cold chain. Okay, in fact, like in India, sab kuch chalta hai. Okay, your distributors are not aware that whether the cancer products or whether insulins have to be actually carried in a proper cold chain kind of a setup. Okay, they just give it. Though, like from a pharma company, when it is manufactured, when it moves to our warehouse or from our depots or from our C&F, we maintain all the temperature, whether it is 2 to 8 degrees or minus 2 to 8 degrees as well. But when it goes to the distributors, okay, that's when we did the audit, we got a shocking revelation in terms of many don't even have capacities to actually store. So when a seasonal surge in demand happens, at that time, like we are concerned in terms of like now what we've done is like we have limited our inventory days with our distributors to make sure that they are capable enough to actually handle that particular surge in demand, have facilities. So earlier we had almost out of 5,000 distributors, we have almost 1,100 distributors who work for the cold chain distribution. And we had to actually cancel almost like 30% of the, almost 32% of the distributors contract because they did not maintain or they did not have the capability to maintain that cold temperature. Okay. So what we assume is that from the distributor, when it goes to the retailer or to the patient, the cold chain will still be maintained. Now that's one gap, which is, at places, I would say in metro cities, yes, it is really maintained, I would say to an extent of 70-80% during our audits that we have found. But in tier 2, tier 3 cities, that's still a big challenge. Okay. Now what we do about it is like company go back to the product and try and see that, okay, if the temperature is not maintained for a particular product, okay, how can the patient or the doctor knows that, okay, this is the product not to be used, it has to be returned or rejected. So we are working on that. We've developed a couple of products, particularly on the insulin side, and that's how we are managing. Otherwise, like during the surge in demand, we actually tied up with a couple of 3PL providers who have excellent cold chain facilities where we actually store the demand and based on demand, we replenish it on a timely basis to our distributors.
Great, thank you, thank you. I want to move on to Rashmi, and I know you're the airline here, so it's important for you. Can you give us a similar insight? How do you handle seasonal fluctuations in demand, okay, for cold chain facilities? It can be capacity in the airline or in your storage hubs, wherever you have.
Yeah, thank you. And then I wasn't surprised to see the poll earlier. And as Satish said, the heat was building up, but good question. Thank you. Actually, funnily enough, over the last few years, I would say, of course, the COVID period or the pandemic was a true exception for all of us in this market. I think none of us knew what to foresee or something, but it has been some years now, Ryan, from where I work as a transit hub, or we are transporting products from different geographies around the world, different customers and all that. Apart from, very minor blips we see when there's a product launch, so there could be a product launch. So you have a short term, volume hike or increase, or, we see the seasonal flu campaign when suddenly, at some point of the year in fall, the flu vaccines go out. But we've seen a relative consistency now in terms of volumes. We don't see the kind of, maybe 6-10 years ago, we used to see, big jumps in volume all over. It could be that a lot of factors are contributing to it. Maybe I know that pharmaceutical shippers are still not up there in terms of forecasting, but however, the demand for healthcare products have grown, over the last decade. The population of the world is growing, healthcare access increasing, maybe affordability also in terms of governments, NGOs, many of these. So there is something moving all around the year. So what we as hubs or airlines have learned to anticipate is almost expect, a year-round kind of something is moving somewhere, from one part of the world. So now we've had to adapt overall, not just our networks, but also our capacity, our capabilities, our infrastructure, and all of that to be able to cater to this almost year-round consistent movement of all these products. And when the EU GDP regulations came out, 2013, I think we in this country, it took us a long time to actually grasp the entirety of it. And then, of course, it's taken us today. We're still not there. Some of the most advanced countries who are enforcing the regulations have not made their own airports comply, but proud to say that we have, we've got Manoj here, Tushar Bhai here, all of that, and many other partners. We have here some of the best airports, some of the best facilities in the world. And you saw that origin and destination are not such a challenge. But we as airlines have had to invest a lot. Our partners here, Turkish are also here. Over the last 6-10 years, we've had to invest a lot of money, and number of the things, Vilas, you mentioned, not just infrastructure, training, learning about compliance, what is required, and of course, working with packaging solution providers. So now we've come to a level of maturity. There's a long way to go. Adoption of technology, we've always been slow in this industry, cargo industry has been, but that's picking up too after a decade. Digitalization, transparency, openness to share information and all that is coming, and I think we're only getting better at it.
So actually, just to pick on what you said and what the poll said. So if the transit hubs are critical in terms of compliance for cold chain, and this question I would put to the pharma users, then wouldn't you choose your airline, okay, or your movement of goods based on the airline and the quality of the hubs? So would that be a reasonable way of looking at it?
Yeah. So from my perspective, if you get a full compliant supply chain solution, then why not? So if in case, say an airline puts in their efforts in a transshipment points, and as a shipper, I'm relaxed, my product is moved out of my warehouse. Now it will be safe to reach the destination in the prescribed manner with the storage conditions. I'm happy, because if we get a deviation during this, transit, then the product doesn't go to the end customer and it stays back in the warehouse till that time the deviation is completed, and that is again a loss, or maybe you can't sell that product and the money is blocked. So it's better to have a compliant supply chain solution with proper measures in place rather than going somewhere with cheap solutions. This is what my views.
I think even every shipper is looking for this solution. This itself is a product to be actually looked upon. Okay, I'm sure everyone will pounce on it.
Yeah.
If that reliability is built, why not?
So I'm also giving this message because there are so many airlines, airports here. So message has to go across that shippers would also prefer, or would I say choose, such movement supply chain, and cost may not be the only criteria.
Yeah.
Okay, then obviously it will be quality of service. So then people understand, if I'm going to get another airline which is less expensive, I'm not saying cheaper, less expensive than another airline which has a good transit hub, you may say it's worth paying that extra amount to get my products reaching destination safely. So I think that would be a good takeaway for us. And I want to move to connected to this, but I have another poll, and I hope we can put that poll up. The poll will be, do they have to again scan it again? Yes, I think you have to scan it again. So I think we can put up the poll if people have scanned. So we have a question here which says, where would you like to see innovations in the future? Where do you like to see it in packaging, containers for air freight, at airports, or real-time information technology? It can be more than one. It's a very interesting polls coming out. I think collective knowledge is the best, We get collective inputs, it's the best. So I think we are very strong on real-time information technology, very, very strong. And then packaging is coming next. In one way, it shows that in the other areas we have moved forward. Okay. And the first two areas we have lots to do. So with that, I would like to now ask the retail guy, Mr. Avinash. No, let me ask you the question first. How has cold chain developed in technology over the years? And if you have the latest innovations available, especially with respect to packaging, storage, transfer. And you can also touch upon the distribution because you are in retail. Okay, so if you can touch some light on this.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for the question. Here I'll just touch upon regarding the retail sector, where again it's mostly the distribution that is happening within India. So as Mr. Vijay was talking about, that from the manufacturer it goes to the CFA, from CFA to the distributor, and then from the distributor it goes to the retailer or the end users, right? So we are playing a role in storage and distribution of the pharmaceutical products, where what we do is we take the products from the distributor and then we are connecting it to the stores, and from there it goes to the retailer. Now there is a challenge that we have observed, that the monitoring or the packaging is being reaching in a proper temperature till the distributor. But there is a gap between the distributor and again, like when it's going to the retailer, or we are collecting it from the distributor. So there we find that they are packing it in just a normal way of like thermocol, and they are not putting proper ice packs, because of which there is temperatures which are going high. How we are able to find that what we have done is, now we have started training those distributors that they have to align that packaging in such a way that it will be maintaining to it, right? And for that, whenever they are bringing that consignment to our distribution center, we are monitoring it by putting the data loggers or through that IR guns. Okay, through that we are able to detect it. Once we are detecting it, if it is not in the proper temperature, we are returning it back. So there was an agitation in the initial stages, but later on they understood that yes, it is a product label is 228, so we have to maintain it. And that's how like we have started training those people, and they are following those instructions. From our distribution network, yes, what we are doing is like we have around 40 distribution centers across India. And from there, we are catering around 600 plus smart stores where we have our own units, retail pharmacies. So what we are doing is like we are connecting the dots, considering the transit time, right? So from our distributor to the store, like we are targeting around 3 days, considering like interstate movements as well. So there we are using again a validated shippers, which has a validity of 72 hours. So we have to make sure that it reaches in that particular timeline. Another is from the store, it has to go to the customer. So there, initially we were able to deliver close to around in 24 hours, but now we have brought that time down to 2 hours. And as Mr. Jani was talking about, 20 minutes time. So it's not far that we will try to target it with the help of packaging, because packaging plays a major role over here. Reason why is because it takes time to do the packing process is involved in it, and then thawing is involved. So it takes around half an hour, 1 hour. So if we are able to mitigate that risk, then probably we will be in a position to pack it immediately and then dispatch it.
So to take, please go ahead, Rashmi.
Yeah, so I just, something interesting, of course, Vijay, you mentioned, and Avinash, I'm, coming from a different point of view. Today, of course, we have this discussion, all of us get around these panels and talk about, how do we do, what are the distributions, lane risk assessment, who are the suppliers, and within the regulations, there's supplier management, risk assessment, auditing, or SLA agreements and all that. It's very interesting to know that, we have McDonald's, how many stores must they be having globally? The Starbucks of the world, the KFCs of the world, and they also have distribution chains for all their products, which are cold chain and all of that. And no matter whether you go to China or you go to somewhere in Africa or in India, the burger or the coffee that's served at the exact temperature, it's, it is the exact specification in a different way. We're talking about a food chain, pharmaceutical chain or whatever. So sometimes it does, I do wonder, I mean, of course, there is a lot of pressure overall on the supply chain industry, everybody having to comply. But why would it be so difficult to get, for example, distributors are selected as per a specific requirement or qualification. They are enforced. They need to adhere to the packaging required. There is a cost for non-compliance. There must be penalties. There must be service level agreements. There must be audits. And if they don't comply, then there must be a way to weed them out and get the right kind of distributors, because they are presenting, even these kind of people are presenting such a high risk, after all the investment that's going in for overall the supply chain, and then one person sitting somewhere there is a critical control point, is then letting the whole thing fall out. So it would be interesting to know from the shippers as well as yourselves when you're picking up and all that, how do you all also help to strengthen that supply chain?
I'll give you oversimplified.
Yeah.
Oversimplified, but I'll give you some inputs. See, when it's concerning food, okay, whether it's McDonald's or anything, the customer is able to identify the difference between a perished product and a fresh product. Okay, so it's very easy for the customer to identify it. He may get fooled once, but second time, just take the name of McDonald's, their reputation will come down. Whereas for pharma, it's on pure trust, like somebody said in the morning. You just take a capsule or a tablet. You trust that it is going to work. Correct. So this is one of the inputs, very simplified. But I think if Ravi and Vijay can say something.
Ryan, I would add one set of my previous experience when I was handling the domestic distribution for pretty large pharma companies in India. Probably we as Indians, we still have that mindset of policing. If there's a traffic police, then we'll wear the seat belt. If there's a traffic police, we'll wear the helmet. This is the mindset what we are in still today. Probably we have already seen what is going to go wrong if you're not going to follow the regulations, what you're not going to follow the safety requirements. The high profile accidents what we have seen, even in cold chain also, why are we cutting the corners? Just for a few bucks? We were talking about thermocol boxes, which has been rampantly used. Forget about sustainability for a minute. Sustainability is definitely a point of discussion on every household dining table discussion today. Forget about boardroom discussions. So sustainability is one part. Apart from it, we are rampantly using the thermocol boxes, ice gel packs, just because they are available cheap. They are molded and then they are given to you as per your requirement. But whereas these are not qualified solutions. So if the packages get stuck up at the airport for 1 day, 2 days, you don't know what is going to happen with the vaccine inside it, the injections inside it. We don't use data loggers for monitoring it because basically no one is policing it. No one is asking us. So I think we need to get over this psyche and then say that even if someone is not looking at it, let us do the right thing first. Because it is to do with the medicine, it is to do with the patient who is in the hospital and waiting for his critical medicine to come. So I think this is more ethical in nature now. One, definitely we need to give the right product to the patient. And second, it has become more of a sustainability topic, that where is this thermocol boxes going? They are going into the landfill.
which is not going to, it's not an organic material. It is going to lie there in the soil for 500 years before it is degraded. So I think we have to get over with this kind of requirement and then say that it is everyone's requirement, everyone's responsibility to go to a more sustainable solutions which are available. So basically, as Avinash was mentioning, I'm very happy that Reliance has taken this decision or taken this initiative to use qualified solutions wherein they are leading the path. In fact, Reliance is a very large organization. Obviously, there will be a lot of other people who will be following them. And then this is a great beginning. I'm happy for that.
Vijay, something?
Yeah, I would say lack of awareness. Okay. There's a clear mention of temperature, everything on the tablet, but lack of awareness is all across. Okay. It has to be that, okay, pharma companies also needs to take that responsibility of educating its patients. Okay. However, pharma companies today are not seeing patient as their customers. Okay, so what happens is like for them, like where the bill, the distributor pays the price. Okay, the turnover is marked by that. I think moment we move ahead from the chain, I think that's where all things will. Though we will have audits, but I think I like the survey packaging solution. I would say innovation in packaging solution and real-time visibility definitely would help go a long way in terms of arresting. I would say that could be one of the solutions. Okay, of course there are other problems like counterfeit and other things in pharma, but yeah, cold chain, and yeah, when you are transporting goods in cold chain, it's an expensive product. Okay, at the end of the day, you also have to see that, okay, how your packaging cost is actually supplementing you on your gross margin as well. So I think that should go eye in eye. We definitely are today working with a couple of startups to see that, okay, how we can have real-time visibility on the packaging. Okay, we failed one POC, but like, yeah, young guys, it's a startup India. We're trying to see that how things work here.
Vijay, I think I fully agree with you. And just to move from packaging, I also say containerization is also part of next level packaging. Okay, with that, I would like to come to Ravi. And Ravi, how do you think? How familiar you think the Indian cold chain is with using advanced packaging or containers, especially with respect to phase change materials or PCM as they are known?
So I think, Ryan, you touched upon a very important topic in terms of phase change material or advanced materials which are available today as a technology. Probably I'll take one step backwards and then make you aware in terms of what is the evolution of the packaging or the insulation materials over the period of last 50-100 years. If you look at when we talk about insulation, we used to talk about nature-based products like wood or fur, which used to be used as insulation material. Later on, then the EPS and the thermocol boxes or the artificially developed materials came in. But today, we have these advanced materials which are designed. The phase change materials are nothing but liquids, the salts which are designed for specific purpose. So if you have a 2 to 8 degree product or a 15 to 20 degrees or minus 20 degrees product, for maintaining the temperature, then there are specifically designed phase change materials which are available, which are passive solutions, which you don't need any external energy like dry ice or electrical requirements for these kind of phase change materials. So in fact, in simpler terms, if you ask me, phase change materials are the AI of cold chain, artificial intelligence of cold chain. Why? Because basically once you condition the phase change materials, you can see some of the phase change materials of the panels back in the same conference room. We have a booth there where one of my colleague can take you through those phase change materials, how it works, how does it look like. But basically, in simpler terms, once you condition these phase change materials, they can go up to about 6 to 7 days in terms of maintaining the temperature of the product inside the box without any external intervention. So this 6 days when I'm talking about, basically this is in the ambient temperatures of plus 30 degrees outside. But if the same box which contains the phase change material panels is sitting in a 2 to 8 environment, then basically the phase change materials hibernate and then they don't release the energy. So the qualification period of these boxes can be anywhere between 10 to 15 days also, if they are still sitting in the required temperatures. So apart from phase change material, there is another material which is called VIP, which is vacuum insulation panels. va-Q-tec has developed these materials about 20 years back. We are pioneers in vacuum insulation panels. From a science perspective, from a physics point of view, if you look at, you don't have a thermal energy transfer in vacuum. So with that same principle, we developed something called the vacuum insulation panels. So all our packaging solutions have got dual insulation, vacuum insulation panel along with the phase change materials. So vacuum insulation panels actually insulates the product from external ambient temperatures, whereas the phase change materials actually maintain the temperature inside the box, which is the required temperature for the product. So these technologies are available. Vijay mentioned about awareness, training, making people aware about it and know about these new technologies. We are doing that, and more effort is required in getting to know what is the user requirements, and then how do we collaborate to put these new technologies to use.
Thanks, Ravi. But just another question. I'm sure the
I'll just add to what
please
Ravi
go
mentioned,
ahead.
actually. And it's like phenomenal technologies, Ravi. And the fact is actually we're not aware of it. And we're not even willing to explore because we want to push the responsibility forward. Actually, somebody else has to take care of it, and we want to blame somebody else for it. But I think the poll result which came in, which is primarily the packaging and the real-time information, I think that all of us probably have a consensus that it's time that shippers take charge of the situation instead of actually depending on others and airlines. It will happen, but it will take time. We all know that across. So I think these kind of technologies people are not aware of, and overall there's a lethargy in terms of adopting these technologies because, of course, it impacts the margins. But I think in the long run, it's definitely far more impactful than continuing with what we're doing actually. So I think.
So in fact, rightly mentioned, continuation to the poll, if you look at the first one which came up as the pain area is basically the real-time information, and the second one is packaging. So I would flip it around and then say, use the right packaging so that you will never need to spoil your sleep for real-time information. Because why are you craving for real-time information? Because you don't trust your packaging, you don't trust your service provider. When you get over that and then use the right packaging solution, then you don't need to worry about your service provider, worry about your real-time data logger. Have a good sleep.
Yeah, I agree with you. And maybe, I need to ask you a question on what steps do you think should be taken to improve, increase efficiency and decrease turnaround times for temperature-sensitive products? I know your company has a wide variety, so maybe you can also share the type of healthcare products your company is getting into, doing, and what steps you think we as an industry can do to increase the TAT.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned earlier, Thermo Fisher is primarily into serving science actually, and we have a presence from healthcare to food safety to everywhere almost. So we have a larger exposure in cold chain logistics, specifically in the specialty diagnostic business that we have, and RT-PCR was one of those solutions. But specifically to your question, I think a lot of actions, right? It starts right from planning till delivery to the customer, and planning becomes more difficult when you have regulatory requirements which come in. For example, in case of our IVD kits, actually there's a requirement that you can't import anything which has a life less than 60 days, and it's India specific requirement, which means that the factories don't manufacture unless their stocks get depleted, and we end up procuring excess inventories. Those inventories get expired, it chokes up this warehouse space, and overall it kind of slows down the operations. So I think that is something that we all have to be careful about, and it becomes more difficult. But apart from that, I think some of the minor or rather very basic decisions that we take actually, for example, generally when it's a large warehouse actually, the cold room tend to be a very, like if it's 100,000 square feet warehouse, the cold room will be like 1,000 square feet or 2,000 square feet. And you tend to keep it somewhere where you don't want to waste the space actually. So I think we have to be careful in terms of where we are locating that space. I mean, it should not be too far from the entry exit. It should not be too far because you don't want to expose the product to ambient temperature for a very long time. And these are things actually we have experienced it by committing that mistakes actually. So secondly, I think the processes around the handling, picking, marking, labeling, and documentation, I think that's also very, very important. And we have to design our processes in such a way that once the product comes out of the warehouse, actually it quickly moves out. Sometimes what happens actually when the product comes out, actually you start running out for the MSDS and other standard documents, right? So you need to re-engineer your processes so that the product actually spends minimum amount of time on the staging area. Third one is the importance of automation, and I would say that automation in terms of physical dispatches. For example, we have HHDs actually, and when you look at our products, actually, the diagnostic products, actually, it looks very, very similar. And you have an 18 to 20 digit SKU code. The only difference could be 1 digit, right? So if you go by naked eyes, actually, you'll end up dispatching the wrong product. So HHDs really help us. At the same time, actually, for the convenience, actually, we come up with a lot of admin controls also. In the sense, sometimes instead of investing on technologies, we try to rely on people. And those people do the things right twice, but third time they commit a mistake actually. So we have some examples like that. So I think we should rely more on information coming from the system instead of relying on people to relay that communication. And I think training and reinforcement is very, very important. You have a moving population in the warehouse, and even if you don't have a moving population, it's very, very important that we are able to reinforce the training to the existing staff. Because what happens is once a person gets comfortable doing something, there is a possibility for that person to take a shortcut, assuming that it's a fail-proof, and we end up in problems. Packaging we have discussed enough actually. I think it's a very, very important topic, and we really have to do a lot around that. Safety and security, I think that's an area actually we also felt that it doesn't happen to us, it happens to somebody else, right? So once it happened, actually, we were not able to have power. The power went off actually, and for 2 days actually we didn't have power. And eventually we didn't know what needed to be done actually. So we moved the material to a containerized trailer actually. We held it in the warehouse actually. But that was an innovative, ingenious solution. But we have to prepare for it actually. So I think that's something, and all of us have to be prepared in terms of the business continuity management, because it can always happen to anybody. So I think these are a couple of points we have to be prepared for it, and that we have learned it the hard way, but I think it's worth exploring.
So, Avinash, just to connect with this, talking about real-time information. So since you went to retail, okay, so I think, can you tell us something, what does real-time information and variable data, the role it plays for an efficient cold chain, especially with relation to cold chain retail distribution? So,
okay, so from the retail perspective, again, since I spoke about the storage and the distribution. So from the storage point of view, if you see, we are storing it in a warehouse. So those warehouse should be thermal map. That is, a validation has to be done for that particular warehouse. And that mapping has to be done through the various sensors and all to understand what are the hot spots and the cold spots. Based on that, there should be a uniformity of that particular temperature. So that gives us a visibility about like the uniformity of that particular cold chain environment that has been created for storage. Okay. From the distribution perspective, yes, there are many devices that has come up. That is IoT specific, like sensors are there, which are mostly used for data analytics as well as like understanding the history or the trends or the forecast of like how that shipments are happening, and based on that, like the decisions can be taken. Similarly, blockchain technology, as like in the panel also, like it has been raised, like it's a buzz which is coming up, and there is a need of an hour for that. Reason behind is the blockchain has the capacity to have an end-to-end visibility of it, of the complete cold chain. So in the pharma cold chain, it relates to the automation as well as the management of it. Okay. And in that, what happens is like there is, it has been done with the help of distribution ledger technology. The distribution ledger technology talks about like how we are going to have a uniformity, and there will be like whoever are the stakeholders, like the manufacturers, then the logisticians, and then the wholesaler, distributor, and the retailer. They will be coming in the same platform, a single platform, and they will be accessing the data, but no one will be having a control on it. So it will be a clear visibility of like how the data is flowing, how the temperatures are there, in because all these team members will be having their own data sets, but that will be compiled in the blockchain, and that will be giving us an end-to-end visibility to it. So this helps us to have a complete cold chain maintained throughout the journey.
Thanks.
So,
thank you. I have we have one more before opening the questions from the audience. We have one more poll, and maybe if you can get that poll online. I don't expect too much discussion on this, but this is just to understand all of us on a scale of 1 to 5. Where would you rate people, that is human education and training, at all stages of supply chain? So if you can vote, it will be very important. 100%. So, of course, something else is coming. So we'll give it a few more seconds. Yes. So it's quite clear. I don't want to say no-brainer, but it's quite clear that it's critical to important. And I think, I don't know whether somebody says 4% no impact, but it's fine. So, but I would definitely say this is critical. So I think we are talking about technology, we are talking about physical, but one of the critical aspects is education and training at all stages of supply chain, from senior to shop floor. So I think this is also an opportunity for people to understand that there are opportunities for training, education, and in one way we as an industry have to also project this need to universities. Because unless we project the need to universities, they're not going to build courses. Because end of the day, universities also are concerned about business, right? So if you give them a kind of need, requirement, I'm sure many universities would really think. I know of 1 or 2 universities in Mumbai who are thinking of having a special course of MBA and supply chain. Some resistance, but it's going ahead. And I don't think we need a major discussion on this because it's clear. So I would now request anybody from the audience who have any questions, superb, to right in front. Mr. Jani and Manoj.
Tushar Jani from Cargo Service Center. I think so none of us are discussing CIV or GDP standards, which are very important in my mind. I think the real-time information is an enabler. It just tell you whether you're doing right or wrong. I think the important is to do the thing right. And you have seen training is, everybody feels it's very critical. More than 80% people wants training. But I would like to ask panel here, is it standard important for cold chain, or especially pharma cold chain, such as CIV and GDP? B, I would like to ask from the pharma shipper, do they want CIV or GDP? Third, I would like to ask the airline, if I'm CIV certified, which is IATA program, do airline has to audit me again and again? So these are my 3 questions.
Very good questions. I think we'll start with the shippers first.
Yeah,
and
so
then go
maybe
to
I can have CIV or GDP. GDP is part of CGMP process, that is manufacturing process. So for pharmaceutical companies, GDP is inbuilt in the manufacturing part. So it's the broader aspect is GMP, and the child is GDP. So as a manufacturer, GDP compliant pharmaceutical companies, I am sure all of them are there. From the Indian perspective, multinational definitely. From the transportation part, yes, it should be, we should make awareness on the GDP part on handling the goods. So that is one aspect which industry should take it forward, so that more and more people are aware of handling the products in the right way. This is what, in short, I can for the GDP part.
Just to add to this, GDP is of course important. So all international shipments which go, okay, when the audit happens, the transportation part of it, how you store it, whether it is in a GDP environment, all gets audited. Okay, so if you're not maintaining that standards, yes, it could be a red flag in your audit as well. So GDP compliant definitely important from a international business perspective. But when it comes to domestic business, GDP is important. But today, pharma companies, I think years still while, like the way we operated, actually we had a C&F model, we had some kind of a depot model and all that, where the infrastructure piece, I would say there is work in progress. I would say 3PLs and 4PLs needs to take a big plunge in that. I'm sure GDP compliant warehouses are required in India, and that's where the new policy also, which talked about logistics policy, was announced, but the warehouse, I would say the systems and processes were also announced, which did not come into a policy, but I'm sure with infrastructure improving in India also, it would be mandatory sometime in coming years to come.
CIV is not important.
No, I think that Rashmi needs to talk.
It's important.
Asking shipper's perspective, CIV is not important.
CIV is for the service provider. No, if a service provider has it.
My point is,
yes,
if I go to a shipper as a service provider, my CIV certification is insignificant.
No, I don't think so. Maybe.
No, we look for a GDP compliant warehouse.
Exactly.
GDP certified.
If I don't have GDP and CIV, I'm not qualified technically. But if I'm GDP qualified and not CIV qualified, shippers are happy as long as I've studied GDP well and I'm practicing GDP well.
Practicing, yes.
I will take that in continuation. Anyway, you had a question also, Tushar bhai. First of all, I mean, of course, the terminology used now is variable, but CIV, the IATA CIV program is, of course, the IATA branding, right? The marketing branding. But it is based, the basis of it is GDP, EU GDP regulations and WHO Annex 5, apart from others. So the minute you complete a IATA CIV certification program, you are GDP certified in a sense, but its external agencies call them SGH or Bureau Veritas call them a GDP certification. IATA CIV calls it IATA CIV certification, but it is GDP.
I'm sorry, Rashmi. If I'm CIV certified, I'm not construed to be GDP.
No, you're not construed to be GDP.
If I go to my customer, they would say, you may be CIV, go and get GDP, which is another agency, which is not IATA CIV.
It's private agency.
Right? No,
CIV
my point
is
is CIV is not GDP. I mean, that's where you and I differ, right?
Okay. CIV is based
CIV is not GDP and GDP is not CIV. Let's agree.
It's not, because CIV is transportation. GDP is one aspect of it.
No, GDP also is a transportation. Distribution also transportation.
Of course it is.
No, the point, Rashmi, I'm making it here. I think you should get the point what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The CIV certification is not popular with the farmer shipper across the globe. Right?
I will
That's the
beg
point.
to differ.
I'm a CIV certified,
Sure.
and I'm telling you, when I go with CIV certification to my customer, the next question is, that's okay. Are you GDP? Right? So that's the point I'm making here.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay, but I'm just saying. End-to-end. Anyway, I mean, of course, we will.
We are all IATA, don't worry.
Yeah.
We're not putting CIV on the side.
No.
I just want to bring that fact that CIV program is not, I want word used, but it's not fusion well with pharma manufacturer or shipper. There is a need for the pharma shipper to get included into CIV. That's the point I'm making.
think point is well taken.
Yeah.
Again, I think, Tushar bhai, only one point which I want to add when we are talking about CIV being requisition for an farmer shipper, until unless it is part of the regulations, that is not going to happen, because GDP, GMP are part of the regulations you are supposed to maintain. But CIV has come up very recently, which is not part of any of the mandatory requirements. So, as you rightly mentioned, until unless it is part of the mandatory requirements, farmer shipper would never ask you for that.
So my last question is not answered, which Rashmi has to answer.
Yeah, I'll
if I'm
answer that.
CUI certified,
Yeah.
why the airline has to come and audit me?
Yeah.
And I get 14 airlines come. So every month 2 airlines come and audit me.
Yeah.
Even being I'm CIV certified.
Yeah. So part of GDP, IATA, the checklist you've seen, supply management is one of the sections of that. So it is, and you used the word earlier, we base a lot of things on trust. And I can't remember, one of the big thinkers said, in God we trust, everybody else being documentation and paper, and that's the only way the business goes. However, it is supplier management is mandatory as part of the GDP regulations or even IATA program. But each company who's auditing, the contract giver, we can audit based on risk assessment. Depending on the performance of the supplier, the regularity or the periodicity can be determined. It could be once in 3 years. And then, of course, if the risk assessment, there's a high level of deviations or whatever, then it could be a more frequent. And we measure that as well. But auditing is mandatory as part of the program. It can be agreed based on risk assessment, the performance of the supplier, whether it's a frequent audit or, we can just have one of those, once in 3 years or something, cyclical audits. And the audit can be short. If the performance is good, then there's no requirement overall to have an extended 2-day audit or something. It could be only some key sections can be audited. But can we walk away from it? No, at the moment, we cannot. The audit will happen. It's between each company, the performance and overall risk assessment on the frequency as well as the detailedness of the audit.
Manoj has a question.
So I'll just move from certification and compliance to IT. So I have a point out here. Globally, it has been surveyed, aviation industry, or be it supply chain industry or the pharma industries, they don't spend money much, not more than 3 to 5% on IT. I want to ask the audience out here, the panelists, is there any plan for future for investment? Because IT integrations and IT investments make things much more better for any industry for that matter. You talk about aviation industry, the airline, be it or the airport or the suppliers, ground handlers. We've seen a lot of transparency coming in. We're spending money, but it's still not at a very, very basic steps, I would say, not much done. But any industries goes beyond 8 to 10% of investments in the industry. They bring a lot of revolutions. They bring a lot of changes. They bring a lot of disruptions. So is there anything which I would like to know that, are the pharma shippers are going to spend good money on the pharma, the IT industry, be it at the airport also from our end as well and from the airline? And from the packaging solutions, of course, va-Q-tec and some innovators have come into the solution of packaging. I'm sure the digital integrations and the IT investments are going to be huge. Of course, Wes here, Satish is here. I'm sure he's getting a lot of funds from across the globe, you're saying. So I'm sure some funds are going to be part of the IT integrations as well. So I'm going to have a next conversation with him, how much he's going to spend. So this is one part which I think there has been a survey and a document which I would like to share to any of the members out here, that very, very minuscule, very less investment has been done. It's just been given a thought, we should be digitally integrated with all the supply chain players. But in the practical sense, are we really serious about it? Are our top line people, managements are really spending money or focusing on that? So the one question is on that. The second part, which I would say, packaging, which you mentioned, Ravi, it all boils around the cost. When the cargo comes from the origin, there is a packaging. Very, 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 very open question putting to all across. The packaging shows 15 to 25. Frankly, 15 to 25 degree on a package is being ignored. It's been shown either on the shipper side or from the consignee side or be it on the consolidators that it is a normal temperature, please convert it into a general cargo on the arrival. It's not there on the arrival. We store the cargo. When it comes to, there is a debate and there is an indemnity, being shared by the forwarder or consolidators. Consignee says that, please clear it on a general cargo mode. So the whole efficacy of the packaging at the origin, 15 to 20 where I mentioned, it loses its essence on the arrival. And it's being in this industry last 30 years, I see it both the greenfield airports, Hyderabad and Bangalore, both the groundfield airports. It's India story, maybe a global story, but when it comes on the final destination for clearance, just because of the cost factor, it's being diluted. How are we addressing this issue? Because we are here as an airport or a supplier or a service provider or the airport operators or ground handlers would try to see what's mentioned on the package, even if it's not documented. Still, we see the packaging and we position or segregate the cargo based on the storage side. But it's been ignored, and many times we get those challenges. So I think this is very, very practical things which are not a very subjective stuff, very objective. I'm trying to ask that how do we move forward? Because there has been a big companies, and not like to name in this forum, had been focusing on that. That at the arrival, just move it as a general cargo. So the whole transportation right from US to India, when it comes on arrival, they want to convert the cargo just because 15 to 25, let it be. So how do we
maybe
address this across?
You can take the first question, no, Vijay?
No, I think the first question with regards to the digitization and IT, okay? Of course, pandemic taught a lot of important things, okay? And also for the top management saying that how supply chain function is an important function, because earlier the freight cost was only 2 or 3% and it suddenly went into double-digit numbers, okay? So of course, as an organization, Alchem is investing in the IT, okay? So we are already doing POC with few of the players, like I don't know Pandu's here or not. They are one of the propables in terms of looking at all the documentation, right from the pre-shipment documents, how it is connected from plant to the transporters, to the airport, to the customs, CHAs, airlines, shipping lines, till it reaches the warehouse. Okay, so from an export side, this has been planned, and we are making investment in that. Okay, so that's one thing which I want to talk about. On the second aspect that you brought about, that's an important topic, particularly when it comes. I don't know about other organizations, but when it comes to Alchem, if anything comes to Europe and it is maintained in a particular temperature, we will definitely go by the book. But yes, there are areas of improvement when it comes to domestic shipments. Okay, so whenever I'm shipping cargoes via airline, the last mile, because we have proper dry ice, or we have I would say gel packs with proper temperature, the last leg sometimes many a times we do it in a normal truck. Okay, now that's because of the cost, which is a very valid point. I think we can clearly take action on that direction.
I want to add up, when you say that when we get an import cargo, this is converted into journal. So what I feel is most of the import shipments in India are either API, raw materials, excipient, packing materials. These are not finished goods, which are not going to the patient directly. Very rare cases. This is one. But as a person, I will not suggest to change over from a temperature sensitive to a general. And in this case, awareness should be there. This is one. And secondly, what people think, this is an API, this will go in manufacturing, we have stability and then we can use it. So, okay, let's save some costs. So this is not the correct way. And one more point over here is that this product, people think this is ambient. Ambient in India and ambient in Europe is different. So they are not specific. So what I suggest, go with the product label. Whatever product label says, that should be the benchmark. Whatever he says ambient and he says it is 15, 25 and somebody says below 30, keep cool. These are all people-made tailors. So,
the MS, sorry, Bhajan, you wanted to complete it. The MSTS is an important document, okay, and that becomes critical, because shipment, whether it is API or the other exhibition, if it fails in the test, okay, your supplier can also talk about saying that I have sent it properly. Okay, when the investigation happens, you lose on the insurance claim as well. So I think that's a risk, which if the pharma companies are doing this, then that's a huge risk.
I think we have done more than well with time, and I think you want to ask a question, but
Because,
you need his permission.
Manoj referred to technology and adoption, and he mentioned about us. Manoj, just to answer your question, we have deployed 200 people and we have an independent tech center, and we are ready to do an API with anyone who's ready, wherein even your bills will come into your system automatically. You don't need to create your technology. You can search, book, pay, and get visibility like any other app that you have. So I'm saying is there is an commitment from the industry, and we're not asking anyone whether you'll pay for it. I'm saying is store your documents on my cloud free. Free, I'm saying. When you give something for free, then other hesitation comes. So that's a mindset problem.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Please join us in giving an applause to our panelists.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen. Ma'am, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful panel discussion this has been. And once again, very sorry to come up here, be a spoke in the wheel, but we do have a little time restriction as we have many more sessions. But thank you very much, Ryan, and all the panelists here. I request our moderator, Ryan, now to hand over mementos to all our panelists. We'll start from the extreme left, or rather, we'll start with ma'am to Miss Rashmi Karnad. Let's have one. Thank you, ma'am. To Mr. Vijay Shetty. To Mr. Vilas Rubello, to Mr. Avinash Verma, to Mr. Ravi Kumar Tumalapalli, to Mr. Binu Vijay Kumar. And now I invite Mr. Libin Chakokurian from the Stat Media Group to kindly join us up on stage. I request Libin to kindly hand over a memento to our moderator, Mr. Ryan Vegas. And let's have a round of applause collectively for all our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful session indeed it's been. Thank you so very much. I request you all to step forward so we can have a group photograph together. Thank you so very much, ma'am. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure there's many of you still have any queries or questions that you would like to ask our panelists. And we have a tea break after one more session, of course, which we're inviting you to join in and ask them or interact with them. For now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take the pleasure of welcoming up on stage the Managing Director of Odyssey Logistics, Mr. Abhishek Thakur. And I request him to kindly address us present here and to tell us more about Odyssey Logistics. Let's give him a round of applause and welcome him up to the podium, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, this is a proud privilege to address such an august gathering. I'll just present a very brief extempore overview of our organization and what we do and what we have been doing for the past decade or more, with special reference and emphasis to the pharmaceutical, which is our core specialization. Odyssey Logistics was established in 2004, and we started off as a company providing solutions to automotive sectors. So our prime product was auto parts, which our major customers were based in Pune. And from there we started. Very soon we got a foray into pharmaceutical as we were appointed by Chiron Bearing Vaccines, which was a company, which is still a company operating out of Ankleshwar. At that point of time, that company was managed and handled by Aventis Pharma. So it was Mr. Alan Fernandez, and I must take his name because he was the first person, who gave the first break into pharmaceutical as an independent entity Before that, in my previous capacity, I had handled a lot of pharmaceutical shipments when I was working for some organization and where I had a very large-scale exposure to handling Ranbaxy shipments. But as an entrepreneur, my direct exposure started off with handling chiron-bearing vaccines. And that actually made, that laid the foundation of, what was to come years later. Because while handling chiron-bearing vaccines, me and my team, the team kept building over a period of time as we grew. But we understood the nitty-gritties of temperature-controlled shipments with special emphasis to handling 2 to 8 degree shipments, how the shipments are processed, how it is handled. Chiron was basically actually handled by Marburg, which was based in Germany. So they were basically the buying house, and they used to procure from India, and they used to do the global distribution for the shipments all over the world. So that gave us a very direct exposure of handling pharmaceutical 2 to 8 critical sensitive shipments all over the globe, except for US. They had a lot of exports to LATAM, Far East, Middle East, and very limited to Europe. From there, our journey started with pharmaceuticals, and side by side, we were doing pretty well as far as the auto sector is concerned. It was only towards the end of 2012 when we realized that there is some amount of saturation happening in the automotive sector, because of which my core specialization has always been air freight. So we felt that there's a lot of diversion going on from air to ocean, and it was time for us to reinvent ourselves and get on to a different kind of vertical. And that is how we decided to foray full-fledged into the pharmaceuticals business. Now, the journey has been literally very challenging, and it's a very long story, like from 2012 onwards till now in 2022, when we can humbly say that we share some amount of market share as far as pharmaceuticals is concerned in India, particularly from Mumbai and Hyderabad. Like, we handle all the major customers, their major volumes, their all market sectors, and as well as all kinds of their products. Now, this journey has been very adventurous. We could gain their trust and confidence by acting transparently with them, instilling a sense of belongingness that whatever situation come way, we will always be there for them, and we will never let them down under any circumstances. So that eventually led, from 2016, we started consolidating our volumes. And as the industry knows that by 2017, we had reached almost 800 to 900 tons per month, which further got consolidated and enhanced to almost 1200 to 1300 tons by 2018. But the major metamorphosis for our company and our organization came in the COVID. Like, when the COVID hit 2020, from there, we had an exponential growth, and from almost 1200 tons, we reached almost 2000 tons for the continuous 2 years. And this has been only possible because during the difficult pandemic time, we could provide to our customers solutions which were tailor-made, which were based on the situation and circumstances prevailing at that point of time. And all our major customers, today, they are a name to reckon with in the industry. They're all, the trade knows about our customers, who all we handle and how we handle. So this trust we have been able to build with them by working diligently and achieving their goals and considering their goals as our goals, because we know that a satisfied customer is the benchmark of success. So if we are able to satisfy our customers with our services, with our pricing, of course, because that's always plays a key role. But when you become a kind of a big consolidator, then the pricing also, comes on your side. So with a right mixture of all this, we were able to get a sense of belongingness with the customer, that the customer started trusting us. And they know that whenever there is a critical shipment, particularly for US, like there's a launch shipment, or if there's a shipment which needs to be delivered within 2 days, 4 days, 5 days time, they turn to us. They rely on our expertise now. We have expanded quite substantially into the area one market, that is US. And today, I think we have the proud distinction of handling and delivering almost anywhere between 700 to 1,000 tons by air every month into US. So that is something like, it's a very good numbers by 700 to 8,000 tons only for the US market. And then the other market like LATAM and all, it's a different. So we have kept our entire focus, our major focus on the Area 1 US market, because we know that for the generic, for the Indian pharmaceutical customers, US is the key market. And that is where, their stakes are also very high. So we understood the market positioning. We understood how US operates. We have reinvented our service thing. My team works round the clock, 24/7, 365. We understand that, how US systems work. We know the remote control operations in US. We know that, unlike other markets, the US is typically different. We don't need to, it's a kind of a documentless market. Like, we can clear shipments arriving in Atlanta, in Chicago, or shipment arriving in Miami, in New York, and just place the truck and pick up the shipment. So that dynamics are different. The market conditions are different. And I'm very glad that, we have been able to capitalize on those conditions and make ourselves in line with the kind of solutions what our customers look forward. So over a period of time, for the last couple of years, there has been a very smooth going on with our customers that they trust us. We give them what they needed. I keep always every 6 months or 7 months, I make a trip over there so that I meet the end customers, to instill a sense of confidence and to ask them if they need anything further from our end. We also have forayed into the other markets like LATAM. So we have made Miami as a hub because we know that there's a lot of shipments going in from LATAM to the different markets of LATAM via Miami. So we have a very reliable partner in Miami, he takes care of our on-forwarding, and he has a very excellent contacts with the carriers which are operating further from Miami to the different locations. Now, one point which I would definitely like to touch upon is the vaccines. Today, if we could, during the COVID time, if we could, we handle for, just for the information, all the Indian embassies, the Covishield vaccine which was supplied, which was almost close to 70 to 75 Indian embassies, all that was handled by Odyssey Logistics. So the seeds of this handling were actually, came from our handling of Chiron bearing shipments, because we had hands-on experience of more than 16 years. And me and my team, we exactly knew that which market behaves how, and for 2 to 8 degree gel pack shipments, how we have to respond, which area, how much proactive we have to be, and in which market we have to just see that we do not take things for granted. So our accumulative experience of 15 years gave us became like a blessing for us in giving the best solutions when we handle Covishield. Like Covishield, as I had mentioned in the panel discussion, that we had the proud privilege of handling more than 95% of Covishield vaccines which moved out of Mumbai airport. So that itself was a very moment of pride for us, as the customer trusted us, for giving such an important assignment to us. So in a nutshell, I would just like here to thank all my stakeholders, all my partners, especially my team, the airlines, the airport handlers, because without their active support, this journey would not have been there. What we have achieved today is, apart from our hard work and our conviction, it is the cooperation and it is the assistance from all the stakeholders which has resulted in we emerging as one of the leaders for handling pharmaceutical logistics and earning the trust of our customers, which is our core motivation. If our customer is happy with us, that is everything for us, and we will continue to strive for that and gain acceptance from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we break for a very short tea break. And of course, for those of you who like to just refresh yourselves, we'll take 15 minutes right now and look forward to you getting back in this room at 4:50. Once again, we have a final panel discussion, and this one's looking forward to your very active participation, just like in all the other previous sessions. A panel discussion on visibility and predictability, tech interventions for the pharma industry 4.0. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to remind you, just a humble request, that we have QR codes on the tent cards on your tables. Now is a good time for you to send us your very valuable feedback, recommendations, suggestions, if any. All you need to do is scan the QR code. It'll take you to a form. It'll take you not more than a couple of minutes, but your feedback is extremely valuable to us. So please do send us your feedback. And we're looking forward to seeing you back in this room in the next 15 minutes for the last session of the day. Thank you so much. In the meanwhile, here's a request, a humble request once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the tent cards on your table have a QR code. We request you to please scan the code so that we can have your valuable feedback at whenever you could probably send it to us. All you need to do is scan the QR code, takes it to a form, take a couple of minutes, fill in the form, and let us know your recommendations, suggestions, and that's how we could make the Global Pharma Logistics Summit a whole lot more inclusive for each and every one of you. With that, once again, I welcome all our delegates who are outside. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please have you in the hall. We are looking forward to getting started with our final panel discussion as soon as we have all of you present in the hall. Thank you so much. discussion and looking forward to getting started right away as soon as all of you are present in the hall. In the meanwhile, for those of you who are sending in your feedback, thank you so very much. For those of you who still haven't, all you need to do is scan the QR code on the 10 cards and drop us your very valuable feedback. It's a simple form that you need to fill. It takes you a couple of minutes only. Thank you so very much once again for your feedback. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you so very much for getting back to the hall on time. A final request, a humble request to all the delegates who are outside the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a final panel discussion, and we're looking forward to having all of you back in the hall before we get started. Our speakers are very eager to address you on the topic of visibility, predictability, tech interventions for pharma industry 4.0, and we're raring to go, just waiting to start off, but we need all of you present in the hall. So those of you walking in, please do take your seats, settle down. We'll start in just a few moments. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. We hope you've had a refreshing tea break, and we have for you a very interesting panel discussion to follow. Once again, I'd like to take this opportunity before we get started with the panel discussion to thank all our partners and our sponsors behind the Global Pharma Logistics Summit 2022, brought to you by the Cargo Service Center, our airport partner, Mumbai International Airport, our airline partner, Turkish Cargo, our solutions partner, Odyssey Logistics, our supply chain partner, Skyways Group, our delivery partner, Skye Air Mobility, our supporting partners, va-Q-tec and Frankfurt Airport, and our associate partner, Viz Freight. We thank you all for your support continuing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time that we commence with the panel discussion, and We're looking forward to it being a very engaging session, just like all the sessions we had prior to this, with all of you participating all through. So with that, I now take the pleasure of inviting up on stage the moderator for this panel discussion, Mr. Javin Bhide, the director and founder of Syncor. Once again, let's have a round of applause for Mr. Javin Bhide. A round of applause. Thank you so much. And Mr. Javin will now welcome all our esteemed speakers up on stage. I will read their names, and sir, you can give them a nice, good, firm handshake. And our speakers are requested to sit down in the order of your names being read out from the left to the right, so that we can have your mics numbered. So I take the pleasure of inviting our panelists. I start with Rajeshwari Nair, Logistics Manager at Zydus. Let's have a round of applause, please. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. I now welcome Surendra Deodhar, the Vice President Materials at Reliance Life Sciences. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him, please. I now welcome Mr. Vikas Rajput, XM Head, Indoco Remedies. Thank you for joining us. Let's have a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. I now welcome Mr. Pramod Pereira, Assistant General Manager, Cargo Service Center. Let's give him a round of applause and welcome him, please. I now welcome Mr. Srikanth Sarda, the Director and Co-founder, Skye Air Mobility. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him up on stage, please. And I welcome Mr. Vikram Srivastava, Head of Planning, Global Supply Chain, Sun Pharma. Let's have a round of applause and welcome him up on stage, please. Thank you for joining us, sir. And with that, I hand over to our moderator, Mr. Javin Bhide. All over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Perfect. Good evening, everyone. And thank you, the organizers and all the partners. As the names were being read out of all the different organizations who've actually worked together to make this event a success, I couldn't help but noticing the word partner in all the names that you can see on the backdrop. So I think once again, if I can request all of you to give a big round of applause to all the partners who are not only sitting in this room, but thanks to whom the entire industry, least I say pharma industry, all the industries that we interact with on a day-to-day basis, all are partners who actually help us to move product. So can I please hear a resounding round of applause for all the partners who have made this event a success and who on a daily basis continue to help us to move product. Thank you very much. Now, this is the last topic of the day, and we are going to try to make it as lively and interesting as possible. I'm joined on the stage by an extremely rich and diverse set of experienced professionals from different backgrounds. We have professionals who are dealing day in and day out on the domestic supply chain issues. We have with us a gentleman who's also a partner of the event, whose product actually moves the product, the pharma product, through the air. So we have a gentleman from Skye Air Mobility, whose product, I guess, over the last few years has actually revolutionized the way we move our products in the last mile. So that is the tech part of the discussion that we are going to be listening to today. We also have gentlemen from the pharma industry who look at the export side. And there are different challenges, different realities. So I can assure you that at the end of the next 60 minutes, we are going to have a very rich and informative discussion. Now, to set the context, when we are looking at visibility into the supply chain, what we are really talking about is visibility into the inventory, into the supply chain. And as we all have experienced over the last 3 years, the COVID and the pandemic shook us up from a supply chain perspective. But not only the pharma industry professionals, all other industry professionals, especially in supply chain, stood up to the occasion to make sure that the end consumer, or in our case, the end patient, is not deprived of the product. So once again, I think the pharma industry went through a lot of challenges, and we will hear about some of these challenges in logistics that were faced by the industry and how the partners actually came forward to make sure that the goods which were stuck at different levels in the supply chain actually moved forward. So this was one extremely interesting learning from a COVID and a pandemic perspective. We also moved 1.6 billion vaccines across the globe during the course of the pandemic, and that's no mean achievement. And India is regarded as the pharmacy to the world. And I'm sure after the pandemic, India is also now regarded as the vaccine country, supplying country to the world. So great, proud moment for all of us to make sure that the vaccines which are made by us are actually reaching the patients globally. So having said that, when we look at the topic of visibility, once again, as I said, it's all about the product visibility. There is also information visibility. That is something that is on top of our mind. So if we look at inventory visibility, let me start off with the panelist closest to me. Vikram, in your entire experience, when we look at inventory, ultimately the team of people in any organization which makes inventory available to the CNF or to the depot or to the stockist is the planning team. Because the role of the planning team is actually to make sure that whatever is the demand of the market has been communicated to our internal stakeholders and the product is moved. So in your experience over the last so many years, how would you say the planning role has evolved, and what are some of the current challenges that you see in this particular function?
Thank you, Jevon, and very warm, good evening to all the members in this hall today, and very elated to be amongst this elite panel. And you talked about a very interesting point, Jevon, how planning has evolved. So if I have to say supply chain earlier, if I have to say BC AD, before Corona and after the disease, the new Gregorian calendar, so to speak, So before Corona, supply chain was mostly about logistics, distribution, and was about procurement. You procure, somebody will produce what to produce, that somebody will figure out, no problem, and then you distribute. This was what supply chain used to entail about for a long time, But I would say, not entirely due to Corona, but just before Corona also, people tried to understand what planning plays a very important role in doing all these activities of stitching together the entire information cockpit, so to speak. So I call the planners to be in the flying plane of a pharmaceutical company, and they are the ones who are getting all the information from different stakeholders, demand sensing from the market. From the procurement guys, I'm getting an idea about what my vendors are doing. From the logistics guys, I'm understanding how my logistics challenges are increasing. From the operations guys, I'm trying to understand what kind of operational challenges are happening. Because during pandemic, it was not just my logistics or procurement that was impacted. Even my operations were impacted because we had to make our own bio bubbles and make sure that we are getting the right senses, demand senses from the market, and giving my factory the right indication what needs to be produced. So the role of planning per se has evolved in such a stage that I would say even now, there was a news conference in which the president of United States was talking about the pencil supply chain, and he was talking about it's not just about where the pencil is coming from, where the lead is coming from, where the wood is coming from, which factory it is getting manufactured, how it's getting distributed. So that's the power of planning today that we hold, and I think it's time for supply chain and supply chain planning to hold center stage. We are at a very interesting phase because talking about the topic we are going to talk about today, visibility and digitization, planning is going to play a very important role as to how we are going to interact with different stakeholders and take the right decisions. Coming to your second part with respect to inventory, so inventory is not just about finished goods, Inventory for us is also about raw materials. And we know as much as there is issues getting finished goods at the right nodes, globally or domestically, it was also a huge challenge for us to procure and have the right inventory of the raw materials. India is the pharmacy to the world. You said it right. India is the vaccine capital to the world now. You said it right. but we are still heavily dependent on raw materials, and about 65 to 70% of our raw materials are still getting imported into India. And during pandemic, we know what happened. Everything came to a grinding halt. I mean, nothing could come out of India, and nothing could come in. I mean, India in fact became 30 different countries. Moving your goods from Goa to, say, Sikkim was a huge challenge itself. How do you move your goods across? So the definition of inventory in my mind has changed overall. We have started looking at inventory not just as just in time, but just in case. That's the new terminology that I prefer to use in our discussions. That what if A fails? What is the plan B? It is going beyond alternate vendor development just for cost initiatives. It is beyond cost now. It is about business continuity. So it's more about business, more to do with business continuity plans than business process re-engineering. So that in my mind has opened up a huge window of things that we can do in supply chain with respect to how we make our supply chains agile, how we make them resilient, and how do we make them sustainable. So that's my brief take. I'm sure we'll add a little bit more during the conversation, but yeah.
Thank you so much. So taking a cue from this, I'll jump straight to Vikas. So Vikas, you are looking at exports and imports for your organization, which is Indoco Remedies. And again, looking at the past 3 years, in the course of the pandemic, how did your organization deal with the inventory issues, and any kind of process changes or improvements you see today which were not there before?
Am I audible? Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I will add on to what Vikram and what you asked me, that yes, pre-pandemic, systems is an inventory. Inventory is basically a business which controls and it gives you customer service. So business is an objective. So inventory management is a big business objective which controls. It tracks and utilizes the inventory, and it satisfies the customer. Since it is fragmented as a supply chain as a whole, and there are multiple functions involved to manufacture, I would say that as a manufacturing process, there are procurement department, there is a manufacturing, there is distribution, there is warehousing, then there's LSPs, who deliver. It is all fragmented. Visibility of an inventory is very, very critical in terms of to take the business, and to recognize revenue. So you need a technology. You need a technology who can give you a visibility of all your products component. Like if I have to define into 3 categories, I would say operation first as an inventory. Operation is not only manufacturing of a finished goods. Like rightly Vikram said, there are multiple components involved. It can be SFG, it can be raw material, it can be many other components which needs to be, have a visibility of what is there in my system, what is physically available, and how much I can utilize so that I can service my customer. It gives me a business opportunity, how quickly I can execute, right? And that's how the business goes ahead. So that's operational. It also gives me all the visibility of where is the shortages, where I can control my inventory, how I can, because every inventory is carrying customer value carrying cost. So there needs to be under control. Hence, as an operational inventory visibility is very, very critical. Then I come forward as a finance point of view. Finance, what happens is that every inventory is a carrying customer. It's a value. How do I control it? So again, it's all cost of goods sold. So unless you have a less COGS, then the business value goes up. So very critical for as a business perspective, and as well as sales is concerned, because that's the inventory available, how quickly I can service my customer and how can generate sales and recover revenue from out of it. So critically important. Hence, visibility of an inventory, you need a technology. And if I talk about my company's perspective, so pre-pandemic, everything was fragmented. Everything is on online. So we had a system, but yes, of late we have got into the latest version of an ERP where everything can be visibility to all the stakeholders involved into the entire supply chain. Hence, it definitely helps us to do much, much better than what we used to do before.
Thank you so much. So that's a very interesting thing. I think one of the important changes which have happened in our organizations. We have seen a lot of technology in our personal lives, a lot of technology in our professional lives. And I think the technology which was probably sitting by the sideline waiting to be adopted, thanks to the pandemic, it got adopted much faster. Of course, it should have been adopted earlier. There was no need for a thing like a pandemic to happen to push us against the wall. But I think it kind of acted to, to really make sure that we get the benefit out of that technology. So having said that, I'll now move on to Rajeshwari. You've actually seen the thick and thin of logistics in your entire career. And can you share with us what kind of changes did you see in logistics, and what kind of support you received from your team members as well as your partners, the logistic partners? And of course, during the pandemic, this whole question of visibility of inventory across different parts that you're dealing with, or the markets you're selling to, became very important. So how did you, face and grapple with all these issues?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this question. I would say the lookout of SCM as supply chain or logistics changed after COVID. Pre-COVID, it was like the material comes, it moves away. It's very easy. But once the COVID started, it was like completely blank. Those who were the pillars, those who were considered as the leaders of the industry were not at all available. They were all completely dark, and they were the locals and those who were having the leadership type of quality, who stood up to say that I will be the person who will carry on. I remember those days when there were nothing and the full truck loads were there, only FTLs, and FTLs also only few drivers were there who were ready to come up on the floor to do the work. And I still remember the roads were completely empty and the drivers are running the vehicle and they used to say, madam, मैं आ रहा हूँ और सिर्फ आपके लिए आ रहा हूँ और आप ऑफिस पे हो क्या? So we used to say, we are sitting for only the material, and we are, you are also one of the person who is going to, help the needy people. And the first hydrochloroquine, when it was coming up from Siliguri, from Sikkim to Siliguri to Ahmedabad, we had the first charter. We flied it from Bagdogra to Ahmedabad. So later on, we started seeing that even the trucks are able to reach the next 4th day at Ahmedabad. And it was really great to those people who stood up during those period and those time period. We even saw that our inventories were stuck up at many of the standard, or you can say well-recognized organizations, where they were not even able to come up to their warehouses. But we went literally to their warehouses to pull the materials, bring down, and it took several months, though we were going to their offices. So I would really like to thank the entire logistics team from the fraternity, those people who came up, took away only these shipments, and the carriers driving the vehicle transportations, saying that essential goods. And they used to say, "Hum aapke liye ja rahe hain." We also used to say them, "You are one of the member who are going to save the lives," as we can consider that doctors kar rahe hain ya dusre kar rahe hain, वैसे ही आप भी एक important काम कर रहे हैं. So these were the major things that I saw during this pandemic. Moreover, if you see the team also, there were the times when they had family issues, where they feel everybody is sitting at home. I am not sitting at home. And we used to work like, one comes, one goes, one comes, one goes. But I'll be there in the office to show that, see, I am in the office and we have to carry on this journey because we are doing a very moral duty. And as an organization, as Zydus also, I would say that I was the only organization who stood up to make sure this moral duty of giving away the cost-effective way of medicines, which were very much needed during this pandemic. So it was a journey where we learned many things. We understood who can definitely do some challenging jobs. Post-COVID, the things are totally different. The main challenges which we faced till now also after pandemic and during pandemic also, that the reaches during the down in state levels, but you can say that from stockist towards the CFA to stockist onwards, the reach is a little bit not up to the mark that we used to see in the domestic market till CFAs. So we look forward from this fraternity to explore more on that region, to come up with visibility so that we can see much more things better, as we can see in the track and trace of other organizations are providing. So hope so that next time when I'll be coming here, I'll be able to see that more explorations are made in this journey also, to come up more, professional people to come up for local distributions also.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. And on that count, just a small note, as we were discussing before, I think the whole mechanism of tracing the inventory CFA downstream, downstream, is really about using tech. It's also about using the field force, and it's also about trying to get your stakeholders to understand the importance of visibility, because no solution can be imposed directly, especially on a third party, because they have to see the benefit in that for them. So if we are trying to convince our customers that the importance of visibility is actually for them as also for the principal company. So I think the whole adoption of technology can be enhanced if we are able to create some kind of a win-win solution between us and the stockists.
As this change is inevitable, people are working on that with chatbot and all those things, trying to make up the change. But change is not so easy. There are many people who doesn't want to overcome with the normal things of manual things and all. But it takes the awareness only can bring up those people up to the line and build up this chain of awareness to create and make sure this SKUs can help them, or this technology can help them in the daily routine. So it will take time, but definitely this change will come up, and it is in progress.
Thank you. Devdar Saab, to you, I just wanted to, so you are dealing with very niche products, basically cold chain products, and these are life-saving drugs. Two questions to you, sir, if you want to add anything to the current discussion from the perspective of your company, as well as if you want to take any parallels from some other industries, saying that if the issue of inventory visibility or the issue of inventory management, how have other industries stood up to this challenge and what kind of solutions they've adopted?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good evening, and first of all, congratulations to all of you, all of us rather. Let the whole world go home. Logisticians are the last people to leave the hall. So I think we are living true to that particular spirit. We'll complete the job and then only leave wherever we are. Great discussion, and thanks for allowing me to talk about certain things which are parallel. It need not be exactly pharma, because it's always great to learn from somewhere else. While you were discussing, and Vikram was also talking about visibility, I think visibility, or rather inventory first, I mean, if it's one of those parameters which is like a vital as far as the body is concerned. If there's something wrong, you go to a doctor, he will check some of the vitals and say, okay, what is your pulse, what is the temperature, things like this. And then he will know probably something is right or wrong. Look at it in the same perspective with inventory. Look at inventory of an organization, and that's one of the vitals that anybody and everybody will be able to gauge the quality of management, the style of operations, your swiftness. A lot of things get together to make sure that inventory is proper. In terms of visibility, there are various dimensions of visibility. The speed at which the visibility is available. Do you really require it online, or periodically it is required? The kind of inventory, not just one inventory, but is it good, bad inventory, physical form of inventory at that point of time, or aging of inventory, or there are different dimensions of inventory or visibility which are related to that. So visibility is definitely, it adds a lot of value. So inventory by itself is one of the critical parameters, and visibility with different dimensions adds to that, makes it more interesting. In terms of the visibility, inventory, I think before COVID and after COVID, one of the narratives that has changed in most of the conferences that I'm sure we also must be hearing at. Initially, people used to talk a little more about responsiveness, etc., etc. After the pandemic, it started changing to resilience. More of resilience than responsiveness that everybody started talking about. And the moment we started talking about resilience, one of the things that came in is, again, coming back to inventory, and it stopped at inventory visibility. Look at different surveys, different people talking about, they will say maybe tier 1 visibility is still good, but the moment you go to tier 2, it suddenly drops to a very drastically low level. And that's something which we obviously can't afford, especially in pharma, we just can't afford to do that. So, I mean, the topic is great, really wonderful to have it on this. Secondly, as you said, there are different people, different industries who operate at different levels of visibility. So maybe I'll just try and get something outside of pharma in that sense. So I was hearing to this experience of Tata Steel, one of the conferences, wherein those guys, coal is a very extremely important product for them. It adds to almost, I think, I don't know, maybe 20, 30, 40, 50% of their cost. It's a huge factor in their entire cost structure. And if they miss the timing of buying coal by maybe a week, it can mean a few 100 crore rupees for them. So it was an extremely vital factor for them. What they did is, in terms of getting visibility, they set up the data analytics engine with almost 5,000 data points, and they started tracking all those points and making sense out of that and deciding when to buy coal. I think that's one level of inventory, one level of visibility as to what are all those factors which are affecting you, and based on that, what decision should I take and when should I take that decision. There was another level of visibility, dimension of visibility, which I heard. Anderson Hauser, they have a factory at Aurangabad. So when the inventory level goes down at Anderson Hauser Aurangabad factory, there's an automatic sensor which senses that. They have a contract with the German partners. A message goes to German partner, it goes to DHL in Germany, DHL goes to the partner, it picks up, inventory is replenished. That's another dimension of inventory which is accessible or available to them. In one of such conferences couple of months back, some of us were also there. I can see in that same conference, there was one of the quick commerce player, he was explaining his case study. They deliver it under 10 minutes. Anything deliver under 10 minutes. And the level of visibility that they have, it's a very different dimension. He said out of all their 180 stores, dark stores that they operate, every minute by minute, they have predictability and visibility in terms of what are the orders expected, what is the traffic condition, and hence what is the rider requirement at that point of time. And then the engine decides to take certain actions, including what rest and when the rider should take what rest. I think that's a different level of inventory visibility as well as the visibility in terms of the operation that is required. So just to cut it short, I mean, there are various industries which are operating at different ways in which inventory and inventory visibility is making accessible. There are parallels which can be drawn within and learning which can be taken. I just want to share maybe one more example if you have. See, I heard another interesting example. There is an organization which runs an MRP engine, and after an MRP is done, they have got excellent partnership with their entire vendor base. So they publish their MRP results to everybody. People come back to them within an hour or 2 hours. Once they come back, they do an adjustment and then release the orders. Naturally, they operate at an extremely high level of OTIF. That's another level, another dimension of inventory. So there are various dimensions of visibility and inventory that people work with. Having said this, technology, I believe, also should not be used for the sake of technology. That no, I am tech savvy, you have a digitalization. It is to be used in a very appropriate manner. Maybe more we can say it a little later. But before I close, I also want to say that beyond technology, it's also important and go to visit things and see it for yourself. There was a type of tracking that we were doing for some of our cold chain shipments. It was not in India, outside of India. And we were somehow getting temperatures were going much below our expected requirement, We saw the entire data, everything was perfect. Finally, we requested one of our representatives to go there. He gained access to that airport, went inside, saw. And for those people, they had no sense of differentiating between 228 and minus 20 degrees. We were shocked to know that one of the international airports, they were not able to distinguish properly. Somehow our 228 cargo was getting into minus 20, and that's how we were always seeing some kind of a dip, which we couldn't explain by other way. I had myself seen at Bandra station how the cargo is getting loaded into a train. They have a wagon full of cargo, dedicated to cargo, 23 tons to be loaded in, I think, about half an hour or 1 hour, 45 minutes. the way they handle cargo, it's amazing to see how beautifully we pack our products. Nothing happens to them despite all the rough things that happen at that level. I think this is not captured by technology. This is something which we need to have on the ground presence. So technology is important, visibility is important, technology is important for that, but then a right technology blend with online support is something which can win the game for all of us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And on that note, I just want to add a couple of things. It reminds me of, the fact that one needs to really go out there. And in the break, I just thought of a comment that I heard from one of our colleagues here, that her previous boss used to actually tell her that you can't learn journalism by sitting in the office. You need to go to the warehouse and you need to see how the product is packed and moved. So I think it's extremely important, like you rightly said, that one must understand the need for technology. And what example again came to mind when I was listening to you was the very first case of inventory visibility, if I'm not mistaken, was between two large American organizations, P&G and Walmart. So I think this is almost 60, 70 years back that both these organizations, P&G and Walmart, extremely conscious about inventory. And, and Walmart was known for, at that time, was expanding very rapidly. And hence, a large chunk of a retailer's investment is in inventory, apart from real estate. So there's a lot of investment in inventory because someone like Walmart is holding millions of SKUs. So what P&G and Walmart actually decided to do, so their problem was that they were not getting the orders on time from Walmart, and their ability to replenish was hence delayed. So they came upon a very simple solution. They said that on a daily basis, each store of Walmart will share with P&G all the stock levels of P&G products. So all Crest toothpaste, whatever products P&G had at that time was being sold in Walmart. Walmart would share on a daily basis the stock status. And it would be the onus of the nearest P&G warehouse or depot. As you rightly said, if it goes below a certain level, it will create a STO, stock transfer order. So then that nearest depot would then supply to the nearest store of Walmart. I think if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the earliest uses of inventory visibility and information sharing. Thank you so much. So on that count, we will move a little bit more on the cargo service side. Pramod, can you share with us how technology has been used in your organization, and what kind of benefit did you see when the Turant app was launched?
Good evening to all, and happy to be here, speak this evening. Yes, so we did a little bit of learning, like Rajesh spoke, during COVID. So all this happened during COVID. So we got a lot of questions like, when is the truck going to come? Is my cargo there? Airlines had questions like, has my cargo arrived? Can I plan it on a particular flight? The forwarders curious, has my truck arrived? Has it got custom cleared? Has it been screened? Is it ready to be uplifted? The shipper on the overview wanted to know, where is this cargo? Because it's left from his manufacturing unit. He's not sure whether it's on the way, is there a tire puncture, or is it reached there? Is it waiting in the line? All those kind of questions. So all that thing got us thinking, and information is what everybody was seeking. It was there. Each one had the information. The trucker had a GPS, and the trucking owner knew that his truck was here. We knew what was happening in our terminal, and we knew it. The shipper knew, okay, it's departed from here, it's due to reach Atlanta and so on, so many days. But where is it on the way? Not too sure. Freight forwarder knows the cargo has landed, but is the Leo given? Is the document cleared? Is it been screened? Is it held up because of some damage or some DG issues or something like that? So taking all this into account, we had a lot of meetings with the stakeholders, and the airport itself has a wonderful platform where all the stakeholders, it's called AMAX now. So all the stakeholders get milestones. So we just added on to that, and we created this app called Turant. Now what Turant does is, in short, the moment your cargo or your truck arrives at the terminal, from that point till your flight departs or the cargo departs on that flight, it gives visibility to anybody who has the available number. It's just a simple app. It's on Google. It's available on Google Play. You download it, register once, And the moment the cargo arrives, it tells you it docks in at a particular time, your cargo is offloaded, your cargo now is ready to be accepted. Now it is accepted, and then the moment you get the cargo custom cleared, you get the Leo number. It's all visible. Today the freight forwarders don't log into iSkate. They look at Turant. They say, okay, now my cargo. When he's sitting at home, probably having lunch or something, and he just looks at his phone. I mean, everyone has a phone today, right? So he just logs in there. He says, okay, this cargo is cleared. Now I get my documentation. I submit my documentation. The moment the documents are submitted, the airline gets an alert. Your documents are submitted, cargo ready to be uplifted, plan it on a flight. So we made that real time. Earlier, we used to get all the cargo together for that flight and then send information to the airline. Today, it's on a real-time basis. The moment the cargo is cleared, it's ready to be uplifted, the airline, the sales team, as well as the planning team gets an alert on email besides logging onto their system that your cargo is ready, plan it, and it can go on this flight. It can go on this flight and not on the planned flight because it's already ready. So you don't have cargo for this flight, take it here. So you don't want your flight to be empty, right? So you have that option today. That's what we're giving our customers. And this is at no cost. It's just an edge, it's an added value add service that we give them. It's palletized, and the moment it's palletized, it is released from our terminal. The forwarder knows, okay, the cargo has been released. It's uplifted. Again, this is uplifted on our system, and it takes off. So this visibility has been provided by us, and it has been accepted, and a lot of airlines have improved their planning. Today, they can plan real time. Earlier, they used to send us a load sheet 24 hours before. They do send it to us today. But now, as and when they get information that your cargo has arrived, the planning keeps changing. It's very dynamic. That is an effort for us also because we are planning our resource as per the 24-hour list that has come to us. But suddenly, there's dynamic change. So we also have planned our rostering and our staff and our resources accordingly. And now we are using data analytics internally to actually analyze where the cargo hotspots are for us. Like, I know weekends before public holidays, there are certain days that there are certain freighters going. What are the volumes I can predict today and plan my roster already? My roster is just not planned on a regular basis. I might have 12 guys on a shift this week. There might be 14 next week because I've got freighters happening. So that's the use that I have put the technology as well as the data that I have. This also helps me sort of move, like you're talking about inventories. I actually don't have inventories. I don't like inventories. It's expensive. So for me, it's throughput. The more I push across to my terminal, the more money it makes for me. So that's what we do. So we plan accordingly. We know the trucks that are coming in today. We know when they're going to depart. And that's how we move the cargo quicker or hold it on with us. So our resources are planned accordingly and they're utilized and optimized. So this is what Turant is all about.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So I'll take one cue from here. I think you hit upon a very important point, Pramod, which is the relationship between inventory and throughput. So, I mean, the less inventory I have or the more inventory I move, the higher is my throughput. So if we in supply chain came to regard inventory as a necessity, but in many ways, inventory also as a liability, then I think our focus will shift from inventory to throughput. And that is what will help our organization. Of course, there is a sales team which is responsible for generating the orders in the first place. But once the orders are generated, the speed at which we can generate throughput is entirely up to the supply chain or the backend team. So thanks a lot for that. And we'll now move to one of the most, as they say, yes, please.
Can I add on this
please.
point, like what you said, that inventory visibility until it is finished goods. Once it is at the finished goods is ready and it is in the warehouse, for us to execute as a logistic, we need to execute. And of course, throughput is very, very critical. How much inventory you are keeping so that you can execute your shipment. So inventory visibility from manufacturing, from procurement till manufacturing, till the FG is ready, then throughput plays a very important role. Absolutely. How quickly you move those cargo. Absolutely. Because that's how you generate revenue and that's how you repeat your orders. So very, very important point.
Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing that. So let's hear it from the inventory movement gentleman here. The last mile, if I may say, and a very revolutionary way a new way, if one may say, and probably, not probably, definitely a more time-saving way of transporting good. So let's hear it from you on how, in what scenarios or in what case studies have you seen the adoption of drone technology? Can you share with us a little bit about the use cases over the last couple of years? Again, anything special about the pandemic that you want to add in terms of how it was used to, how the drones were used to move product again? Over to you.
Thank you so much for this lovely opportunity, as today I come to know a closer view of how pharma industry and the logistic integration is working and discussing the challenges and how to upgrade and integrate newer technologies into the system for betterment in future. As we have been always now post-pandemic, we correlate everything, all our discussions, right, starting from pandemic days, or the challenges what we faced during pandemic, and how we have upgraded ourselves or prepared ourselves for future, overcoming the challenges and taking experiences. So pandemic has helped many industries, I would say, people who really utilize that time in upgrading and focusing on future technologies. At Skye, we concentrated and focus on what could be the future tech and applications, and how we can bring in this kind of disruptive revolution of logistics management through drones. And fortunately we have got an opportunity to associate, and this we find a lot of confusion happening, that drones, is it a reality? Is it working? How far we are from the real-time deliveries or logistics management happening through drones? Because we have a lot of solutions right now available, the road logistics, the sea logistics, or even air cargo management through flights, everything. But through drones, there is a bit of confusion. But fortunately, with the support, right support, I would say, India is the first country to have such kind of acceptance to this revolutionary technology, by the government coming in support, the policy getting relaxed in a way where we can really visualize ourselves as the global hub, drone hub, as our PM is visionary that India will be a drone hub by 2030. So taking that vision into our adoption, we have really seen the acceptance of this industry, right from government as well as private. We are now, just to throw light on how the acceptance of this technology and what role it could play in a larger perspective in future. We are operating now in Himachal with Himachal government as exclusive drone partner logistics. We are handling again with healthcare system, like we are connecting 2,900 pods there. That kind of network we are creating for government, where we will be handling all medicines, healthcare applications, and vaccines from hubs to spokes and different PHCs throughout. Similarly, we are working with a lot of private companies. I would not like to name very specifically, but we are associated with a lot of leading healthcare companies right now, who are into pathological labs, handling their blood samples from to the testing centers. We are creating that network. We are also working with the aggregating companies, who are working with a lot of pharma companies, who are, by connecting to the pharmacies or their warehouses. In recent times we have established a beautiful POC we have conducted for say 3 weeks with one of the eastern regions of India, where one of the top leading pharma company, distribution company, we are working with them and creating now the actual commercial deliveries are going to happen in very near future, which will be known to the industry that this is the way drone technology can really come to a reality and help, by and large, so many solutions in real time. Not to just restrict. Of course, I'm talking more on pharma application or healthcare specifically here. But drone tech in real time is a technology where we are trying to create a parallel ecosystem, I would say, in Skye. What we are normally, already experiencing on road or sea, we are creating a parallel ecosystem getting built for day-to-day needs, basically, for last mile or first mile deliveries.
Fantastic. So Shrikant, I'll ask you a few more questions, especially with regard to some data points. So for example, in your experience, what has been the impact on lead times when it comes to the advantage of drone over surface transport?
So let me put it up in a very layman language that, the routes established by road transport or road logistics have a lot of challenges, not only from the distance point of view, but congestion point of view, and the challenges what we need to encounter. So with drones, we can actually create a aerial logistics and aerial path, which is free from all these congestions and challenges. So naturally, it helps in the very clear path what we design. Apart from that, it also helps in much more challenges to get reduced. So by and large, in a layman language, it reduces more than 50% of your time compared to road logistics. That's a normal layman kind of an understanding. But when you deep dive into it, you will find great value engineering when you use aerial mobility compared to the road mobility.
Right. All right. So again, the last question to you on this particular account is the adoption in general. These are early stages, and what are the factors that you think will greatly aid the faster adoption of drone technology, especially for remote areas where there are lack of access is probably one of the challenges there.
So I'll tell you a little, one of the use case, maybe you'll draw or connect the answer, what you are looking at. Maybe, many a times we are stuck with certain things, like we create specific green corridors for, say, transportation from, say, airports to hospitals, where it is so high priority activity. So green corridor is, to say, it's very simple or simplified, term. But to undergo a green corridor management, it takes so much of permission, so much of, planning, strategic, thing. A lot of coordination is required. And when green corridor is created, we only restrict this planning to city areas. When you think about rural or such kind of remote areas to get connected, where there could be donors of organs, but we cannot handle that right now because there is no green corridor creation for a distance, say 100, 200 kilometers. Yeah. So imagine this kind of technology which we are actually talking about, drone. It can handle and create an air corridor which is free from any kind of all this big planning required when you talk about green corridor creation. So we can connect 100, 200 kilometers very easily with drone tech, and we can handle it in much more faster way and much more useful way as a technology integration. So I foresee, from a standpoint where already there is a big acceptance, what we have actually seen. It's hardly, we have formed our company in 2019, but real-time execution has started from, say, 1 year down the line. Now, within this 1 year, if the acceptance can be this, we can clearly see that it's a disruptive space where we are, seeing a lot of acceptance from all areas. Pharma has not yet started off, when it comes to pharma companies, I would say. We are already, playing our or maybe we are a leading player in the space of healthcare. But of course, with pharma companies, this is one platform where I would like to draw attention of all that. You should actually try to look upon, doing a test kind of POCs within your system. Maybe this logistics new space, new technology would help you in a better way, in better solutions.
Right. Thank you so much, Shrikant. So, yeah, so I think with that, we will, I think we would have covered a lot of interesting topics in this particular panel discussion. We spoke about inventory, we spoke about visibility, we spoke about the role of logistics and our partners who helped us to move product during the pandemic. We spoke of the importance of planning, because I think that's where the entire supply chain system really starts, and not just planning of finished goods. Like you rightly pointed out, Karthik, it's more about raw material planning, PM planning, as well as finished good planning. So I think that's been a very interesting, diverse array of subjects that we have covered. And what we can probably do is open the floor to questions. You can ask the question to any of the panel member, and or if you have a generic question, then one of the panel members can stand up and reply. Yes.
We are talking about synergies here, right? When you talk about inventory, and then you're talking about these timelines that it has to follow. Generally, and this is so many years in the trade, we generally write an email and ask, what is the readiness of goods? And we get to know, okay, fine, this particular date, it's ready to move. And the urgency around starts getting created. Can't we go one step behind and do reverse working? Is that being done? That's my question, because how goods are produced, we don't know. But certainly you would know the production timelines. Can we go 1 week before, 2 weeks before? Because I understand these technologies are coming in, and I'm not too sure how expensive they are going to be. And I'm sure trucks will still be here. There are going to be other modems which will still exist. So they will not vanish. So production, how it's done, we don't know how goods are produced. But can we do the reverse working? Is there any model being followed as of now with any of the organizations, anyone here?
So can I take this?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So yes, you said as a pharma company, there is a system in place. So when there is an order from a customer, there's a reverse planning is done. The planning is done in such a way that the production planning is one, the procurement lead time is one. So put all together, if I have to just say in a number for a pharma product manufacturing, the lead time is around about 45 to 60 days from the procurement till manufacturing. And of course, the logistics distribution is adding to that. So the system, what we are trying to create is that all the orders, we have an ETA for the customer, ETD for the supplier. So that has been tracked and mapped, and we do reverse calculation. What can be serviced in this particular month, right? Of course, it's the complexity. There are so many complexity in terms of procurement and manufacturing, because there is a quality aspect which is very, very critical. You cannot bypass quality. Hence, most of the material, if you see, it comes on the month end, and hence everything gets clocked together. But yes, that's the cycle which happens. But yes, we do calculate that there is an ETA for a customer, and we do a back calculation, and that's how the production has been planned. Scheduling and planning has been done. So for sure, these are there. But then because of the complexities of the product manufacturing, nothing comes on dot. There's always something which is backlog. Hence, there's always rush hours. So as a pharma or any other industry, probably this is the trend.
So if I may add also, for us, like we follow ATP, available to promise, so to answer your question, a lot of detailing happens to the last hour, if not to the minute, So we have getting, at the start of the month, we make the detailed plan of what needs to be delivered, what needs to be planned. Do we have materials to add to what Vikas was saying? Do we have material available with us? Are they tested, released or not? And we do detailing day-wise scheduling. What will be the changeover times? What will be the readiness of the material when the quality will release it? But like he said, we are in a heavily regulated industry. Any deviation, any small deviation means that quality perspective has to be relooked into, the entire product flow, where the product could go wrong or is going wrong. And because pharma industry does not believe in Six Sigma, every pill that comes out has to have the same efficacy and effectiveness, because every drug that a patient takes could be a life-saving drug for that patient. I cannot afford to have, out of 1 million, one drug which is not effective. That one drug could be going to a patient who needs it at that point of time. So given that constraint and given that regulation, yes, there are slippages that happen. But to answer your question, we do that detailing planning, and available to promise date is ensured that we adhere to. And that is where supply chain, operations, logistics, all these cross-functional teams sit across in the same room and work on a very closely knit S&OP process in which we understand what needs to be delivered, what my market needs, what is the best case I can deliver, what are the dates. And my logistics teams works with service providers, logistics service providers, freight forwarders, to make sure that we are getting the requisite logistics tied up to move the shipment in the best way forward. So yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was to know you all better. The fact that when I spoke about synergies was also that transparency begins generally with freight forwarders, like, okay, goods received, what next, then what next, and what next. Generally, it doesn't happen the way that there are systems that they are giving us information within our teams that we are ready for it. Generally, urgency starts when goods get ready and we get our first booking. So the idea was to go one step back, but I understood from your perspective and appreciate it, because the more we know our customers, the better we
are.
Do.
Trust me, we are.
I'll add on to it. Besides the SNOPs, we do have shorter tracker meeting also, the mid of the month, just to understand what is the shortages that is going to happen and what is the demand in the market. And so as the FG produces, there are ways where even on T1 release, the shipments are moved. So it is all sudden, all changes keeps going and ongoing. And we would also look forward at how fast we can hand over. So these things keep on changing as the market scenario or the demand comes up. So it's a change that none of the place you can see that the transparency is not there. It's completely a tie-up collaboration between the planning, the supplier, the demand team, and the logistics that runs to make sure the availability. We have availability for a weekly basis also, on 10 monthly basis. That is 10, 18, 23. We have this type of milestone which we have to keep up at par to meet the requirements that has been placed by the market. Hope I'm able to give up the answer.
You've been able to give me my answer. So thank you so
Yeah.
much.
So in addition to that, I'm sorry to interrupt. So if I talk about our company, which I come from, we give a planning in advance to our service provider that in this month, this is what the plan is. Probably giving you a little heads up that this is what is going to come throughout the month. So we give that visibility to our partners, who then create the availability of the inventory, and then they move. So that's what we follow.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just on a lighter note, to answer to your question, madam, God has been delivering billions of babies in 40 weeks, but sometimes those dates are not exact. We are just humans. Okay, so the two questions on technology. Why are we not able to access or leverage inland transportation, inland waterways and cabotage in India? Because that is one of the cheapest and the less polluting method available. And we have a very huge shoreline and a lot of inland rivers where we can have inland waterways.
So again, please.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I mean, the logistics lead.
So I'll add here, yes, we are exploring these possibilities, but yes, the availability and feasibility should be there because it's pharma. So if I have to just give an example, we were discussing last month that there is something, which is operating as a barge movement from Goa to JNP, but where is the feasibility? How we can ensure that it can be delivered, it can move. So again, there are challenges. Once it is available, then we are definitely open to explore those possibilities.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how closely linked it is to the infrastructure. So it's not just the waterways, but also the infrastructure around the waterways. So I think that's another.
So and to answer your question, I mean, if it is about innovation in logistics and distribution, I think we are there. I mean, you talk about during the pandemic, I think Surinder was talking about using SRR. rail freight. We started using rail freight. We talked about multimodal. I think I was talking to somebody about multimodal just outside. So we are starting to innovate. Gone are those days when we looked at, okay, my cargo is ready. It has to go in the container. It has to, come from point A to the port, and it will go to the point B. We are looking at different ways to innovate, because innovation is coming from cost, from availability, from the speed that we need the products to go there. And definitely, inward, domestic waterways, when the infrastructure is ready and there, I'm sure pharma companies are up there, because now we have real-time visibility with technology. We have, access to technology to track, monitor, look at temperature excursion, also look at, where counterfeiting can get into your supply chain during distribution. So a lot of these, issues or risk associated with moving pharma goods have been addressed. So I'm sure there is no two ways that are stopping us from exploring these new ways also to distribute.
Just to add, we are also there to support your
Of course,
plans.
of course. Definitely. And I think with all the e-pharmacy coming through, drone technology is there to, support the last mile delivery in a tremendous way. You put it rightly. Yes.
Hello. Hi, Deepak here. I have a question for the panel. So just like, in the financial sector, we see a disruption which happened via the UPI, which is Unified Payment Interface. We now foresee ONDC coming to the market, which is Open Network for Digital Commerce. So how do you think, in coming years for pharmaceutical industry, is there going to be any impact? And just wanted to know your views on that.
Would you like to probably elaborate the question to a more specific point?
Yeah. So just like in the financial sector, we see a major disruption which has happened through UPI QR code scanner. We can just make the payment. So there is a project which is headed by Nandan Linkini, similar to what they have introduced for financial sector. They would be introducing for digital commerce also, which is Open Network for Digital Commerce. So, I wanted to know how do you foresee, and what are your views, how it will impact the pharma companies? If you have heard or, read about it, probably you can answer that.
Frankly, it's like not just pharma industry. I think it will also, ONDC will create a phenomenal platform on which the buyers, the sellers, the logistics service providers, the payment gateways, everybody will get onto that particular platform. So not just pharma, I think any industry which is operating within India, they will be able to make use of that. And you've seen a lot of e-pharmacies getting into the market within India. You see a lot of, let's say, companies, even Srikanth made a reference to pathology labs. So diagnostic companies are building a whole infrastructure or whole chain of their own. You will see whether it is Tata's or Reliance or anybody for that matter, they are looking at manufacturing, distribution, the last mile connectivity with 1mg, everything is getting together. So those are, let's say, private gateways or private highways which are getting created. Instead of that, it will become a universal platform for everybody. And I'm sure pharma will definitely be able to take advantage of that. You will have far more choices. Today we have limited choices, you will have far more choices. It will obviously take a little longer time to mature.
Yeah, hi Aditya here. So I have two questions. First is I'm vertically involved in the CFA distribution and retail process of the pharma logistics. So I wanted to know insights from you, like pharma logistic managers are interested till the PO is generated. Like we get an order from stockists and we generate a PO, we generate an order at CFA level. But after that, there's minimum digitization at CFAs. Like all the manual work is going on, no use of barcodes, RFID, QR codes. So like what are the logistic managers at the pharma companies looking at this issue? And the second question is, as the modern trade is growing, like 1mg, all the online aggregators for the pharmaceutical thing. So how are you planning to set up the supply chain for this fast growing pace? Like, will the distributors, the channel partners will be affected in this process? Thank you.
Yeah.
With regards to the traceability, or with regard to the traceability that we are looking forward from stockist to CAP to stockist, there are something which has been worked out in our organization with Chatbox and all, where they will be putting the IT into implementation so that this visibility of getting whatever the orders being punched and the visibility of seeing the shipments will be coming up, but it will take some year or two. Moreover, as I had said in the same during this discussions, that in terms of logistics, we are looking forward for, because the local who are serving the state level from CFA to stockist is yet to come up, because they are not going in down the local localities. Where if you see the service providers like couriers are working or they are not working, but still that the old religious method of going from transporter, and transporter is still serving the stockist, which is yet to come up with digitization, which I've raised in this platform also, that some more service providers should come up and take the lead with tech and with more professionalism into it, because it is still the same religious process being followed since years.
Yes, I would also like insights from Vikram sir from Sun Pharma. Like, if I can get some insights on this.
Sure, sure. I mean, see, visibility is definitely, the more you get, it's better, but right now with whatever technology we have and the infrastructure we have with our CFAs and our stockists, there is a limitation to it. But what I feel is, with serialization and aggregation, probably we'll cross that bridge. I'm with a lot of cloud computing and industry 4.0 with blockchain, etc. This information flow will become easier, so you can be working on a different system or ERP, and I can be working on a different ERP system, but the information exchange will start. And I think we are at the cusp where we'll start looking at these technology aspects to bridge that information gap. And like I said, to start with, I think when we start aggregating, serialize and aggregating it, the moment we start scanning those QR codes, those barcodes, those serialized codes, which is going to be mandated on every carton or every strip that goes out in the pharma. There's a government mandate coming now. The QR code has to be there on each pocket. So we are starting to look at. So it is all going to help us enable that technology, and not just the stockist level. It will take that visibility to the patient level. So not just how we are going to monitor what my stockist is selling, but it will also enable me to understand how my patient is getting prescribed and taking the medication. So end to end, I would say it will be visibility across the patient life cycle management, not just the stock movement that you are talking about. So in my mind, in the next 3 to 5 years, we are going to see a huge change in terms of how technology plays an important role in enabling the entire patient life cycle management, and especially with new channels of distribution like 1mg you're talking about, e-pharmacies coming about. That is just the tip of the iceberg. We are going to start from diagnosis to prescription to medicine delivery to insurance, everything in one big platform, which is going to enable doctors, insurers, service providers to come on one platform to make sure that the patients are going to have a healthier and a better lifestyle. That's the picture I am looking at least.
Fantastic.
So maybe I can add here, because domestic distribution is the model is like you have a distributor, lot of CFAs, it's too much fragmented. If I have to give you an international flavor, there are very limited distributors. So if I talk about, say, regulated market as the US, there are only 5 big distributors. You supply to them and then they take it to the last customer. Yes. There is a visibility. So then they are connected to our ERP. We can tell you, or they can tell us that where your product is lying, whether it is at the pharmacy level, but there's a visibility is there. In India, it's too much fragmented. We have got n number of distributors, n number of CFS, individual organization. But as as a regulated market, as an international, there are hardly 5 in US. You have to supply to them and then they take it forward. So that's the difference. I'm sure by aggregation and serialization, this is going to come up soon. But yes, we have to abide with this regulation. And then definitely in a couple of years, we might land into the same situation that because of serial and QR code, we will be able to track and trace till the last level, the last till probably at the pharmacy level.
So revisiting my second question about the increasing in online aggregators, like what will be the effect of increase of these online aggregators on the existing channel partners, like the distributors? How you will tackle with the supply chain strategies of your company?
So tremendous. In my mind, it's tremendous. Like I was going to tell you, I mean, it's going to change the entire landscape of distribution going forward, in my opinion. The way we look at distribution today, the way we work with CFAs, everybody will have to, unlearn and relearn and, learn a lot of new things as to how we move goods across, from our warehouses, not just from our warehouses, from our factories to our warehouses, because a lot of new concepts like dark stores, are going to come up, and with a lot of, ease of regulation, how we are going to store goods over there with a lot of disruptive, supply chain technologies, distribution technologies like drones. We talked about multimodal, etc. It's going to completely transform, and the focus of all this transformation in my mind is going to be patient health. How and when my patient is not going to get deprived of that critical life-saving drug is going to be, the driving point of all this change. It's going to make access to medicines easier. We talked about, not just, the metros. We are talking about rural and remote areas, how this technology, how aggregators are going to make sure and have real-time visibility with respect to making sure that the critical goods, not just in metros, reach to the patients even in rural and remote areas. And that is where I was talking about the entire patient life cycle management through a digital platform. So it will start right from getting diagnosed through your smart devices, through your smartphones or etc., where the doctor is going to prescribe. So a lot of real-time basis, your distributors will come to know that, okay, this patient might need this medicine. So how we can, from which store we can look at, it's going to be the Amazon or Flipkarts of how we do our shopping right now. When you go to Amazon and you click something and you put on your cart, it gives you a date, right, when it's going to get there. So that's a lot of aggregation that is happening on the background. That's the same technology that's going to happen with, medicines in my mind. And it's going to be a very exciting next few years in the entire supply chain management of pharma, in my view.
Thanks, Vikram. So I just wanted to go back. So are you a distributor as well, the person who asked the question? Yes, sir. Yeah. So I think what Vikram has just described is that change is the only constant.
Yes. Unlearn the thing and upgrade yourself.
Yes. So you need to decide. I mean, where do you fit into this new ecosystem? I mean, it's up to you. Like Vikram has superbly described what the future entails.
Yes.
And it's for you to decide that if this is going to be the future. And anyway, it's not going to be 100% of the market is completely going to be online, right? So there's going to be a vast majority of sales which are going to happen offline. Another growing majority of sales which are going to happen online. I think it's for you to decide.
Yes,
where you play a part. Yes, sorry.
Till CFA, no distribution network is going to change in India, at least in the near future, because no pharma company is selling to online retailers directly. We are not allowed to sell, right? These are the distributors only who are selling to online pharma. And this, who sells to the distributor? So that is the CFAs. So if your question is whether my job as a CFA is safe, it is safe. Don't worry. That is one. Second thing.
It's not my question. I know CFA is safe.
Yeah.
I wanted to know the effect of this modern trade on the distributor. The small distributor at a very small town. Like what will be his life in the coming future?
Let me just address to that as well from technology perspective. The only way to be safe in today's world is upgrade yourself with technology.
Right.
If you are ignoring it, then maybe definitely you'll have that overcoming effect by somebody taking over to you. So that's the reason we are here with disruptive technology. It applies to all. It applies to everybody, all of us. You have taken initiative to be part of this technology upgradation, summit. That's the way that we should be ready for the change.
Yes, thank you.
Right. Okay. So thank you very much. I think it was a very interesting panel discussion. Thank you for the questions. And back to.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for all the interaction, the questions. We love the way that this panel discussion just kept gaining momentum here. And at a point of time, we didn't know where the panel ended because every single one of you was actually a part of the panel too. But right now, let's give all our panelists a big, huge round of applause, please. That was such a fabulous discussion here. Thank you so very much. And with this, I'd like to now request our moderator, Mr. Javan, to kindly hand over mementos to all our esteemed panelists. So we'll start with ma'am. To Ms. Rajeshwari Nair, let's have a round of applause as these are given out, please. Thank you so very much. To Mr. Surendra Devdhar. To Mr. Vikas Rajput. And keep the applause going, please, ladies and gentlemen. To Mr. Pramod Pereira. To Mr. Srikanth Sardar. And to Mr. Vikram Srivastava. And finally, I invite Mr. Reggie John to kindly join us on stage to hand over a memento to our moderator, Mr. Javin Bhinde. Let's have a round of applause, please. What a fabulous session indeed. Quite a challenge being the last session of the day and yet to keep the momentum and the energy going. Thank you so very much, sir. And I request all our esteemed panelists to kindly step forward for the group photograph, please. Do step up forward, please. Thank you so very much, ma'am, gentlemen. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the summit here, but we're looking forward to all of you joining us for cocktails and dinner. That is to follow right away. As you can see, the bar is pretty much getting ready at the end of the room, bringing smiles to many faces here. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, just a request. For those of you who want to hit the bar, there is a QR code that you need to scan. It'll come up on the screen right now. Once again, anybody who would like to hit the bar, we have a QR code. Once you scan the QR code, it's you have an access pass to the bar. The QR code is also on your 10 cards on the table right there. Sorry, I conned you. That's the feedback form. But ladies and gentlemen, please do leave us some feedback. I've seen a lot of you actually scanning the QR code right now. But it'll take only a minute, but leave us your feedback. And I now like to invite Mr. Reggie John for the vote of thanks, please.
The bar is not going to be opened. You will have to wait for another 25 minutes. I need to thank a lot of people. No, I'm kidding. I just give me 5 minutes. Before I thank, something that we would like to introduce, this has been something that I had been thinking about is flash presentation. There are a lot of people with a lot of ideas sitting inside the hall. And I would like to kind of call some of them up on stage to think about or talk about ideas, innovative ideas, either they are thinking about within their company or something that they have as an idea that they have in mind. So there is one gentleman that I would like to call up on stage, and he has just 2 minutes to talk about, and it is not about his company, but it's about an idea, and he is a software engineer and a solution architect. Let me invite Harmeet Singh on to the stage. Harmeet. 120 seconds.
Hey, thank you, Reggie. Good evening, everybody. ನಾನು ಹರ್ಮೀತ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. Did you guys understand that? I'm sure some people did, but most of you didn't. So this was basically two different sources of data talking to each other. What did we talk about? We talked about data as in silos. If I talk English, all of you will understand, right? So this is the problem I'm trying to solve as a product head and product architect of a platform called Intact. Intact is a cold chain monitoring platform, and we provide everything from the sensors to the platform on the cloud to the applications to the deep learning engine. And if I talk of supply chain 4.0, right? Supply chain 4.0 says, hey, use latest technologies, robotics, IoT, and adopt them to create a process efficiency, right? Supply chain 5.0, that is also out if people didn't know, that highlights the importance of seamless collaboration between smarter machines and humans. Please note it doesn't say smarter humans, okay? So no offense meant to humans, but that's because the technology needs to adapt to humans, not the other way around, right? And Intact was built with these principles in mind. We provide a boutique product which is highly customizable, which can be personalized. So you can look at it like a platform that can solve your problems, not a out of the box platform that can solve all the problems in the industry, right? And with Intact, we even give you the freedom. If you have invested in hardware, we'll adapt and we'll take that hardware and we'll make the solution work with it, right? If you say, hey, I need to solve specific use cases, you need to do additional integrations, we're open to that as well. So what we give you along with this whole product is a recommendation engine, which tries to solve the other problems in pharma. To call out some of them: precision tracking, the product protection across the life cycle, across modes of transport, and the product quality or efficacy, where I can tell, hey, based on the airflow inside the warehouse, inside the reefer, these particular boxes are the ones where the shelf life is reduced more compared to some of the other boxes. So that's about it. Do I have time? Am I done? Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Perfect. Harmeed Jolly in the Salam Karila. That is in Malayalam. So find out, meet him, and he will find a solution for you. Let me quickly wrap up the one-day session. I just to share some of the thoughts in terms of quick takeaways of the one-day conference. Managing cost is important, but don't cut corners. That's one. Collaboration, something that we have been keep hearing. There is collaboration happening, and I think that we need to still talk and collaborate. Keep the communication channels open, keep talking. Visibility and transparency in supply chain, very important, came across in all the panel discussions. Building trust. I think we live in a world of trust deficit. So building trust is very important. And these are, according to me, are the key takeaways of this 5th edition of the Global Pharma Logistics Summit. And perhaps in the next edition, we would have more of such flash presentation, and we will make an attempt to make sure that we finish and start on time and finish on time. A few more seconds to thank all our sponsors. It's been a great time to put together this particular conference, and we had support from a number of our partners. Like to thank all of them. Like to thank especially the team behind that puts together the Global Supply Chain Pharma Logistics Summit. Like to thank my colleague Dinesh, who has been working on this project for the last few months. Dinesh, supported by Libin on the content side and Renju on the sales and marketing. Like to thank the operations team headed by Parag, design, web, audio, video, social media team that includes my colleagues Prasad, Saki, Sonali, Umesh, Arvind, and Abhinav. Thank my editorial colleagues Lakshmi, Manjula, Senil, and Jyoti. Like to thank my moderators. It's been great to have Javin, Ryan, and Sadish for stepping forward to moderate wonderful sessions through the day. Like to thank all the speakers who joined us from different parts of the world. Really appreciate your time and really thank for your support. Like to thank also Rohin. Those of you who do not know, Rohin has been working in the pharmaceutical industry for a number of years. So probably you would have some of his ex-bosses walking into the or present in the hall. Rohin, thank you. Finally, thanks to everyone who still stayed back, and thank you all. Hope to see you again. Those of you who are interested, we will move from pharma to flower and perishables, and that's the conference that we would have next month in Nairobi. And in December, we would have the automotive supply chain Auto SCM Summit in Pune on December 6th. Hope to see you again in our coming conferences, and have a great evening. Enjoy your drinks. Thanks.
Thank you so very much, Reggie. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, cocktails and dinner pretty much getting ready while you're having your conversations. The dinner and cocktails is brought to you by the Cargo Service Center. We'd like to thank you so very much. And please head to, I think we are pretty much getting ready at the bar. So just in a little while from now, maybe about 5 to 10 minutes. Till then, of course, we see each and every one of you networking, making the most. And that's exactly what the Global Pharma Logistics Summit is all about. So we'll have a wonderful time this evening and looking forward to seeing you at the next. Thank you, Reggie. And may I request the entire Stat Media group, the entire team, if we can please have you up on stage. We'd like to do a group photograph together. Once again, the entire Stat Media group team, can we have all of you on stage? We want to do a group photograph together.